Ladies and gentlemen, guys and girls, crack the VB and kick back. It's time for the HCS ANZ Open number 2. I'm your host in Maniac, and it is my pleasure to bring you all of the latest Halo Infinite action from the Australia and New Zealand region. I am absolutely hyped. Not that fake host hype. I'm real hyped because in ANZ, we've been waiting for a program just like this. The Halo Infinite esports program for our region, and indeed the entire world, has kicked off with a bang. This is just the second weekend and numbers are exploding, and I can't wait to talk about it more. But to get into today's matches, let me first introduce the casters that will be joining me. We've got Bluey and Hoggy here on the broadcast with me. Gentlemen, I am psyched, I am hyped, I am all of the things you can use to describe what we are for today's broadcast, because it is going to be absolutely awesome. We saw just how good the first one was, and in the second weekend, numbers are cracking. Not quite as cracked as Barcode, but we're going to touch on that a little bit more. Bluey, I'm going to start with you. Last weekend, we had a fantastic opener, and this week is going to be just that much better.
Yeah, what a way to start the show last week. And this week, boy, oh boy, am I excited to get into the games. We had a sneak peek at a few of the teams and how they played yesterday. And oh my lord, they're coming in hot and strong and fierce. It is going to be fantastic today. I'm super pumped.
Hoggy, I mean, we've been around in the Halo scene for many years. How are you guys? How are you feeling going into today's competition after what we saw last week and what we've just been seeing around the traps with Halo Infinite?
Yeah, I can't wait to see how things unfold today. This week we don't have Nuke and Pave. They're not together. Junior's moved on. Lunchy's moved on. So things are going to change up a little bit in the ANZ region this week. So we'll see how it unfolds coming forward later in the broadcast.
Very excited to see these guys and indeed everyone playing today. But for a reminder of those of you playing at home and why we are just so excited, let's have a look at the roadmap and see what's ahead of us. We talked about this last week, but you may not have chimed in. Again, it was only week 1 after the game surprise dropped back on the 15th. We have an entire esports roadmap laid out ahead of us, which is going to be kicking off with the first major of the program, which is going to be HCS Raleigh, 17th and 19th of December. Bluey going to be absolutely nuts at this event.
Yeah, we've got so much to look forward to. And LAN events, LAN events are going to be back, baby. We're going to be able to see and meet people in person and see these players live on stage. It's going to be so good. So much for the teams to prep for, and I know they're all as excited as we are.
I've got the itch going at the moment for LAN now that you've said that, Bluey. Hoggy, we're going to be able to scratch that itch. HCS Regional Melbourne, 2nd to 4th of September here in Australia. It's going to be bonkers.
Yeah, why does it have to be so far away, though? I want to be able to go there. I want to be able to watch these players. I want to be able to commentate these players. And hopefully by then, players will have such a good idea of how to play Halo Infinite. And the games will just be better and better and better and better.
And there's going to be so much Halo action between now and then. We've got our openers. We've got the qualifiers for Raleigh next week. We've got a whole lot of Halo Infinite action across the board. We've got the regular season, the supers. There's a whole lot of stuff. And this isn't even to scratch the surface of the grassroots activity that's going to be happening around the world for Halo Infinite as well. It's going to be absolutely cracking. I cannot wait. There's been a lot of standout teams and a lot of standout players throughout the entire, I was about to say entire start of the season. It's only been a bit over a week, but people are already starting to stand out as well. We know that one of the dominating teams is NutriBullet. They took out last week's event, and they've just been a highlight reel all of their own. Hoggy, we put the call out for clips to make our own top 5 plays in honor of the one and only Puckett, and the only person to submit them was Barcode, and he made 697 submissions, and I just got, I got a choice paralysis. There was too much to go through.
Yeah, that's no surprise. We saw Barcode with probably the best clip out of all the tournaments from last weekend, and I'm sure we're going to see that again. Even though NutriBullet won't be playing with Seduce today, they'll have Flex Range, their coach. I can't see them really changing up too much. I think they'll still dominate this tournament, and I can't wait to see that.
And Bluey, we talk so much about Barcode because he's just a one-man highlight reel, but do not underestimate Seduce, Madzi, and Prades. Now, as Hoggy just called out, we're not going to see Seduce today. We've got their coach in Flex Range filling in, but he's not one to be underestimated either. This entire squad is just beastly on the sticks.
You say that, but they've got so many teams to go up against this week, and all these other teams have had an extra week to prepare, go back and VOD review and see some of the mistakes that they might have made in the past. So if all these teams that they went up against last week just went back and VOD reviewed and toughened up, those little inklings of where they fell short, I think Nutribullet might have a bit of a tougher week on their hands, honestly.
They may indeed if they haven't came in prep. Now, you talk about all these teams. How am I going to juggle all these 51 teams that actually came into this week's tournament? That is a record for Australia since 2014. Now, we did have 100 teams for our Halo 4 tournament back in 2014, but 51 teams this week. Now, when you put that, a lot of people playing at home might be like, oh, that sounded like a lot. When you put things into perspective for our population, we're actually overperforming, and I'm very, very proud of that fact, and it's still only very, very early days. I expect more people to participate. In fact, you yourself, if you are not yet participating, you want to get your hands dirty on some Halo Infinite tournament, that link was just on your screen. Make sure you go and check it out. Sign up. We've still got next week's HCS Raleigh Qualifier. You could be punching your ticket to the first Halo Infinite major over in North America. That's going to be awesome. But Hoggy, 51 teams. We haven't seen this much participation in competitive Halo since, as I said, 2014, which is kind of bananas.
Yeah, it's been a really long time. We've had a bit of a lull in competitions between Halo 5 and even between Halo 4 and Halo 5. So to be able to see 51 teams, it's an amazing achievement for ANZ, and hopefully we can get more and more going forward.
Now, we've talked about 51 teams. There's a whole lot of activity that's already taken place. This is day 2 of this weekend's competition. This is where we're picking up in the broadcast. We're already down to our top 6 teams. Let's have a look at the winners bracket and see how we've got here this far. Bluey, no surprise. Nutribullet already at the top. And again, ready to do a rematch up against BBR.
Yeah, interesting note that you just made there, Inman. They are facing the exact same situation that they did last week. Nutribullet going up against BBR, and we all saw how that turned out. But as I mentioned before, if BBR can just go back, realize what they did wrong, I think Nutribullet are going to have a really tough match on their hands, because BBR ain't a team you want to mess with.
Indeed, that's 100% correct. There is a whole lot of experience on that squad, and I'll be afraid to go up against them as well. We'll touch on the Divine Mind and R-rated matchup in just a little bit, because I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more of that as we jump down to the elimination bracket and see what teams we've got left down here. Death Ruptor fans, 2-0. They eliminated Magic 5, so unfortunately we won't be seeing them on the broadcast this weekend. But Direwolves, Hoggy, they're still in the mix.
Yeah, they're into the top 6 this week. They were knocked out by Nuke and Pave, who got 3rd last week. So maybe Direwolves can turn that 3rd place into their own this week.
Cannot wait to see what's going to take place, and I really look forward to seeing more of Direwolves, which we'll be seeing on the broadcast. I hope fingers are crossed, and we'll see if they can make that lower bracket run the entire way. As you said, they only just cracked the top 8 last week. We didn't see them on broadcast, but they know they want to get that face time this weekend. Look, Kane, Bluey, I'm really excited to see Direwolves. We didn't see much of them representing the New Zealand region. I'm actually really keen to see what these guys can do, because obviously a lot of talent across the ANZ region. Direwolves obviously made up of some really, really strong Kiwi players in there. Bald, I've seen him around for a long, long time. Zirkle as well. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do.
Yeah, really important for a team like Direwolves to be sort of, in this top position as they are, because as you said, representation in the New Zealand region itself, not just as part of ANZ as a whole, but New Zealand really matters. And they have some really, really strong players in Bald and Vamped. And, we've seen Bald and Dino as well. They've been playing for as long as I can remember being on the Halo scene. So for New Zealand representation, we need to get more on the map, and Direwolves are doing a really good job of sort of pushing them forward.
Yeah, I'm really, really keen to see what these guys can do. They're one of the dark horse teams. Ultimately, they finished 7th, but they're looking to bounce back with a stronger performance. Indeed, they've already achieved that, cracking into the 6th spot. So they are one of our breakout teams to look for this weekend. But another team that we've been talking about, Hoggy, as well, is Death Ruptor fans. And I haven't heard too much of this squad myself, or I don't recall the names. Reese, Apollo, Jordan, and Kat. Death Ruptor fans. I know Death Ruptor. I'm a fan as well. But this squad, a little bit of a surprise for me to see them here in the top 6.
Yeah, they finished top 12 last week, and they must really love Death Ruptor because they're Death Ruptor fans. So to see them into the top 6 this week, that's a really good achievement for them. I know for them, they want to be pushing even further. In Halo 5, they were still solid players and a solid team. They've come together in Halo Infinite, and they're into the top 6 already. Top 12 last week to top 6, they're already making improvements.
Indeed, they are, and I can't wait to see what they can do. Some names there that they made a name for themselves in Halo 5. In Halo Infinite, They're not names that I expected in the top 6. So really, really keen to see what they can do. But look, there's a name in here that we haven't seen yet, and we've been waiting. We're on the edge of our seats to be to seeing what they can do. And of course, I'm referring to Team Immunity. They've been, one of the biggest and best teams in the ANZ region. Benno, Voltage, Hef, Ogre 11. I've been waiting to see what these guys can do, and Bluey, we're still yet to see them.
Yeah, mate, look, listen, for anyone who knows Australia and New Zealand Halo esports, you know who Team Immunity are. And you're probably thinking the same thing, where are these blokes? How come they haven't shown up yet? Yeah, we have gotten some intel that was just a few technical difficulties on their end, some real-life commitments, but they have told us that after this whole Raleigh sort of seasonal, they are coming hard and fast. And let me tell you, if you don't know who this team is, you will. Once you see their performances on stage and on Infinite, they are going to bang loud.
And a man who needs no introduction, phrasing, no introduction is going to be Ogre 11. Now, Ogre 1, he's obviously, I say it, he needs no introduction. But for the new kids coming into Halo Infinite, he is a legend in the scene, dominating the original North American scene, the OGs from Halo CE, the original. Moving forward, obviously one of the two famous Ogre twins, now here competing in the Australian region as well. I'm incredibly keen to see how he participates, still wants to compete and still part of one of Australia's best teams here in Team Immunity. Now, we know that they aren't competing this weekend. We're still going to be holding out for those guys. I think they're just trying to keep us king, and build that anticipation. We know they've got some in real life commitments, and we'll be seeing more of them as we move into the new year. So very, very keen to see more of Team Immunity. Hoggy, I mean, we've cast Team Immunity. We've even played against Team Immunity. I think these guys, although they've got some age on them now, they need some Voltaren for the knuckles. I expect big things out of them when we finally see them in the broadcast.
Yeah, every time these players are playing Halo, they're always playing together. They've always teamed together. They've been as a team since Halo 3, and back then they were the God Squad. There might be a new God Squad, but we'll have to see how Team Immunity can stack up against this new God Squad.
Yeah, I mean, there was even an article over on Halo Australia about ANZ having their very own God Squad, which is NutriBullet. I think Immunity might have something to say about that, but we'll see in due course. Now, one of the positive side effects of not having Team Immunity in these first couple of tournaments is the fact that we're going to be seeing some other teams able to stand out at Raleigh, because of course 3 ANZ teams going over to the first major. We're going to be getting 1 through the qualifier next week, 2 more from points. Bluey, that's going to be absolutely huge to get so much representation for ANZ straight off the bat at the first major.
Yeah, massive, massive opportunity for ANZ, and I know for a fact that none of our teams are taking that lightly. 3 spots, especially now, we've seen 51 teams come in this weekend. That's, huge, but it's also such a slim chance overall. So all of the teams that in this region, we've been watching them. You saw them last weekend, and we're about to see them again. We've seen them playing and scrimming all throughout the week. All of them are taking this so seriously. Competition is fierce, and they are vying for those top 3.
Indeed they are, and representation is cool and all, and we talked about the team skins that everyone can rep for their favourite teams at home, but we also talked about the regional bundle, #CrocGang, here for the ANZ region. Make sure you get your in-game bundle. A portion of the revenue that comes from those bundles do support the local TOs that build up the grassroots scene. It goes directly to supporting initiatives for Halo esports in the region. I know I've got my kit. Make sure you get yours as well. You can check that out along with all of those very, very awesome team skins that are available in-game for you to pick up. Louis, I already know that you're rocking a pretty sexy one of your own as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. I've got that Voltage sniper on me all the time. That beautiful crisp yellow. You can't go past it. If you are in the ANZ region, pick up that bundle. It supports us, and you're going to look fly as hell with it.
Hell yeah, get your swag on, as Blue's got there. Well, look, with all that said, guys, we look forward to your support with the #GrocGang. But let's get into today's first matchup and get these games underway. We can't wait to get it started. Up first, we're going to be having R-Rated versus Divine Mind, and I'm really, really keen to see this lineup. We're going to be seeing R-Rated, who, they've shaken up their lineup. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what they can do. This squad here, Ninjestics, Lunchy, Square, and Wrath. Hoggy, I'm going to go to you. What can you tell us about this squad?
Yeah, Lunchy's joined the squad. Flex Reigns has moved over to NutriBullet. He's upgraded, but Lunchy's come in as well, and he's about on even, if not par, with Flex Reigns. So I don't see any real problems for this team. They're into the winners semi-final. Can they push themselves even further up to the top 3 spot? we'll have to see if they can take down Divine Mind.
Indeed, we will see if they can do that. But of course, one of the players we've called out, Lunchy, has joined this squad, which, after a fantastic performance, third place last week on Nuke and Pave, young Xavier here is looking to put on a show with this new squad. Formerly idolized, for some reason, you add Lunchy, they become R-rated. Make of that what you will. He operates Halo Australia, one of the, well, I guess the main TO here in the region for Halo 5 and grassroots activities. Not too shabby on the 6. Switched from running events to running over kids in Halo Infinite, and boy, he has been making a name for himself. Bluey, I thought he might have been a little bit too washed these days to compete, but no, he's actually putting on a real show here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, no way. Lunchy's proving that he is definitely back in the game. Maybe he's a bit sick of organising and he just wants to show all these players how it's done. Shout outs for Justin last week. Justin mentioned that Lunchy was in his DMs all the time saying, I've still got it. I still have that talent, that thirst to play the game, and he's definitely showcasing that here.
Indeed, he is. We'll be seeing what he can do up against this Divine Mind squad, who, again, another team who's been really, really putting on a show. Pip, Rated, Berserk, and Junior. Now, we'll talk more about Junior in a second, but this squad, a dominating performance. They're some of the best new generation talent here in Australia. And Hoggy, they've been putting on a show both in and out of broadcast, and I can't wait to see what these guys can do.
Yeah, they are the second best team in Australia right now, or Australia and New Zealand, and they've brought in Junior. Junior's coming in for Slays. They're still using their sub-rated, so Slays obviously is not able to compete this weekend, but Junior's brought himself in, and I'm sure this will bolster their team. He's been around for a long time. He's been at the top for a while, so him coming in is a big boost for them. Unfortunately, he's trying to work through some things to be able to get through Raleigh, so hopefully him and the squad can make it work and they can get themselves to Raleigh, even off just the points alone, if they can't beat NutriBullet.
Yeah, and look, it's really, really important to call that out because Junior into the mix is going to be really interesting to watch out for and how this squad dynamic actually plays out. For a reminder of those of you playing at home, Junior was unsure because of in-real-life commitments of his participation in Raleigh and if he's available or not, so they used their sub last week, and now they've got another shake-up because the sub Rated is still in there, so you've got Rated and Junior both playing on this Divine Mind squad. So look out for how they compete. They're all just trying to rack up the points where they can, but this squad is definitely one to watch out for. I can't wait to see what they do here. And again, we've talked about it, Hoggy, over the last, in the last broadcast, and we've talked off air over the last week, just about the development of some of these players throughout the different iterations of Halo. I guess the general consensus when we talk to some of these pros here in ANZ is that Halo Infinite is kind of much more of a callback to some of the older Halo titles prior to Halo 5, and it seems to be that case when you've got some of these old school players being in standout squads.
Yeah, there's a lot of old school players in these top teams, but even at the top, NutriBullet, they're all new. Not all newer players. Praddy's is not as new, but the top echelon is still newer, but overall, the top 8 sort of teams are older players and a lot of old players. So Halo Infinite really is running back the clock, I guess, for all these players, and it gives them a really good chance to show their case now on a proper stage rather than just an ACL stage.
Well, we're about to see what these players can do here in the ANZ Open number 2. We've introduced our first 2 teams. Let's look at the maps that they're going to be playing on. We're still in a best of 3 at this stage of the tournament until we get to that grand final. So up first, we're going to be seeing Strongholds on Recharge, followed by Slayer on Aquarius, and if we get to it, CTF on Bazaar. Now, Bluey, I'm not too sure if we're going to make it there. Divine Mind looking strong, but so is that R-Rated squad. What are you thinking?
Man, I really hope we get to that third game. I really hope that the games we're about to see between these two teams are just an absolute brawl. I would like to point out that Strongholds on Recharge is a really tough map to have to go into for your first series, having to just get that total control over the map and be aware of where the team is at all times. Just being such a CQC presence that Recharge is as a map itself. But both these teams, have it in them. Hopefully they've been warming up their thumbs a little bit because it's going to be a tough one going into this first map.
And moving on to that Slayer Aquarius Hoggy, both teams have really dominant Slayers on their squad. I can't really pick between these two teams who's going to have that team dynamic down pat more. You could arguably say Divine Mind, but they've been changing up their roster. So is R-Rated. I'm not really sure if you can call it between the two.
Yeah, no, you really can't. And I think Stronghold's Recharge will give us a good idea going into the Slayer of how both these teams are going to stack up, because even in an objective game mode, for example, you might see one team completely outslay the other, but they could still win the game even being outslayed. But in Slayer, that's not how it works. If you get outslayed, you're done. So we'll just have to see how the first game goes, and then we can move on to the Slayer, and maybe the first game will give us an indication of how the second game is going to go.
Indeed, it might. We'll just have to wait and see, but let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, guys and girls, this is the ANZ HCS Open number 2. We're ready to get started here with Divine Mind versus R-Rated. I hope you're as hyped as we are. Let's get in the action. Hoggy, take it away for our first game.
Yeah, Divine Mind versus R-Rated. Lunchy's in a battle already right off the bat. He's new into this squad, but it does not matter. He's totally in there, ready to fight. 4 down, though, for Rated. Not a very good start for R-Rated.
Absolute scrap off the beginning, fighting for that camo with everything they had. And, you know, Divine Mind coming out the victor with Berserk having that camo now. Man, I'm honestly really surprised. I thought R-Rated would have slowed down the pace a little bit there off the get-go, but we saw the players just melt on the side of R-Rated. Not something you want to see, Hoggy.
Yeah, not a great start for R-Rated. Oh, big turnaround from Square. Camera in the hands of Berserk, though. He needs to stay alive, do what he can. His team is about to cap B as well, so they'll be able to take the points. It's a slight lead for R-Rated as Berserk's trying to get this C cap. He'll find Ninjestics for a free kill, and he's on a killing spree off the start. So a good start for Berserk. They've finally got the 2 caps, and they'll be getting some points.
Yeah, really good, like, just catch-up in general from both these teams. You know, it was super scrappy in the beginning, but R-Rated did seem to take a little bit of a slowdown there and managed to recompose themselves, and we're already seeing the score come off. But that triple kill just straight off the bat, man, we were mentioning Slayers in the first time, and if you're going to have a player like Berserk pop off throughout the entirety of this first match here, it's going to be massive.
Yeah, it was 4 down again for the team of R-Rated Berserk. He's on 8 kills. Can he get the killing frenzy? That's all that matters now. They just need to keep stacking up the points. His teammates are there. 1 more kill for the killing frenzies. His teammates are coming in. He's got the 1 shot in front of him. Can he get it? He can't quite turn. He does. He manages. So killing frenzy for Berserk. The game is starting beautifully for Divine Minds. They have a trip cap as well.
Man, I would say at R-Rated right now, they've got to make it a priority to shut down Berserk, because if you've got a man like him with a killing frenzy, is he going to get shut down right now? He does, but that's that huge piece of momentum that R-Rated might need right there. If they say, okay, Berserk was going massive, we've shut him down now, it's time for us to take a bit of control. They should be able to lock down this map a little better than what they have been, Hoggy.
Yeah, it's a really big start. 3 players from Rated trying to get the C cap. 2 of them go down. The 3rd will go down as well. So they're 3 dead again. The game is not looking very good for R-Rated. Divine Minds dominating. Berserk dominating. And Lunchy still doesn't have a kill, Bluey.
Just some big wipes, man. What is happening with Lunchy? You know, we gave him the highlight before, we gave him the spot, and he is a phenomenal player all around. But I think, as I said, might be a little hard for those little arthritis-ridden thumbs to for him to wave them off at the moment. Recharge is just such a tough map to take control of, and Divine Mind are all over it, like just a coordinated hive mind of ants right now.
Yeah, Rated gets himself out of trouble. He will go down, though. 1 dead for each team. Let's see if Rated is able to grab this A point. They do. They have B as well. They're finally going to be up-ticking. Pips is trying to take a challenge. He will be able to win. He gets help from his team. They'll probably be able to take back A and keep the points moving in their favor, even though it momentarily moved towards Rated.
Yeah, like again, Divide Mind are just hopping up. We see just moment. They have a triple cap right now. Like, what is happening with R-Rated? They are still playing really well. You know, they've got a decent amount of kills on the board. Obviously, nothing in comparison to what Berserk has. Read Berserk's name right now. 15 kills on the board, but they have shut him down. They know that they can do it, so they've just got to build up the appropriate amount of hold on this map and take control of some of those points, because getting blown out on a 3 cap in the first round already is an absolute stunt. Like, that's just going to slow the pace down momentally.
Yeah, it's not ideal for R-Rated at the moment. Junior's got the sword in his hands. He finds 1. Won't be able to find the 2nd. Rated will clean up the kill on him. 4 dead again for R-Rated. So more points ticking in for Divine Mind. This is an absolute dominating performance. They're all spawning at gold and long haul. They're trapped here. Divine Minds have them trapped, and they cannot do anything about it. Square will be put 1 shot by Berserk. He's going to look to help out his teammates as they get the call outs. There's still 3 of them alive for R-Rated, but they're still not able to get a cap, Bluey. They're just getting dominated.
Straight out the gate, we're seeing Divine Mind play so well. I'm actually kind of in awe right now, and I'm wondering if it's the experience of such a long-time dedicated player like Junior being able to make the appropriate calls that they might not have had last week. They take the round 1 so cleanly, so quickly. Look at that score differential. My lord, you know, we're going to see if they can keep that up, because they still have some rounds to go out on here, but it's going to be huge. If this is how the rest of the series plays out, man, Divine might have it in the bag. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 250 points to 17. It was a trip cap almost from start to finish. I'm not sure how many kills Lunchy got, but I would love to see the scoreboard to see what he was on, because I think Berserk managed to get 15, 16, 17 times his kills, because I don't know how many Lunchy managed to get. But it's just a really rough start for R-rated. Even with Lunchy coming in and Flex Rain stepping out, things haven't looked very good against Divine Mind. They didn't get the chance to play them last week, but they just got dominated.
Yeah, we're going to need to see from our rated R, a complete change around of what they're doing. We're going to look at the scoreboard right here. And Lunchy copping the egg. 0 kills and 10 deaths. Man, oh man, something's going to have to change there. We saw the cracks immediately, though, unfold in the game with 4 going down. And from that point, Berserk was just all over him. Look at these accuracy stats coming out from the members of Divine Mind. They were all over it, pinpointing where they needed to be. And, I want to call back. Maybe Junior was just given the right calls all over the place there. Fantastic job from Divine Mind.
Yeah, Lunchy still had solid damage. He still has good damage up with his team, but he just could not finish a kill. I guess when you look at the side of Divine Minds, most of the times when we were watching them, they were running into players that were already one-shot. Unlucky for Lunchy, he doesn't have that luxury of running into one-shots around the map, because he could not find anyone to kill.
That's got to be demoralizing, though, from a mental perspective. I'm hoping Lunchy's mental isn't too boom here. We see this triple kill
chance to get
come
a kill
out,
right there.
and the triple gets cleaned up. So unfortunate for him. Really good play from Divine Mind. I'm already excited, Hoggy. I'm pumped, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, Berserk's coming in super, super hot with a dominating start. So R-rated, they've been dominated Slayer-wise in this game, and we're moving into a Slayer into the next game, Bluey, so I'm not sure I like their chances going into game number 2.
This could be a really, really quick cleanup, and if that's the case, man, that's going to be a really rough start for R-rated coming into this series. They readjusted their roster, and we were looking at it beforehand going like, wow, they have a really solid Stern foundation here, but seeing how that first game went, they've got to change some things up. They've got to be in the comms right now, yelling at each other. Lunchy, 0 kills, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, there's a heat wave on Aquarius, though. Maybe Lunchy could jump on the heat wave instead. Get rid of the VR, jump on a heat wave. Maybe that'll help him out. I don't know. He didn't even get a kill in that game. And going into a Slayer, if Lunchy can't get a kill in Slayer, they're playing 3v4. That's not going to be easy.
Look, as you said, though, he still had good damage up on the board with the rest of his team, so there was something clicking there overall, but it was just not being able to manage to capture those kills in the final moments. Missing that last shot over and over again is not a mistake you can make. Even having to make the call appropriately for the rest of your team to be able to kill it up, that's what they needed in that Strongholds game, and it just doesn't feel like they ever really got it.
Yeah, well, there is one bonus going into game number 2. We're on Aquarius. Aquarius is not as good for the sightlines, so they won't be able to get the team shot going necessarily for Divine Minds. Maybe R-rated can work together a bit better on a map where they don't have to necessarily shoot across map. They can kind of move around together and try to get the kills that way, because they just got dominated. And in a stronghold, it is a lot easier to know where they're spawning and just kind of collapse on them, because you know that they have to get a cap to move on. Whereas on Aquarius, not as big as sightlines, they can maybe move around the map together, and it'll be harder for Divine Minds to be able to catch them out.
Yeah, really well said there, Hoggy. Hopefully R-rated can take advantage of sort of the more chaotic nature that unfolds in the Slayer game. Even if you do get it down to the wire, say it's, a 49 to a 49 at the end, you can still sort of maintain control at the map at those points, but the spawns from the get-go are going to be a little more chaotic, so hopefully R-rated do come into the game prepared for that. Maybe it was just the throw-off of knowing the Stronghold spawns. Maybe it was something that Divine Mind had a little more practice of in the week that just passed from our first competition. But yeah, they're going to have to shake up the gameplay somewhere. I know I keep repeating myself, but that was an absolute blowout performance for Divine Mind.
Yeah, there's no doubt the Divine Mind are practiced. They've brought in Junior. We've talked about Junior a lot, and I don't know if you could say off this game specifically that they're clearly and definitely better than last week, but I think having Junior in there has obviously helped them a lot.
Yeah, just a huge shot performance. But that being said, Hoggy, first impressions matter. And if this is the first impression that we're getting from this slightly changed Divine Mind roster, that's fantastic for them. And as we get into this game too, we're going to see them just already peppering shots across the map. But you can see that dispersion off the very end. None of them want to deal with a midsection battle.
Yeah, R-rated just spreading out across the map. You can see two of them on the left, two of them on the right. Junior goes down for the first kill. So they do manage to get one kill. Ninjestics on the board for his team. Berserk will go down, so no killing frenzy for him. Camo is in the hands of Rated though. So Divine Minds, it's not the perfect start, but they do have the camo.
Yeah, really good one overall, them getting camo on a map like this, especially so early into the game. You typically, on an Aquarius Slayer match, see a little bit of delay in grabbing the camo. We're going to see back smack here, massive for Raiden. He's going to get in the back line. Can he take this BR? He does for the double. How does he do that? How does he pull that off? My God.
Munchie had a good chance for a kill there, but he couldn't get it, so he's still on none. Rated, he's got a player to his left. He'll get challenged. He'll probably go down. He does. So good teamwork from Rated, and that's what we need to see from them. They're only down by 4. They're still in the game. It's early days. Lunchie's trying to stay alive. Pips is pushing in. The Dynamo Grenade almost takes down Square. He's one shot. He manages to clean up a kill. Square's still alive somehow. 2 dead on either side, though. The game is close. 4 kills, only the difference.
Yeah, Ninjestics is actually playing a really good anchor game right now. You can see he's putting really good shots down. He's giving the appropriate calls. Unfortunately, curse of the camera, I guess I do call him out, and he does go down. But you could see the position that he took there, and he just got that really good overlook of top mid, which on Aquarius is such a fundamental position to hold, because on Slayer especially, the spawns are so chaotic that giving your team top mid control means that you can call out pretty much the spawns at all times. So for Ninjestics to be able to like shut down Divine Mind there, constantly give the calls and call across map, you know, they have mid control, let's shoot now, was really good overall from R-Rated. They are sort of picking up where they might have slacked off in that Strongholds recharge game.
Yeah, definitely. Lunchie's still on 0 kills. I think if R-Rated aren't able to win this game, we at least want Lunchie to get a kill. Let's try to stay on Lunchie, maybe. Let's see if Lunchie can manage to get himself a kill. His teammate Wrath will go down. He finds 2. He can see 2 above him. He will have to back down. His teammates won't be able to help him just yet. He's got R-Rated behind him. Rated's in the fight with him. He takes him down. There's his first kill. And it's a 4-shot as well. That's exactly what we want to see from Lunchie.
Yeah, good, really good play there from like really strong BR. You can see, you know, like Lunchie still has it. He's still strong on it, but there's something not quite clicking with R-Rated right now. I don't know, maybe they should be taking this slower, like as a 4, sort of grouping up, making kind of like a death ball there. Berserk with a really good BR at the moment, but like again, Divine Mind are just playing so strong. They have 8 kills, the difference right now, which in Slayer you do not want to see, because Slayer gets snowbally really fast, and on a map like Aquarius, you can take that snowball to the 10th degree.
Yeah, 8 kills the lead. Berserk's trying to challenge Wrath. He won't be able to get him. Lunchie comes in to help out, so he will go down. On board with Wrath now. Let's see if R-Rated can get themselves back into the game. They're only down by 7 kills. Wrath will take down 1. So it's still just back and forth at the moment. Little even from both teams. Rated's trying to do the best that they can to work together. They'll manage to trade out a kill. It is 2 dead now for R-Rated though. So Divine Mind still in the lead comfortably.
We did see a little bit of the, as I mentioned, like the death ball. You had 3 members of R-Rated up on top mid, BRing, you know, select players one at a time, which I think is the right move that they need to take going forward. But every time it just seemed Divine Mind saw that and they had the perfect counter. I'm not quite sure what that counter was. It all went by so quickly, but they got it tough.
Yeah, double kill for Square. He won't be able to get the triple. 4 down momentarily for Divine Minds. Camo is coming up in 10 seconds, so R-Rated will be able to grab that. They're only down by 7. They were down by 10, so they're bringing things back. Square can see that Junior is just around the corner. He'll take the fight, though. He'll not be able to take him down. Junior, beautiful shots out of him. He will get cleaned up by his teammate. Lunchie does clean him up. He's managed to get 3 kills on the board, so he's already doing 3 times better than last game.
Yeah, come on, Lunchie. We need to see this performance go harder, faster. You know, we want to see you top of the leaderboard, mate. We know you can do it. You're landing great shots at the moment. They've just got to come in a little bit stronger than what they are now. And seeing as though Divine Mind just managed to get that, retake that camo, once again, I think this is probably the 2nd time that they've managed to get it, if not the 3rd. That's really devastating for R-Rated, because camo is basically the power weapon of this map. You want to keep that control of it, and they're just not managed to get it off.
Square totally stuck. Divine Minds working together perfectly. Their team shots coming in. They know exactly where the side of R-Rated are. They have the camo. They're up by 13 kills now. Big kill from Junior. You can see his 2 teammates across the map. They're sprinting in. They do not care where R-Rated are. They will challenge them together and take them down together. So Divine Mind still in the lead. easy game at the moment. You can't say that it's been too hard for them. They're up by 15 kills.
Yeah, the members of Divine Mind seem to be sort of working together and stuck together like glue. You called out that little Bonnie and Clyde duo running through right there, and I think that's exactly what it was, you know. They're just sending their members out, you know, like out in a pair and then having two sort of split back and be able to make the calls and sort of get those cleanup kills that are really necessary. Rated right now, he's on the board for Divine Mind at 11-4, and he's 11-7 at the moment, but he's still got 4 assists. So every member of Divine Mind is sort of putting in the work where necessary. No members are slacking off right now. It's crazy to watch, you know. Divine Mind are absolutely on it.
Yeah, Berserk might not be on a killing frenzy this game, but he's got 11 assists, so he is still popping off. He might not be able to get the kills, but he is helping his teammates get them. So Divine Mind is working together really well. They're all on this side of the map. He'll be challenged by Junior. Lunchy's stuck by himself. He does manage to kill him, though. His teammate comes in. Lunchy gets a beat down. It doesn't count, and Rated takes him down.
No
oh my god, that's so
way.
unfortunate, and it's almost all dead now for R-Rated. Lunchy's melee didn't count.
It's just not Lunchy's day, man. That's all I can put it to. It's not Lunchy's day. I can say, you know, we're watching his POV and he's playing really well, and you can tell that his team are responding to the calls because you can see those team shots coming out. But that being said, they just haven't been able to gain the momentum that they need. Like, look at the scoreboard right now. 3 kills to make up this series for Divine Mind. And they take it from R-Rated's hands, and it seems like R-Rated never really had it in their hands in the first place.
Yep, they'll push straight in, take down Wraith. They're going to try to find Lunchy. Lunchy does get help from his teammate, so he will take down Berserk. Only 2 kills the lead. They're not going to get staked this game. 1 kill left. Pips is with Junior. There's a player in the base to his right. Shots across the map. That's game number 2, and that's the series for Divine Minds.
Yeah, Divine Mind. So strong there. Wow, I'm gritting ear to ear. That was such like good games to see from like how they developed from last week to coming into this week. That Stronghold game straight off the bat. White 4, let's take the game from this point. Nowhere else for us to go but the win. Crazy.
Guys, today I learnt that they were called R-rated because they got effed. After that first game, wow. And look, I was passing notes to production like while we were waiting, you know, I'm sorry, Lunchy, I talked you up, but maybe that was a mistake.
Oh, no.
But no, what a rough start for R-rated, because that was an F-rated performance. All right, I'll stop. I'm sorry, guys. It was entertaining nonetheless, and unfortunately they were defeated. Now, look, let's put those jokes aside, because we said at the beginning, Divine Mind, dominant squad, and you know, I may have been, you know, riding his coattail a little bit and just talking up Junior a lot, but I think it was for good reason. Hoggy, I think he was the secret sauce to allow this squad to just stand out as much as they did in this game.
Yeah, they've really come through and dominated, but Berserk, he put up an incredible performance in game 1. 15 kills this game, 11 assists again. But I guess the best way to put it, Josh, is Junior's kind of he's the glue. He's brought them together, and they just seem to be quite dominant now with Junior in the side.
Yeah, it seems that way. They just looked like they were really put together, a great squad, and they showed off in this matchup. Bluey, as we're going through some of these replays and some of the highlights, you know, what really stood out for you, and what do you think, if you could name maybe a couple of things, that was the difference between these two squads, and why do you think potentially that the scores were so different?
I want to use a corporate buzzword right now, if I may, and that's synergy. Synergy. Man, oh man, did we see it coming out from Divine Mind. And as you said, like, maybe it just took such a seasoned member like Junior to come into this squad. As I mentioned before, they're sort of new generational talent on Divine Mind, to sort of pick apart what they had good, what they didn't have not so good, and be like, okay, these are areas that we can improve on as a team and as players. You know, you can fix these, you can adjust these, and you're going to come together stronger overall.
That, of course, is going to lead us to our overview, 250-17 if you missed it. And look, I don't blame you if you did. If you blinked, you would have. And then a 50-32, just missing out on the Staketacular, but nonetheless, an absolutely dominating performance here by Divine Mind, and R-rated will be taken out there in that matchup. Really, really keen to see what they can do in the lower bracket, because things are not done just yet. But Hoggy, did you expect it to go any other different kind of way? We talked about it going into the matchup. We said it was going to be, well, we thought probably relatively close, but I guess not.
Yeah, I thought it would actually be kind of close, similar. Obviously, Divine Minds, they've had more of a chance to practice together because they've been a team properly from the very beginning, even though they haven't had Junior and they're using Rated instead. you can tell that they've played more together. And I think that was clear in that series. And I think that also shows that how far ahead really is NutriBullet above Divine Mind. Because if we're seeing Divine Mind dominate that hard against R-rated, they've then come up against NutriBullet, and NutriBullet has dominated them. So there's a very big disparity in the teams, it seems, at the moment. But Divine Mind looked dominant in that series.
Yeah, indeed they did, and I'm pretty keen to hear from these guys of what their thoughts on it, but we'll get to that in just a second. I really think, and I think we've touched on it, I want to use your buzzword as well, Blue, because I think synergy is actually perfect. Junior, for those who don't know, I consider him one of the best in our region. Now, I would argue that across multiple games and for how long he's been around and always a top performer, I think he's one of the best. And one thing that really stands out for me, Blue, is if you watch his streams, which he's been grinding in the lead up to Infinite, he's always that calm, collected voice, always getting the communication going. And he's the guy that, to me at least, when I watch the broadcast, even when they're playing eights, he's the guy who's still calling out, he's calming, he's trying to talk through strategy, even when others are just there to maybe stuff around a bit, which fair enough, you're just playing some eights. Junior always has his game face on, and I think that was the difference maker in this one.
Yeah, it's that background, that experience that you have as a player. I think in Halo Infinite it really shines too. I think in this game, and I'll say this for anyone watching and sort of looking to get into the game, comms are so important, especially in these, these ranked playlists and these competitive settings. The team shot is so strong. If you can nail that down, especially in your four, if you're a group of friends and you can nail down that communication in a competitive setting, you are going to excel because comms are so strong. I can't emphasize that enough. It's so easy to see a team who's comming correctly and who isn't comming correctly in this setting.
Well, this is all just our guess at what's going on. Let's actually talk to the man himself. I'm excited for this interview, guys. We've got Junior on the line with us at the moment. Junior, my friend, it's good to chat to you and good to have you on the broadcast. I have to say, firstly, congratulations. And before we get into any details, let me know, my friend, how are you feeling after that win? Did it go as the way that you expected it to?
Yeah, definitely. That game went exactly the way we wanted it to. I mean, we've played those guys before. We're pretty confident in what we're doing at the moment. And yeah, we've been playing heaps this week. We've been grinding, so we just do what we've been practicing. Our main thing that we're trying to work on is playing a little bit more together as a unit. I think we did it better that game, so that was good. Very kind words of you though, Josh. Like, as you say, we were playing eights, and that's just the Junior curse. You get Junior on your team, and I'm going to play it seriously no matter who we're playing against. It's just a good bang for buck as far as time. And if you look at the NA League, man, they are so far ahead of everybody already. So we need to use every second that we have to play and put our heads together and try and learn because, yeah, they're impressive, and we've got to stay focused if we want to be anything like those guys.
Yeah, I did mention before, using synergy as the key point for how you guys played there, and it was crystal clear that was coming through really strong with all the players that you had. Is that something that you've just been developing, focusing on as a point? Looking at these players, they are sort of fresh faces, especially in comparison to how long you've been playing. So are the comms something that you've really just been trying to nail down in the past week?
Definitely. I mean, everyone's new to the game, so everyone's trying to get their individual skill up. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, it's the teamwork which is going to make your team succeed together, and just pushing together, and comms come into that so deeply. So yeah, comms, teamwork. I mean, we've been working on that mainly. Individual skills going to come with time, but definitely, yeah, getting all the boys on the same page is a priority for all the anyone who's playing at this level. Yeah.
Yeah, Junior, we saw you guys dominate in that series last week. Your team was in the final against NutriBullet. They didn't come through well, and they managed to they kind of got dominated similar to the way you kind of just dominated. But do you think you coming into the team really solidifies the team? And do you think this week you guys have a really good chance going up against NutriBullet if you happen to get back to the final? And we'll probably see you guys against them in the winners final.
It's hard to say. I mean, Slazy is such a beast, so I mean, I can try and put in my best effort. Individually, I'm not exactly where I have been in past Halos, but yeah, I think with me on the team, I bring a bit more leadership, but at the same time, it depends which junior you get, whether you get the 2018 Worlds Junior where I'm losing it on the main stage, or whether you get that kind of average junior where he's just not quite game ready. I need to dig more hours into the game. I've been trying my best, so yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we can pull out a W against the big NutriBullet. Hopefully we won't get thrown in the blender, so yeah.
Junior, I like that, by the way. But Junior, I have to ask, you and I have actually had a chat off broadcast, but I'm wondering what you can share with us here on broadcast about your participation in Raleigh, if you're trying to get there, what you're trying to achieve with you and the squad, and if there's anything you can kind of just touch on with that, with you, your team, and what's kind of going on amongst the squad leading up to that event.
I mean, obviously with Raleigh, I mean, the main thing is there's a question mark as to whether I can get enough work off for Raleigh. And so the boys thought that obviously playing with Snakey, our reserve player, was going to be a better bet as far as getting the right amount of practice together and that chemistry built. Obviously, I can play these first 2 tournaments, and that's why I'm here. The 3rd tournament, I'm finding really difficult to get off work. So, and you have to qualify with the team that you play with in the tournament. So, yeah, it's really tricky. No one knows all the information at this point, and we're kind of, day by day unfolding it. But at the moment, it's not looking promising for me to be able to get to Raleigh, but you never know what happens. So see how it all plays out.
Well, that's unfortunate to hear that you might not make it, but I do hope you do, Junior. Start a GoFundMe. I'll chuck you about treat fitty to try and get it started. But hopefully you can make it, mate. I think you're a great representation for not only for your squad, but for ANZ as well. We're going to leave it there, mate. Congratulations on the win. I look forward to seeing you guys continue in the tournament and indeed for the rest of the Halo Infinite calendar, mate. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Good games to Lunchy's team. Sorry about the goose.
Awesome. What a thing! I don't know how genuine that was, or if that was an elbow at the end. I'm sure, knowing Junior, it was genuine. But look, an entertaining way to kick things off here today, Bluey. I think we've got a great series, and I have a feeling that we're only just getting started today.
Yeah, man, oh man, what a way to kick it off. Like, if this is what we can expect to see for the rest of the games today, I've already got the blood pumping. I'm ready to go. Can we get into the next game now? Is that possible? Guys, hello?
I really hope so. Hoggy, and after hearing some of Junior's responses there, what's going on with the team really makes a lot of sense now. And, we've talked him up, but I think it's kind of carried through there through his answers, just what we're talking about that composure, the way he carries himself. It's not just in this interview, that's how he is in game as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's very cool, calm, collected. He speaks well, so his comms in game would be good. He's always been at the top, and for him to be in this team, it's got to be important for them, just even on the experience factor. And I guess if he can't go, at least he can sort of be as a coach and a mentor, I guess is the best way to put it. Mentor is probably the best way because he's probably not going to be able to be there in person, but a mentor for the team, if he can't go to Raleigh, would probably be a perfect outcome.
I can't wait to see what actually happens. I hope he gets there. But guys, that's just our first series of the day. There's plenty of action to come here in the ANZ HCS Open number 2. I'm good mates with Lunchy, so I'm going to go console him. Hope he's okay as he goes down to the lower bracket. We're going to be back with our second series right after this short break.
Halo Infinite does a great job at balancing both the mechanics of Halo 3 and Halo 5. Bringing those two worlds into one is like such a great thing for Halo Infinite and for the player base in general.
Infinite seems a lot more about exactly what they've tried to design it to be, which is, you spawn in with a battle rifle and you've got to go around and pick up whatever grenades and other weapons you want. And then you're really just fighting for the best parts of the map and the power positions.
Definitely the movement aspect. I'm glad they stuck with sprinting and sliding. So I feel like if you've got that cracked movement, it's just, you can be an absolute menace on the map.
Seems a bit similar to Halo 3. Obviously, there's these new mechanics in there, but I'm really liking how it's a bit of a slower game. Your BR start seems a bit more strategy and sort of more of a calculated sort of team pushing. I'm really liking that aspect to it.
The Slayer game type is a staple of competitive, but I would like to see it just in the series once, like in a best of 5. I think it would be really awesome to see that as a game 5. I've never been a fan of Slayer as an objective just because of the way it plays, but I still think it belongs in Halo to a degree.
On the larger maps where you have a lot more space to kind of like hide, it doesn't really play well. It creates this weird, like, really slow and passive Halo dynamic.
I wouldn't say they're not skillful, but I wouldn't say they're as skillful as objective game modes. And I think they'd fit a perfect tiebreaker for a series. So putting them as the last map that's played, if the series reaches that point, would be a perfect spot for them.
I feel like it's essential for Halo. It's always been there. It should be there. You can't have a lot of Slayers in like the best of 5 and the best of 7s. You're going to have like a Slayer and objective, then a Slayer again.
I really enjoy Slayer. Like, you have to work as that, the core 4. You have to really work together to get those 50 kills.
I think Slayers should honestly only be for game 5. I don't think there should be 2 Slayers in a best of 5.
I guess the gripes with Slayers of all the time is that there can be an element of randomness to it. So, if a team gets on a roll, gets some power weapons, they can sort of almost steal the game from you if you're a lesser team. In saying that, I do think it does belong. So far, though, it does seem to be a bit of a trade fest, and it has been hard to sort of get a bit of ascendancy and sort of set up. So it seems to be sort of going back and forth and just trading rather than, getting it set up and, focusing on power weapons.
I love Slayers because, I still think it takes skill. You have to spawn in, you have to collect things around the map, whether that be grenades or weapons. You need to earn kills. I think it's fun.
For the future competitive Infinite, I think they need some more maps, maybe 1 or 2 remixes from some old Halos.
I do hope there's going to be more partner teams, especially like for the ANZ scene. This will be huge to have partner teams, and then to have like an ANZ like team skin would be mind blowing. So that'll be freaking cool to see as well.
What's that? He's okay? All right, okay. So we're all good, guys. We're all good. We've got the Kleenex lunchy. He's fantastic. He's all good. He's all right. Actually, no, I didn't do that. We made sure he was good, but he's actually pumped to make it through the lower bracket. If you're just tuning in, guys, this is the HCS ANZ Open number 2. I'm in Maniac, joined here on the broadcast with Bluey and Hoggy. We just finished series number 1 of Divine Mind versus R-Rated. It was a very quick series. Divine Mind proving they are extremely dominant in this region and that they are not to be underestimated. R-rated. Unfortunately, we'll be going down into the elimination bracket. We'll be seeing more of them soon. But Hoggy, a lot of great action already took place. We were making some jokes there at the expense of Lunchy, but we checked in with him and he's actually just excited. I think I even saw him in the Twitch chat just to get started into his next series.
Yeah, he's on the redemption arc for the next series because it didn't start out too well. So he'll pick up, he'll be right. But yeah, R-rated, not off to the greatest start, but we got to see how dominant Divine Minds are. With Junior, they're still dominant. So they're looking good going further in the tournament for Divine Minds. R-rated, they've got to pick it up a bit. They're in the elimination bracket now. This is their only chance. They can't be losing now.
And we'll be checking out that bracket in just a second because I am keen to see who they're going to be up against and who they're going to have to beat to move forward. Starting in the upper bracket, of course, NutriBullet. Off air, they did get their 2-0 victory over BBR, so they'll be going through to the winners bracket final versus Divine Mind, who obviously we just saw take down R-rated. I'm incredibly keen to see that NutriBullet versus Divine Mind winners bracket final. Something tells me that may be the grand final. However, do not rule out our elimination bracket. We've got some great matches coming up here where we saw Death Ruptor, of course, the 2-0 over Magic 5. They are now taking on BBR after their loss that we just talked about. Direwolves now up against R-rated, and that's the match that we will be covering in just a second. Now, we've talked about Direwolves a little bit. Very, very keen to see these guys and how they go up against R-rated on this broadcast, and if we can see R-rated come back from that pretty rough loss against Divine Mind. Seeing the bracket, how it's gone so far though, Bluey, are there any surprises to you, or is there anyone you expected to see here perhaps from last week that we haven't seen today, or just any thoughts on the bracket so far?
Look, again, I am still surprised by Death Ruptor fans. It's really good to see a new team sort of come into the fray like they have and get the position that they have. Really good for them. But overall, I think things are playing out pretty much like what we expected. No surprise that we see NutriBullet take over BBR there. It is unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen an upset, but I think I'm wishing upon a star for that one at the moment. But yeah, overall, it's playing out pretty much like I expected to see today. It seems like we're running on script pretty well, Inman. Yeah?
I would say so. I think this is about what we had expected. We've got the big names still up here. Again, the way the bracket unfolds and how the dynamic changes once we do see that immunity squad come into play as we get into the new year, I'm really excited to see how it kind of goes, so what kind of matchups and narratives we'll be following there. Very, very excited for that one. But Hoggy, same question for you. Was there any kind of surprises for you? Was there anything unexpected about the bracket, or do you think it's kind of gone to script as well?
Yeah, well, Death Ruptor fans moving themselves into the top 6. That's a good achievement for them. They go up against BBR, tough opponent. BBR's seem to be solid. You can't really say they've been bad. They were in the winners semi last week. They managed to drop out straight away in the elimination bracket last week. They just didn't have a great Sunday. So hopefully they can bring that through today. And then Direwolves, they've moved themselves up from top 8 to top 6. And they're against R-rated coming up. And R-rated and Direwolves both have an important matchup. This is an important matchup because points are so important right now. So like moving up one extra spot, that's a whole chunk of more points. And with Direwolves coming in 8th, they need the points. R-rated, they finished 4th last week. They also need the points because only top 3 matters.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that there's a real opportunity for these guys to go forward. I think Direwolves maybe need just a little bit more time to kind of warm up and really get adjusted. We've talked about how some of the older players that have been around taking more time to adjust to Halo Infinite versus others. It does kind of lend itself to being a game that I think that new and old can adjust to really, really well. And I think we're kind of seeing that, right? You're seeing some competitive gameplay coming out, some of the real OGs. You know, we've talked about the ads and we've talked about the Benos and all these kind of guys, but it's, again, at the top, we're talking about the guys who are, relatively speaking, still new. You know, how many times have we mentioned Barcode's name as being at the top? You've got Pips in there as well. All these kind of guys that are really at the top. It kind of just shows, I believe, that Halo Infinite really appeals to both. And I know, Bluey, that even, you know, we've played a few games in ranked. I think you see, but it doesn't matter who you come up against, if it's the Pips of the world or if it's the Juniors, you and I are both getting smashed.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, fantastic point you just mentioned before. It does play really well to both crowds, you know, and we have teams here that are composed of like very relatively new talent in terms of competitive Halo wise. You know, you're talking like 5-6 years. Their competitive lifespan mainly rode on Halo 5. 5. So being able to transition so well from a game like Halo 5 into something that, like Infinite, that sort of takes a mix of both worlds, it just shows like how well they've integrated sort of both sort of tail ends of the franchise. I guess that's a really good way to put it, you know, old and new at the same time.
And Hoggy, what I'm noticing with this whole old new versus new dynamic is that, you know, both groups of people, as you would, you know, we kind of affectionately call them, you know, you've got the H5 players and the old H3 guard. They're both adapting to the new additions to Halo very, very well in Halo Infinite. You know, we've seen that really sick grapple play last weekend with that triple kill that came from Barcode, but I've been watching some scrims and just watching some 8s, and it seems like the old guard are adjusting just as fine as well, and I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing a lot more. You know, I'm pretty sure it might have been Ogre 1, I'm not too sure, but I saw one of the OGs also using the repulsor, for example, on Livefire, knocking a couple of players off map when they were trying to protect B over there. But seeing both the old and new adjusting to Halo Infinite, I think is really exciting.
Yeah, no, it is. It's definitely exciting. And it's funny that we say the old and the new, but the newer players are still not that new. They've been around for a while. Halo 5's been out for years, and they dominated through Halo 5, or at the top, you know, the longer time went on, the more the newer players started to dominate. And the fact that they had the experience to play through Halo 5 and continue to play and then move on to Master Chief Collection during that off period allowed them to sort of learn both sides. So the newer players have the older experience now from Master Chief Collection. They have the newer experience. So it's just a little bit harder for the older people, I think, to catch up, especially with, you know, the arthritis that we keep touching on.
hopefully that's it's wearing off for them as they get that Voltaren in. But look, all that said, let's get into our next matchup, guys. We're ready to rock and roll. We are, of course, going to be seeing R-Rated up against Direwolves, and again, another matchup that I'm keen to see. You know, Direwolves, I think that they didn't really get their run last week. They were eliminated before we could cover them on broadcast, and R-Rated, obviously, they're on that redemption arc that we're talking about. They really need to step it up here. We saw the squad here, Najestics, Lunchy, Square, and Wrath. Went down pretty quickly, shall we say. 250 to 17, I think it was, and something like a 50-32 in the Slayer. They were under Idolized last week, if you weren't following along. Flex Reigns has now left. He's going to be filling in, as we talked about on the NutriBullet squad, and Lunchy we've talked about a bit. But from this squad, I want to talk about Najestics. I really think that Najestics is one of those players that isn't talked about enough, I would argue. We've seen him in a lot of our highlight reels and a lot of our content that we've got to fill in between matches. But I think we don't really talk about him as much as we should. He broke out in Halo 5. He's one of the biggest up-and-coming players. And Bluey, we've seen him around. We've seen him online. We've seen him in scrims and 8s. And I actually think he's a superstar player. And he's that kind of guy, I feel, that just after a little bit more competitive experience in Halo Infinite, this is, you know, we're not even 2 weeks into the game. I think he's one of those guys to really look out for.
Yeah, maybe even, I think some of that just he gets overshadowed a little bit, because I think he more represents like a really key component of Infinite, which is just having a strong foundational player that the rest of the players can play off. We saw in that Aquarius Slayer game that he was playing more of an anchoring position for the rest of his team, which I thought was a really good play, and again, something that's often overlooked, and you need those players on your team to build up from. You know, you can't have all-stars all around. Sometimes you do have those teams that are just composed of, you know, the absolute wish upon a star fantasy Halo teams. I think we see a bit of that in NutriBullet, but overall you need those really strong anchors to keep your team focused, give the right calls, and just provide consistency all around. And I think Najestics is exactly that.
Yeah, I think so as well. They'll be playing for their tournament lives here in the elimination bracket up against R-Rated, who we've just seen them. They were just eliminated out of the winners bracket, but they're still here competing for their spot in the tournament. I'm really keen to see what they can do and how they can potentially bounce back. This squad, I think it's going to be really, really strong. Sorry, excuse me, I misspoke. Direwolves is who I want to be focusing on. See, look, I'm getting completely tripped. I'm still thinking of Lunchy. I've got him in my heart, but Direwolves who we're focusing on. Paul, Dino, Zirkle, and Vamped. I'm really keen to see what they're going to be doing up against Ingestics and the rest of the R-Rated squad. Bald, who we're going to be focusing on in just a moment, is one of those guys that's been around forever. We talked about old versus new, and I think it's that great juxtaposition against Ingestics that's going to be really interesting to see in this one. We talked talked about all of the new guys who can really stand up. Hoggy, Bald though, I mean, one, he's a fantastic character. I think he's a really, really great advocate for the scene, the HCS ANZ scene in total, but over 10 years of competitive experience, it's not to be underestimated here in this game.
Yeah, he's been around forever. He's been at the top in Halo 5. He's going to try push to the top in Halo Infinite. They're into the top 6 this week, top 8 last week, so they're improving. And Bald himself, he's an old player. He's been around for a long time. He's got 2 of his teammates from Exile 5 on this Direwolves roster. So they have the teamwork there. It just hasn't clicked quite yet. They've added Vamped in. Let's see how they can go up against R-Rated. R-Rated need to bounce back, so this is a perfect time for Direwolves to basically pounce on them and just gobble them up.
Yeah, and that may just happen. We'll see what maps these guys are going to play on because, look, let's try and just say that for R-Rated was the maps as we see what they're going to be playing up on next. It will be CTF Aquarius. Personally, one of my favorite game types. I really like this one, fast pace. I'm keen to see what they're going to be doing. Slayer Street is going to be following that, so there will be that other Slayer before we get to an oddball recharge. If it does go to the third map, and I genuinely hope it does with these two, as a reminder, if you're just following along at home, this is the quarterfinals. We're in the elimination bracket. One of these 2 teams will be sent packing from this match, and I don't know. Again, how do you pick this? I mean, we were talking about how R-Rated versus Divine Mind, we were hoping it was going to be a little bit closer than it was. Little did we know that Divine Mind were not coming to mess about. R-Rated maybe caught off a guard a little bit. So look, Hoggy, I'll go to you. R-Rated and Direwolves here in the elimination bracket. Personally, I feel like Direwolves have a lot to prove and might be trying to capitalize on R-Rated being thrown off their previous match.
Yeah, extremely important matchup. Lucky for R-Rated, they don't have to play Strongholds in this one, so they can't get 250 to 17. And Lunchy got a donut of Strongholds, so he doesn't have to worry about Strongholds anymore. But between Direwolves and R-Rated themselves, Direwolves, you're right, they have a lot to prove. They want to be at the top. They're going to try get there. R-Rated, they need to bounce back. We'll have to see how the series plays out, because I actually think that it is kind of close. I know we said that we thought it might be close in the previous series. I think this should be close. Unless Direwolves have really pushed themselves today, I think this series should be close.
I'm hoping it is. Guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into our second series of the day. It's the quarterfinals of HCS ANZ number 2. I hope you're excited as we are. This is going to be a fantastic matchup. R-Rated trying to get their redemption arc going versus Direwolves, trying to prove they're still one of the best after last week's competition. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the action right now. And Bluey, I'm going to hand it over to you as we get into this series.
Yeah, let's go, baby. CTF on Aquarius. This is a fan favorite, and hopefully with 2 of these teams battling right now for everything on the line, it's going to be an absolute stunner of a match as we see them get into it. Hoggy, let's go.
Yeah, we're on board with Square. He sees 2 players in front of his teammate's going to jump in. Wrath will go down. Dean will get traded out. He will get traded out as well. So big trades from both teams. 2 dead from either team. Backsmack doesn't count. He gets the second beatdown. Bald gets another 3 dead momentarily for R-Rated. No one's really gained any map presence yet. Vamped will take down another. So Direwolves, they're in a decent spot at the start. Bald's already near the R-Rated base.
Yeah, really good for them overall. Very scrappy start, but that's kind of expected. We even saw that on before in the match that R-Rated played, just on Aquarius. That tends to be how it goes because you've only got so many positions to take, right? You sort of pick a lane and then you go into top mid from that point. So there's not really a lot you can do in the opening section. You're just sort of trying to navigate the space and make sure you know what you're doing. But we do see here, we've already got Dino, I believe it is, taking a flag and managing to capture it, or take it. The run is clean. It's so good already, and they're already going to be able to put 1 on the board for Direwolves. That's massive.
Yep, 3 dead for Direwolves though, so they won't be able to do too much. They're going to have to try to defend. R-Rated went 4 down. Bald did not care. He ran the flag straight away. He ran it perfectly across the map. Lunchable got taken down. 3 players from R-Rated flying into the Direwolves place. The base. 3 down now for Direwolves though. R-Rated's going to get themselves a cap running bottom middle. Here it is with Lunchy.
Yeah, good counter cap, good pressure to put on Direwolves. You can't just let a team run the flag that freely, and that's what they managed to do. But Lunchy is taking a lot of heat here, and he does drop that flag. That does open them up. R-Rated are all down right now. That's so unfortunate for them because that flag was just moments away from getting them to be in a 1-1 position. But really interesting to see that Direwolves didn't actually push that hard to get the return. So we may see a cap coming out here from R-Rated, which I hope that... Oh, no! We do see this scrappy nature. Both teams sort of trying to figure out what's going on. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. That's a kerfuffle if I ever seen one.
Yeah, Direwolves, they didn't manage to get in there and get the flag stop originally, but they stopped it millimeters from the cap. 4-shot from Vamped. The flag is almost in the base of Direwolves. Rated are in trouble. They're going to go down 2 caps unless the nades and the shots come flying in. Bald will put in the 2nd cap. R-Rated not managed to cap it. Direwolves stopping it right on the post from R-Rated.
Massive plays to come out from Direwolves just then. In fact, we didn't see it, but Vamped managed to get a triple kill to stop all the momentum that R-Rated just had, to stop that flag cap, and that is huge. You know, you can see Vamped on top of the scoreboard for them now, going 8-3. Balds is 8-4. Balds is 5-3. They're making huge kills, huge progress, huge momentum on the board right now, and R-Rated seem to be losing it a little bit more and more again.
Yeah, Wrath gets the flag to bottom middle. It's 1 dead for each team. This is a fight for Ninjestics. 3 down for R-Rated. So the flag is still being moved. Lunchy goes down as well. Should be a return for Direwolves. They just need to work out where they're spawning. Take them down. Triple kill for Vamped. Vamped is popping off in this game. 11 kills already. Square puts that to an end though.
Yeah, huge plays coming out from Vamped here. He certainly is the star player of this match. That's the 2nd triple kill in a row, and that first one hinged on so much, and he just managed to perform where it was needed. Big plays coming out here, and I also just want to shout out on a little side note, Dino's repping the Croc Gang right now. If you want to be able to play like Dino, you should be able to capture that Croc Gang package in Halo and represent just like Dino is right now, Hoggy.
Yeah, he's representing okay, but he's only got 2 kills. He's not representing too well for Direwolves right now. Can he bring it back? They were on board with Bald. He'll get taken down. 3 dead now for the side of Direwolves. No, Vamped manages to take it back, so it's 2 dead for each team. Shots in Ninjestics. Ninjestics tried to turn around.
Oh!
Triple kill for Vamped. There's the overkill. The flag is being run. Wrath will go down. So Direwolves stopped it again. Another triple for Vamped though.
What? Direwolves is just so strong right now. I have a feeling they may have gone and watched the last game that R-Rated played and is able to sort of pick apart the weaknesses that team have at the moment, because they seem to be taking advantage of every weak play that R-Rated has made and just throwing it back in their face and saying like, yeah, no boys, we're sending you home packing. Really strong from Direwolves at the moment, because they still have 2 on the board, and R-Rated still don't have anything on the board flag caps wise, so we're going to need to see a little bit of change up on the gameplay, and having Direwolves go 3 down, 4 down right now, that gives R-Rated the space that they need, so hopefully they can take this momentum and go forward.
Yeah, and the flag's already in the base for R-Rated. R-Rated will manage to get themselves a cap to make the game 2-1. So 4 down for Direwolves. They tried to run a cap when 4 were up for Rated, and Rated were able to take them all down. 3 down again for Direwolves, though. Wrath's pushing in, see if he can get a flag pull with his teammates and bring this game back to 2-all. The flag is already out and he's running it.
Super good. Like, this is exactly what we need to see from R-Rated right now, because they absolutely have the capacity to perform right now, and that's exactly what they're doing. We were saying before, by no measure are any of these players bad. They're all fantastic players, and as a squad, they are super strong, but there might just need to be some kinks that need to get sorted out, and it seems like they're actually managing to do that mid-game and put the performance in.
Yeah, almost halfway through the game. Scores are still even, as if we've only just started. Zerka will get a kill. 3 dead for Rated. So Rated are in a little bit of trouble. The flag will get pulled. Direwolves just trying to find where they're spawning, see if they can take them out. Dino is in the base. The flag is already into the courtyard of Direwolves. Direwolves are running this up. Can the nades and shots come through, though? This is a tough position to get the flag in. His teammates do have his back, though, so the score is now 3-2. Direwolves with a clean run.
Yeah, Direwolves, every time we've seen that run on screen, it's gone by in the blink of an eye, and I don't actually understand how they do it, because whenever I seem to play matchmaking, even with teammates, the flag never moves that fast. So really concerning what's happening there. We might need to get a replay just to just get the validity of that out. Is something fishy going on here, Hoggy? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, no, there is something fishy though. Ninja, he doesn't manage to kill him. He will stay alive though with the camo. If he can stay alive with this, he can work with his team to try and get this flag moving, because it is already up to P. He'll find Dino. He does manage to get him. He's got the flag here. He needs to stay alive though, because he still has camo. It will run out very, very shortly. He does not want to go for the grab though. He looks like he's trying to bait it. Bald is down bottom middle. He will get cleaned up by Bald's teammate, so the flag will get returned by Direwolves. Interesting that he didn't want to grab the flag there, Bluey.
Yeah, actually, just really weird timing. Maybe that was a team call overall. They might have said it wasn't worth just to grab a flag at that point. Maybe they didn't feel as though they had the spawns necessary to be able to make a flag run at that point. But that is an interesting play that you point out, because I think anyone else in that position probably would have grabbed flag. I have to wonder if that was a team call or not.
Yeah, he's got camo. He might as well reset it. If anything, that could have turned into a bad situation for his team. By grabbing the flag and resetting it, at least he forces at least one player of Direwolves to sit on that flag and sort of cap it. 2 down, though, for Raid. Dino will find one. Perfect use of the thruster. He gets another beautiful kill. Lunchy's the last alive. The flag is thrown out, and they're all spawning in P corner. Dino's got them all in his sights. He can't find Ninja, though. Ninja will back down. The flag is not moving, though, Bluey. This is not ideal. They do have him trapped. Maybe they can still take him out. Dino takes on Wrath and he goes down. Wrath huge, 3 dead for Direwolves. The flag still doesn't move out of the base of Rated.
Feels like they were maybe a little too confident in their presence in the base there, because they did pretty much managed to be wiped from the positions that they had. They were all really good positions and they were holding it down really strong on R-Rated, but once R-Rated got those spawns in, you know, there's nothing that Direwolves can do. Like, they have the positioning, but then it becomes a kill game, right? If you can't match that, then what are you going to do with all the space that you've gotten in it? And it just seemed to be all for naught.
Oh my god. Zerka with the reversal on Square. Square had all the shots on him with the Heatwave doing work. Shots out from Nigestics on Bald. Bald will go down. His teammate cleans it up. 3 dead for Direwolves. The flag is being run from Rated. This is their chance to tie up the game. Nigestics is just watching his teammate back. The flag is bottom middle though, so they do need to return it. And it still doesn't get returned. It's a grab now from the side of Direwolves. It's very close to resetting. The nades are coming out. Another touch from Direwolves. Direwolves gets another touch. The flag is out, so we're probably going to be in a stalemate with Lunchy having the flag at his base as well.
Yeah, this is what we tend to always see on Aquarius. It does cause these situations where there's such a stalemate, and from now on it's just going to take the 3 other members from each team, because remember, you have to keep one member of your team back at the base to ensure that that flag doesn't leave the position that you want it in. So it's going to be really tough for both teams here. We do see 2 go down for R-Rated, but there's no real space that Direwolves can make onto the flag from that point.
Yeah, Zirkle, he's going to team up with Dino. Doesn't want to push in too hard. A player on the other side of the map, that's Square, trying to push into the Direwolves base. We're still in a bit of a stalemate. Shots are just going to ring out across the map. Dino has the heat wave in hand, though. He's going to move forward with Zirkle. Dino manages to take down one. Vamped is down on his side, so he's going to push in. Dino's got this heat wave. Does he manage to get the kill? He doesn't. His teammate cleans it up. The flag was returned by R-Rated, but the flag will also be returned from Direwolves, so the stalemate turns into no cap for either team.
No, that's not what you want, but both teams were just working under the same, you know, like in the same mind. It was as if all 8 were communicating with each other. Yeah, exactly. We need to touch, we need to make this cap, but that's what you do. You're essentially, you know, 1 man down that entire time. You have to send your 3 other members to go into the base, and it just becomes about a kill game. But it seems like both teams were able to perform at the same measure, and they couldn't do anything with that. But, you know, as I'm talking now, R-Rated just did go down 3, you know, so Direwolves can make a push into their base. They take another one down. Dino with that beautiful heatwave shot, and he's going to get another one on Nigestics, and he cleans up for the double. This is the kind of momentum that they need.
Triple, he gets it, he gets it. He's punching, he's shooting. I almost said the wrong word there, but he's shooting and punching. He knows that that was big, because there's still only 1 minute, 26 seconds. He's got the heat wave in hand. He's going to try and find another player if he can. He does. That's the killing spree for Dino. Dino's going to throw the flag out. It's 2 dead for Rated. He'll go down. The flag is out, though. Dino's doing work for his team. They are up by 1 flag, so it's perfect work from him just to stall the game out. There's only 1 minute remaining.
Dino is doing work, Hoggy, and that's Croc Gang, baby. That's what we do. We get it in. We put the time in. So hopefully, you know, Direwolves can take that pressure that they just applied and put it throughout the rest of the match. They are still 1 up, and there is only 50 seconds on the clock. So if they can just make it about asset denial, they're going to have a huge time. But we do see these big kills coming up, just as you point out. So they might be able to make another run here. This could be it.
Yeah, this is a big run for the side of Rated. wrap. He's got it all the way into his car side. He's getting shot in the back. He goes down. That was momentarily 3 dead for the side of Rated. Another one goes down. The flag will probably get reset. He'll try to run in and grab it. He won't be able to. So it'll be a flag run for the side of Direwolves. The score's 3-2. There's only 20 seconds remaining. So all they need to do is get this flag across the map as best they can, waste as much time as they can, while all the players of Rated are going to be pushing into their base.
Yeah, Rated are with the really just good positioning right now. They know that they have to apply pressure as much as they can. And how does Injectix manage to get away from those shots?
Oh, that's
Andy
huge.
pulls the
That's
flag.
a huge
That's
grab.
massive for them.
Massive
but he does,
grab. He
does
go
get
down.
stopped. So that return, you can see Dino is already on the flag there. He is taking some fire, but as long as he can keep the members of R-Rated from not touching their flag, it's going to be really good for them.
Yeah, it's overtime and it's about to end unless Rated are able to grab it, and they're not. So the game is over. Direwolves win 3-2. Big kills out of the side of Direwolves. 27 and 26 kills for Zirkel and Vamped. So Direwolves coming in hot. They're up 3-2.
Yeah, huge game over there. Both teams played really well. That was by no means a blowout, and that was the performance from R-Rated that we needed to see in that last game. You know, they are applying the pressure on Direwolves right now, so they hopefully aren't taking this as too much of a loss, and they could go forward into the next game and turn things around. We do want to see that game 3, by the way. I know I want to see it. It's Oddball Recharge. That's where it all is at.
Yeah, R-Rated. They look like they've been outslayed pretty heavily in this one. The assists coming through way more on the side of Direwolves. You can see Lunchy managing 15 kills. It helps when the game goes 12 minutes, doesn't it, Bluey?
You can't. Oh, come on, man. Lunchy's got to have a break, dude. He performed really well that game, and like overall, the entire team of Rated R was performing really well. So you can see the damage taken like over there. Like all players on the side of Rated R were just tanking and actually managing to get out in really good spots there. So mate, all they need to do is just take it into next game, take that momentum, take that mindset into next game. They still have this series. It's not over yet, Hoggy.
Yeah, you could say that this game was pretty even, Bluey. Both sides sort of going back and forth, but every time the Direwolves got a pull, it felt way more meaningful, and that was a triple kill from Vamp. He had 3 of them in the game. Easy backstab for Zirkel. I don't know what Square is doing. He's just waiting to try and catch someone off guard, but he gets caught off guard himself. But as the game went on, Bluey, it just felt like Direwolves had a little bit more control every time they wanted to go forward. They kind of knew what they were doing when they wanted to run the flag, whereas Rated were a little bit over the shop when they ran the flag, and you could see that the stop from Direwolves halfway through that game, that was just massive for them, and R-Rated just couldn't pull it through the way that Direwolves did.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, looking into what next game is going to be, it is a Slayer match, so it does, there is no objective for them to worry about, and I'm not sure if that works in R-Rated's favor, because slaying-wise, they haven't been working particularly well on the slaying front. You know, I think objective overall seems to be their strong suit. So right now, if they're looking to counter someone like, you know, like Balds, Dino, and Vamped, oh my lord, like his performance that game was so strong in a Slayer match, I'm not sure how well they're going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, it'll be tough going into game number 2. They've been outslayed against Divine Minds. They've been outslayed again here. And to be fair, the game could have easily been 3-3. I would have to say that maybe even partway through that flag cap that didn't end up capping, that was right on the point, that maybe there was a fumble in that flag cap. That was the difference between them capping it, but Direwolves coming up clutch when they need to. But going into the Slayer, they've been outslayed previously, so they're going to have to step up even more, Bluey, because they're not looking great on the slaying front.
Yeah, exactly. And Streets is such a chaotic map too. Like them heading into a Slayer Streets game, it's going to be really tough to take back control if they lose it, because in that Aquarius CTF match, it actually was quite easy for the players of R-Rated to sort of turn around and be like, no, guys, we need to stop. We need to turn this around. We need to regain some control. You don't get that time on Streets, and you don't get that time on Slayer. So they're going to have to come out from the gate strong. I'm super keen to see what they do, if they have any tactics in the bag, but I guess we'll see, Hoggy.
Yeah, on Slayer, it's very, it's a chaotic map, exactly like you said. It's very chaotic, and off the start, it's chaotic, right? Because the rockets are bottom middle. Everyone kind of just runs there and shoots across the map, throws nades. It gets chaotic right off the bat. It starts chaotic, and it's chaotic even in the other game modes on Strongholds as well. And in Slayer, the kills are what's important, so the chaoticness just makes it even crazier. And Direwolves working together well in the CTF should come through in the Slayer. You've got a Bulldog as well to use. You've got a Thruster to use. So maybe Lunchy can pick himself up a Bulldog, and that'll help him get some more kills.
Yeah,
Even the rockets, he's got the rockets too.
yeah. Hopefully, they can lend him maybe some pity rockets his way, because overall it hasn't been his strongest day. But look, that being said, still a really stellar player in his own right. But what I'm hoping we don't see is a really interesting point that you just mentioned there, is that sort of initial break off of a Streets map, because every player has their eyes on those rockets. It's the power weapon that you want to control on the map, and it's going to be devastating for them if R-Rated make a misplay on those rockets from the get-go, because getting them into the hands and using them wisely is going to be the difference maker, throughout the early, the mid, and the late game. That's going to be the absolute difference maker in them being able to hold a snowball or turn anything back that the Direwolves may have on top of them.
Yep, R-rated. They're on the redemption train. They weren't able to do it in the previous game. So this game, they're going to have to try pull it back. They're down 1-0. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. If they win it, they stay in it. They take it to game number 3. We're on board with Ninjestics. He's heading straight over towards driveway. We'll jump on with Wrath. Rockets are there. He's going to grab him. Will he go down? No, he won't. He fires a pucket rocket across the map. Not able to get a kill. He's got a player right in front of him. His teammate gets the assist, and the Bulldog is in the hands of Lunchy already, Louis.
You see it. He heard your call, Hoggy. He knew exactly what to do. Unfortunately, we did see Wrath with those rockets, and he didn't actually manage to make too much of a use of them. He did get an assist out, which is still really good. That saves him not whiffing 2 of them, because there are only 2 rockets when you pick up the rockets available on this map. We do see Lunchy pick up another kill with that Bulldog. Hoggy, you got to be grinning ear to ear, mate.
Yeah, Lunchy's playing sneaky. He'll get away from ball. It's 3 down for Direwolves. Lunchy's playing perfectly at the start of this game. He's on a redemption arc for himself, and he's on a redemption arc for his team. So let's see if he can find another. He's going to get shot in the back. He manages to back down. He's going to have his teammate come over and help him out. He'll put a shot in so his teammate can clean him up. Both teams traded out. There's only 1 kill the difference, and we're 1 minute in.
Yeah, kill for kill going back and forth. I'm actually really surprised to see how passively Direwolves is actually playing at the moment. They spawned Tramside, and they've kind of stuck there the whole time. We are going to see them get pretty much face rolled and wiped from that position, so not really sure how good holding that position off the spawn was, because we do see R-Rated go up 4 kills on the board over Direwolves, and it is early game. I am pointing out this very early, but if R-Rated can sort of take the slaying potential, but they might not be able to. Wrath City going down like that. I think he had the first couple shots there. That's got to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, that's rough for Wrath. 3 kills the difference now. We're on board with Bald on the side of Direwolves. It looks like R-Rated are all trapped inside Arcade. His teammate goes in, he gets the kill. He'll find Lunchy. He makes Lunchy back down. Lunchy is the last alive for Rated. The rockets are up in 5 seconds. Rated's going to have to look over these rockets so that Direwolves don't run away with them for free.
Yeah, they've swapped positions now after R-Rated got wiped down a little bit. They seem to have spawned Transide, so they do actually have a lot to look off. And we did see Lunchy pick up those rockets, and he picks up 2 with them. That's fantastic use of the rockets from Lunchy. That's exactly the kind of plays that we need to see being made. Power weapons, especially the rockets on this map, are so crucial to securing a quick kill, being able to move on to the next position, and being able to react to the comms that your team are giving you. So if Lunchy and the rest of the R-Rated crew can take that kind of momentum, especially with the rockets right now, they're going to have a really good time at sort of turning this around. They are up 5 kills at the moment.
Yeah, no rockets left in the back pocket. He's going to pick up a Sentinel beam for his troubles. He does have a killing spree at the moment, so maybe Lunchy can come through with a killing frenzy like Berserk did on him earlier. 5 kills the difference, 3 minutes in. Bald will get shots on him. His teammate's going to come through, try to help him. Wrath will have to back down, call out to his teammates. He'll find Dino. Dino easily takes him down. Good teamwork from Direwolves, but back and forth still, Bluey. 4 kills the difference. Big kill from Square to keep the game in their favor by 5.
It's so passive at the moment, and I'm actually really surprised. We called out how chaotic these spawns on the map can be, especially in a Slayer match, but both teams actually seem to be reacting really well to the sort of like uncertainty of where the team, the other members of the team are going to spawn once you secure the kill. So overall, just really good, really strong, but really surprising passive gameplay coming out from both teams, which, especially after how Direwolves played on that Aquarius CTF match, I did not expect to see, Hoggy.
Yeah, yesterday we heard that BBR and Direwolves went to a game that did not even get to 50 kills. So it's not unusual for the game to slow down. 3 kills the difference. Square will go down. 2 kills the difference. So it's not unusual for Direwolves to slow down the game as the game moves on. So maybe we will see that. We are 4 minutes in. We haven't hit the 30 kills mark yet. Dino's behind him with the Bulldog. Lunchy's trying to call out to his teammates, but he will go down. 2 dead now for Rated. So Rated are in a little bit of trouble. Rockets are in the hands of them though. Zirkle gets shot. He doesn't go down though. He does manage to kill him in the end with a second rocket. 3 down for Direwolves, and Rated are still holding out onto the lead, but only by 3 kills. Fant will go down. 4 kills the lead. He's got the AR in hand. Lunchy goes down.
Man, Zirkle having to use 2 rockets there to secure a single kill really hurts, man. That really sucks, because just getting those rockets alone is such a huge booster to like team morale and how you think the overall game is going to flow, and it completely puts a spanner in the work as soon as you have to use 2 rockets to secure 1 kill. That's just not a worthwhile trade.
Yeah, all it takes, Bluey, is the rockets to come up and the game starts moving forward. 1 kill the difference now. Things are looking close. Direwolves with good teamwork to take down Lunchy. Dino, he's just going to hang out on this side of the map with his teammates. Looks like things will slow down again. Square is in tram. He's trying to poke out. He doesn't want to, though. He knows his teammates are pushing on the other side of the map. Dino's going to try head back and help. It looks like 2 players are trying to work together on either side of the map for the side of Direwolves. Ningestics comes in with the Bulldog for a free kill on Bald. He'll wrap back around, though. He knows his teammates are there. He's going to help his teammate out over at Arcade. Dino is in trouble. He's been pushed into Red Room. Bulldog's coming in. His teammates have gone down, so he'll go down as well. Rated are still holding this lead, even though it's close, Bluey.
It's such a standoff at the moment. Again, so surprising to see. But, you know, you mentioned Rated are in front, but we did see that before, and then Direwolves managed to catch up. So, you know, the overall picture of the game is so tradey, so stagnating, so standoffish for a map like Streets. Really not expecting this. We do see good kills, you know, come out from the side of Rated at the moment, but it's just, I believe he was going for the teammate there, maybe? I'm not too sure. We see kills just trade back and forth over and over again. I'm not really sure how the game is going to pan out from this point. It's so hard to predict.
Yeah, things don't work out for R-Rated. They're still in the lead by 5. They push into tram. They went 3 down, but they traded 3 kills, so it did not matter. Rockets are up. Dino's going to grab him. He's going to try back down. He's getting shots put into him. His teammate is dead in front of him. He sees Zirkle down. He knows that the players of R-Rated are there. He's going to call out to his teammates that they're all over on PD side and Arcade side. He tries to back down. He manages to stay alive with the rockets. This is not a great position for him to have rockets in, though, Bluey. He's going to have to try push over. He does have 1 push into him. He doesn't kill him with the first rocket. It takes 2. I don't know what's going on with these rockets, but they don't seem to work in this game.
Oh, no, that's so unfortunate. Again, 2, it's got to be player diff, right? Like, just at that point, you got to be like, okay, you're not taking the rockets anymore. We'll hand them over to someone else. That's so unfortunate. Like, 2 rockets to kill 1 player, again, is not what you want to see, especially at this point in the match, because R-Rated are stacking up their kills right now. They've only got 7 to go in terms of, you know, like where this game is going to end. And Direwolves actually have a lot to make up for. It's going to be so hard from this point on to secure those kills, because you know that R-Rated are going to play the protect game right now. They're essentially protecting their own scoreboard in order to make sure that that Direwolves doesn't creep back up on them.
Yeah, Direwolves get 2 kills, but R-Rated get 2 kills for themselves. They're only 5 kills off. This is their chance to stay in the series, stay in the tournament, push it to a game number 3. I can't imagine things going too quickly now, though, Bluey, because it's got to slow down, right? Direwolves do not want to give away any free kills. R-Rated are in the lead, so there's no reason for them to go pushing in. Ningestics goes down. Another player will push in, and that's Vamps. Vamps does not care. Straight into Wrath. 3 dead now. Lunchy's the last alive in tram. As I say that, Rated kind of sit back, and Direwolves do not care. They'll push straight in.
Yeah, Direwolves taking that aggression that I felt like that they were going to use early in mid-match and only putting on the pressure like right now in the very last moments of this game. There are only 5 kills for R-Rated to have to secure in order to take this match, and then we will go to a game 3. So that's why everything feels like it's on the line right now for these players, because neither of them want to be sent packing, right? Neither of them want to go home. So they have to play this game like this. They have to play so smart and essentially look for any mistakes that either team make on the map, call it out, and make sure that they secure that kill really quickly.
Yeah, the rockets are up. No one wants to grab him. 3 dead for Rated. They go in for Lunchy. Lunchy will go down as well. They're all down. The score is now 45-45, so Direwolves slowing down the game, and it's working perfectly for them. Rockets were on the map. I'm not sure if Direwolves were able to grab them or if they've used them, but with 4 down, there you go. The Rockets are in the hands of Bald, so they have 2 Rockets to work with. They will just slow down the game again. Lunchy goes down, so this is their chance. Bald, he's going to push in. Not a great position to be pushing in, and he doesn't want to go too far. He's got the callouts from his teammates. There's 2 above him. He doesn't want to be too crazy with the Rockets. He needs to get a good kill if he can. He does. He gets one. He's got a player in his back. He just keeps running. He's going to call out to his teammates. He'll turn around. He's got Rockets in his hands. He knows that he can get a kill. 1 kill it is for them to win. He has a rocket. Can he do it? A player from Rated has dropped out of the game. It's only 1 kill the difference. They managed to take it. The score 50-46, and Direwolves bring it back to take the series.
So that is super unfortunate for R-Rated there to have a player drop in those crucial moments. But I believe that now they are going to be sent home packing, which is so unfortunate. You know, Lunchy's redemption arc couldn't really be taken to its full capacity there. But Direwolves, really fantastic game. Such good control at the end there. Super happy to see.
It was very exciting gameplay the entire way, guys. Wow, that was the Lunchy redemption arc. I want to find out what happened. I think it might have been a DC at the end. Alas, it is something that happens in all online gaming, something we deal with here with #Australian Internet. But what a match. I thought that was going to be just in the hands of R-Rated, but Direwolves, credit where credit is due. What a comeback. Hoggy, what do you feel was kind of the linchpin there, and what kind of changed things? I mean, rocket control seemed an obvious one for someone like myself who was watching that game.
Yeah, right at the end, you saw the Rockets control. But the fact that they slowed down the game, and all of the side of R-Rated were trapped inside Tram. They couldn't get out, and because they tried to push out, they went 4 down. They spawned on the opposite side of the map. They slowed it down again. Direwolves doing a perfect job, Bald with the Rockets, doing exactly what he needs to do, waits for the call-outs, waits for the players to go down, then he pushes in. So the fact that they slowed down the game at the end was what won it for them in game number 2 and helped them take the series.
Now, we're going to find out. I'm unsure if it was a DC or a rage quit. Pretty sure a DC, but we'll find out in just a moment. I don't think Lunchy's the kind of guy to rage quit. We shall see, though. But Direwolves are going to be the guys that move on here in the lower bracket. We're going to check out some of the replays here, and we'll get a look for ourselves what actually happened here. Obviously, Lunchy with that Bulldog off the start. We talked about it, Bluey, how important that is for him. And, you know, we're almost stereotyping Lunchy with that Bulldog, but it seems to be for good reason.
Oh, absolutely. He's such a strong player when he has that, that gun in hand. You know, he knows exactly how to use it. It feels like he even knows the ranges where it's like most effective, where it's going to do the most damage. It's actually really cool to see that with it in hand. No meme, really, Lunchy. You're playing really well with it, man.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the Rockets here come into play, and Hoggy, I called that out as what I think was really I guess that's where the tide changed for Direwolves. Control right at the end there with those rocks was going to be big, and we're seeing it here as the replays wrap up. I think that's what turned around. Would you agree, or did you see some other critical moments through the match that might have really changed the momentum?
Yeah, well, the game was close all the way through, and the Rockets getting into the hands of Direwolves right at the end is definitely a big factor. But the fact that they slowed down the match obviously plays into their favor. Like I said yesterday, they played a Slayer game that didn't even make it to 50 kills. The time ran out. So they are used to playing the game when they slow it down, and you can see, even if they didn't have the Rockets, I would say the fact that they slowed it down would have allowed them to come through with the win, because they still managed to win by 4 kills. Even without the Rockets and slowing down the game, they clearly know what they're doing. Even if the game was closer, they probably still would have won.
Yeah, I mean, very debatable. I definitely hear what you're saying, though, that's for sure. I think that there was a really big momentum shift right off the start. You saw Lunchy head and shoulders above the rest of the squad there. He moved into double-digit territory, I saw, while the rest of the team were on about that 5-6 kind of kill mark. I think it was because he had that power weapon control. He had that Bulldog off the start. That was able to really help him. I'm not too sure if there was some kind of issues on his side with lagging out through the later stages of the match. I'm also very wary of not blaming anything on on connection issues when it might have just been that momentum shift. Direwolves really waking up on the sticks. Regardless, I'd actually like to go to Bluey for your comments on, Hoggy was kind of saying there that he feels like it's very likely it could have gone that way to Direwolves as well. Would you agree? Is it just too hard to call? What are your thoughts on it?
No, I think Direwolves probably had that in the bag. Look, I'm going to be perfectly honest. It doesn't even matter if Balls at the end there wouldn't have been able to use those rockets and secure kills. It's just about R-rated knowing that Balls has the rockets. It's that pressure that he can put down, because all of the members of R-rated know that we can't necessarily push this player anywhere on the map while he has those rockets, especially on streets being close quarters as it is. You know, all it takes is one and done. But that being said, throughout the majority of the match, it was two and done. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I think it's just too tough. I think Direwolves would have taken it at the end with how they were playing.
Yeah, well, the little birdie in my ear tells me that they can confirm it wasn't a rage quit by Lunchy. It was a DC or some other issue, but we'll see what turns out from that. Regardless, they are going to be eliminated. And moving forward will be Direwolves. And from that squad, we've got the one and only Bald, my Kiwi brother from another mother. Welcome to the broadcast, my friend. We're going to be having a chat. And look, first of all, congratulations. You're still remaining here in the broadcast. I missed you last week. Let's start there. What happened last week?
Do we have to talk about that?
I'll tell you what, just...
honestly...
We can skip it, we can skip it.
Bit of a disaster. But, you know, we
it was a bit of a
we
disaster.
learned a lot from it. Yeah. But, you know, we did what we did. And we're coming back this week to try and hopefully play a little better.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, you played a little bit better there in that match that we just saw. It was a really, really good one. Very, very close, especially, you know, I saw there was 26 each, 27 each. What was the feeling in the camp when it was just neck and neck at that stage of the game?
I mean, I'm just telling my team to carry me, because honestly, I hope you weren't watching my point of view, because it was rather lackluster to say the least. But, you know, the team really pulled through. They're playing really well. And we managed to get the win. I came in pretty cold. I honestly didn't get a warm-up game in, so my shot was worse than normal, and normal is also pretty average. So, you know, but I'm happy the boys pulled through there, and they really, you know, got the W for us.
Bald, phenomenal job overall, mate. Really got to congratulate you on that one. Even if you don't think that your shot was too hot, I could guarantee you from me watching it was still really good, man. Can you just talk us through briefly, there were those moments during the game where you managed to actually creep up, like as a team on the scoreboard really well and slow down that pace. Just talk me through briefly what you guys were sort of talking about in the comms and how you managed to make that happen.
Yeah, so I think they had a little bit of a lead by maybe 6 or 7 kills, I think, at one point, maybe more. But actually it was Zirkle at that point who was telling us, all right, boys, slow down, where are they? We want to know where they are exactly on the map, because we're kind of, the call-outs did get a bit frantic at times there, and, you know, everyone's saying call-outs when you really just want some small talk, you want people talking to each other in the game. And then, yeah, Hayden Zirkle, he said, everyone, all right, just stop. And then you would have seen in the game, we kind of basically, we stood still, and then we ended up making plays, and we came back, we got rockets. And unfortunately for Lunchy, sorry about the lag out, but yeah, we got the one in the end.
Yeah, moving forward, you guys have managed to get yourselves into a top 4 position this week, top 8 last week, so obviously things are moving in the right direction for you guys. How do you think that your team is going to go moving forward? Because it's still very, very early days. The 3 of you have been at the top together before. How do you think you guys will go moving forward and working together as a team this time round under a different org?
Yeah, I honestly think we can be a really good team. At the moment, we're a bit flaky, you know, we're a bit on and off. We've all been away from the game for a couple of years now, so we're trying to get that mojo back, I guess. But me, Zirkle, and Dino, we all have a bit of teamwork, you know, still from the XL5 days. And then we bring in Vamp, who's a young kid, and honestly, he's quite talented and he can hit shots. So, you know, we did have momentum on the team, everyone knows him. And he's kind of in the replacement, I guess you would say, you know, where we want someone that can just kill people, and that's what Vamp can do.
Yeah, Vamped is a superstar, and I think he's a great addition to the squad. Now, speaking of the older X5 squad, Bald, we've seen you guys participate at the highest level on LAN. You guys have done really, really well at previous HCS Sydney events. Tell me, you know, everyone's trying to gun for the #1 spot. You enter these tournaments to win, but I have to ask you, knowing you so long and so long you've been on the sticks, is Direwolves a genuine contender not only for ANZ, are they a genuine contender on the world stage? Are you gunning for Raleigh and beyond?
Well, honestly, we hope to be, of course. Like, we're not going to just be like, no, we're not. We're obviously we want to be up there as one of the best teams at the moment. Obviously, the God Squad, I guess people will call them, is, I would say, on another level from everyone else. And honestly, they are looking like pretty good, and I honestly hope they do well. Because if I want to be straight up, they're probably going to be the team that makes Raleigh. I mean, if you look at all the tournaments and their scrims, they're just dominating. And for us, I don't think we'll be able to make it just because COVID restrictions like in New Zealand. So we basically can't get there in the end. So, but you know, good luck to who does go there in the end.
Let's consider everyone else who's making that to that event lucky then, Ball, because I'm sure you would have tore it up anyway, mate. I've got more confidence in you than it seems that you might. Regardless, mate, congratulations on the win. We look forward to seeing how far you can go in this tournament and beyond as well, mate. So again, congrats on the win and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Sweet, thank you guys. Cheers, Josh.
And there we have it. Ball, ever so humble, love the guy. Look, that is a challenge actually, and something we haven't touched on too much is that there are some players in the region, indeed around the world, that are just going to be challenged by the current pandemic. They may not make it, but this is why these online events exist, that they can still show their gusto and what they've got and what they can bring to an event like this. But look, wrapping up that series, I think it was a great one. I think that hearing from both of you guys here who cast and talked us through the series and having a chat to Ball just now, it very may have well ended up that way regardless. But it was a very, very exciting match. And look, Hoggy, tell me what you think. I think these guys still may have a good chance of making it through. They're going to be up against either Divine Mind or NutriBullet next. That's probably going to be a bit of a rough series, but I think they've got what it takes to at least put a fight to them.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that game obviously was really, really close. We could tell, you know, in the flag, there was only one flag in it. There was only 4 kills in it in the Slayer. So that game was really close. They just need to step it up again. The redemption arc wasn't quite there for R-rated, but maybe Direwolves can push to the next level. They're going to have some tough matches going forward, but they're already in the top 4. That's already better than last week, so they got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think they do as well. Let's see how far they can go. Guys, that was just series number 2 of today's broadcast. We've got a whole lot ahead of us. That was a fantastic series. We just had R-rated eliminated as Direwolves move on. No longer the Dire Puppies from last week. They are back and they are hungry. Let's see what they can do as they move on to try and maintain their lives in this tournament. This is HCS ANZ Open number 2. We're going to be back right after this.
Our expectations would be to be the best team in Australia and obviously try and compete in America. I think the boys would love to break top 8 in America.
So as a team, we'd like to get back to being the number 1 team in the country, really. That's probably our main goal, and probably take it from there. It would obviously be great to place well at Worlds, but yeah, our main goal is to be the number 1 in Australia.
Obviously, our biggest focus is Worlds, but also any overseas event. That is our end goal. We want to place well overseas, just put ANZ on the map. I want to prove to everyone that we can compete with the best, and we are one of the best. That's what I want to do. I feel like that's our goal as a team.
So our expectations are pretty much win pretty much every single thing in Australia, and we also want to break top 8 at an international event because it's never been done.
Our expectations for this team are very high, honestly, very high. We want to dominate this region, and when I say I really do mean it. We really do just want to take this scene over by storm.
Our expectations are to win everything. Every competition, every tournament that's in ANZ at least, we want to come out first. In North America as well, we want to give our absolute best.
Honestly, I believe ANZ is a very strong region. They have quite a lot of potential to upset a lot of teams, especially in the EU scene. I feel like we have a lot of talent in our scene, but obviously we're behind in the infrastructure.
The ANZ talent that we have here is really starting to really show its feet here. We're really going to put in the time and prove to the rest of the world that we are here to play.
I've always thought, being the team that's gone over there a lot of the time, I've always thought that Australia, we've always had a really good chance at competing at the highest level. This game does actually present a really good opportunity for a team to do really well.
I think the way Australian teams, particularly, the top 2 or 3 teams stack up to North America and Europe is that we are still a long way from where we need to be able to perform consistently over there and to even be a major threat. Now, does that mean we can't do it? No. I think we've got heaps of up-and-coming talent and some, strong rosters.
In Australia, our top players are just as good as the best players in Europe and America and Mexico. It's just we don't get the opportunities that those guys get. But with this roadmap that just came out, I think it's a really good opportunity for us.
Halo's been a pretty big part of my life for legit since I've ever been a kid. Halo's also brought me to all these awesome people that I literally would have never met otherwise. Our community is honestly pretty cool, man. There's a lot of awesome people in it involved.
So Halo is pretty much my life. I've been playing it 18 years now, going to be 19 years, even though I've only been competing for 5 years. But it means a lot to me, and to do well, it means a lot. I appreciate the opportunities that HCS have given us, ESL have given us.
Halo probably means a lot to me. Halo has been a very big part of my life. It has given me endless opportunities to travel over the world, to hang out with friends all over the world, and has actually taught me a lot of skills in and out of the game. Halo is a very special place in my heart.
Guys and girls, welcome back to what has been an incredibly exciting start to the ANZ HCS Open number 2. I'm your host in Maniac, Bluey and Hoggy casting the action today, and it's been a whole lot of action, mind you. We just saw a thrilling victory there for Dire Wolves as they were able to clutch their win in the elimination bracket that unfortunately saw us saying goodbye to the squad of R-rated. Now, there was a technical hiccup at the end, but I think that given the power weapon control and a lot of things that they did have control of at the end there, Dire Wolves Hoops probably would have ended up the victor, but I'll let you guys argue it out in the chat and on social media. Regardless, an amazing matchup it was. Now, Bluey, we went through the analysis post-game. I actually think it was really, really close. Obviously, that CTF that we first saw was great, and then moving on as we went over to Streets, I really think it goes to show just how close both of these teams were.
Yeah, for sure, Inman. Like, I think overall, like, the games are pretty nail-biter, which is fantastic to see. Like, that's what we want to see from the teams playing at this level. You know, I think that that Aquarius CTF was just played the best point to that. We saw Vamped, you know, coming in clutch at last moments, you know, flagged millimeters away from that capture point. But, you know, you want a player like Vamp to perform in that way. You want those last minute stops. So, yeah, really good series so far. Would not, for anyone who says it's a nail biter or anything like that, you don't know what you're talking about. You weren't watching the game.
Yeah, I don't think so. You'd have to have your eyes closed to not say that that was an exciting one and a close one. But look, let's have a look to see where we are in the bracket and where not only Direwolves, but the rest of the teams who are still remaining in today's competition are. Over on the top side, we had a thrilling result with Deathruptor fans 2-0ing BBR. Now, I was in the chat, I made a mistake. I thought everyone was on controller today, but not so. It's Deathruptor fans with at least 2 of their players on mouse and keyboard. So that's really interesting to know. And they took down some behemoths that are in the BBR squad. And not only did they take them down, they took them down in a 2-0 fashion. So it's actually going to be Deathruptor fans going up against Direwolves here in the elimination semis. So BBR have been bid adieu as we move on here in the elimination bracket. R-rate, obviously, we already covered. So that is going to be a fantastic matchup. We'll see what the results of that are going to be. As we know, over in the winners bracket, we've got NutriBullet. They took that 2-0 over BBR, who obviously went down to face Deathruptor fans, and Divine Mind. They also took down R-rated. So NutriBullet versus Divine Mind, our winners bracket final. I've got some deja vu happening here, Hoggy, as we see these two names go up against each other once again.
Yeah, again, they'll be taking on each other in the winners final. We will likely see a grand final in a similar fashion, but the side of Divine Minds, the side of NutriBullet, they both have a new player. So both teams have a new addition to the squad, or changing up their squad slightly moving forward, or into at least this series. We got Pip rated Berserk Jr. on the side of Divine Minds. We saw them dominate R-rated. Let's see how they go up against NutriBullet.
Yeah, we've already talked about how Divine Mind, they're composed of the newest generation of talent. Great talent on the squad, new and old. We talked about, as you just said, Hoggy, the addition of Junior. We had a chat to him before and how important he is, but someone we need to really highlight here is Berserk, my man Ali. He's been playing for several years now, very highly rated on the competitive circuit here in Australia. And I tell you what, his info there is spot on. With a big voice, he's loud, and with bigger plays, this man can bring the hype for Divine Mind. I think that is perfectly accurate for this guy. He, along with Junior, I mean, what a combo. You've got Berserk, loud and boisterous, but also he can back it up with the sticks, and then you've got Junior there, more calm and composed, and able to call the technical side of shots as well. I think this is a fantastic mix, and I think goes a long way to talking about or showing why they were so dominant in their first series. But as we know, guys, they are up against the one and only NutriBullet, and we're about to see if they get blended up here, as we've been saying. Flex Reigns, Mazzy, Prades, and Barcode. Bluey, we were talking about this, about Flex Reigns, who is in there for to substitute for Seduce, who couldn't make it today. I think he's someone who we really need to focus on and draw our attention to as we move on in this series.
You know, that being said, in terms of how the teams might differ with this sub, and I don't think NutriBullet is going to change that much at all with having Flex Reigns in. You know, he is someone who has a ton of experience already with the players of NutriBullet. He is their coach. He is a very experienced player all round, just all round, very consistent player on and off the field. So him coming into this series right now, and on the side of NutriBullet, I don't think that's going to change up their playstyles too much. He knows the boys on NutriBullet way too well. He's been around the game for so long, and he's just a great talent overall. So it's going to be really fantastic to see what he actually manages to bring to this team. And if he does differ up their playstyles at all, you know, maybe he reins Barcode back in a little bit, makes him more consistent, less of a flashy player. I'm not too sure. It's going to be interesting to see what goes down.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see see what does go down indeed. And I think that Flex Reigns will bring a little bit of spice, but you got to remember, he's a coach that has a top 4 finish of his own last week. So obviously he knows what he's doing, and being a coach of this squad and now filling in, I think he can really bring the heat. But as you said, this team is already so dominant. You've got Barker, who we've talked about, the one-man highlight reel. I think that he, along with this squad and backed up with Flex Reigns, they're going to be very, very dominant. But we'll have to see what Divine Mind say about that, because I'm sure they're going to have a lot to say. Hoggy, going into this one, we talked off air, we think that this is probably going to end up being our grand final as well, but now they get to see each other and face each other in the winners bracket final after a week has gone from our first competition. Do you expect much of a change here?
No, I don't see much of a change. Let's have a look at the maps quickly. But the blender will probably come out. We've got the first game on Oddball Recharge, Slayer Livefire. And if we need it, hopefully we need it, but last week proves that we don't need it, Strongholds on the Streets as the final map. But the blender is ready for NutriBullet. Divine Mind just has to jump in. Doesn't matter if Flex Reigns is there. NutriBullet's still ready.
I'm just really keen to see an oddball on broadcast. We're yet to see one on today that's really going to be exciting. I think Divine Mind versus NutriBullet. This is really going to show how these teams, first of all, both operate with different members on their squad. I would say Divine Mind are probably in a better position when it comes to the composition of their squad, as in they've got the players that they probably want on the team. NutriBullet, not to say anything negative about Flex Reigns at all, but obviously Seduce is such a key component to this squad, and if they can still keep up or at least perform in the way that they're known to perform, I think is to be seen. This first game is really going to say it all for me. And Bluey, what are your kind of thoughts on that? Because I think they're still completely dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think if I may use a bit of a comic book metaphor here, you have Barcode and then you always have Seduce on the other hand. It's a bit like Batman and Robin. Seduce is such a good player with Barcode. So it is an interesting thing that you pointed out there. Maybe Flex Reigns might not be able to hold up to the standard that Seduce has already set here on broadcast. And we have also seen Divine Mind play with their second sub in on this map. So it's going to be really interesting to see how things pan out as we get into it right now.
Yeah, NutriBullet versus Divine Mind, winners final. Pips cleans up one. His teammate will go down. Rated goes down. Trades all around. 3 dead for NutriBullet off the bat. Perfect start for Divine Minds. The oddball has not moved. It's always in a tough position to grab on this map, so expect it to go for a long time. He won't be able to clean up Madzi. Madzi does manage to get away. So NutriBullet not with the best start. Camo in the hands now of Berserk, though, for Divine Minds. So Divine Minds not off to a bad start, Bluey.
Yeah, Divine Mind's actually played that really well. They managed to secure the camo, which is so pivotal on this map, and especially for Oddball. It sort of means that they can float around, see where the rest of the, see where the members of NutriBullet are and where they might be setting up for a potential Oddball pick. So that is really important, especially off the get-go. You know, you did see NutriBullet grab the flag there, but it was sort of not really worth touching at all because they went 2 down from it. And again, they've gone 3 down. So not really sure what's going on here, but we will see sort of like the storyline of the match develop because these are 2 Titan teams. So we are so lucky to be viewing it right now.
Yeah, Divine Minds off to a beautiful start. They finally get the oddball. It was a double kill to 3 down for NutriBullet. NutriBullet's trying to push in. Pips will take down 1. Pips is going to try to find the other. He won't be able to. He gets challenged. Oh. He gets a double kill. His teammates are still holding the ball. They're racking up time. All down for NutriBullet. Divine Minds with a perfect start to this game.
Yeah, really didn't see or, you know, NutriBullet going down 4 there. That's a massive on the side of Divine Mind. Praties peeked out. He was 1 shot and then he got cleaned up there. So not really sure what the comms were at the moment. Maybe they just didn't realize that they had the members sort of peeking that upper deck elevator, looking down on Whirlpool as they were. Maybe they'd all just expected that they were all sort of that upper elevator section holding the ball. But that 4 white, man, that's huge for Divine Mind. Hopefully they can keep that sort of momentum up.
Yeah, the ball gets played to bottom middle. Rated goes down. 4 dead for Divine Minds. This is NutriBullet's chance. Camo and the oddball. We saw them last week move the ball around the map where they needed to. Sneaky work from Madzi. I think he's been spotted though. They have spotted him. They try to take him down. Perfect 4 shot on Pips. He'll back down, try to stay alive. His team still has the ball control. He'll find a second one. He does get back smack though. Huge back smack. 2 down now for NutriBullet. NutriBullet, Flex Reigns goes down as well. 3 dead for NutriBullet. NutriBullet. Rated is in another fight of his own, and he'll take down another player. Pradis is trying to take down Rated, but he won't be able to. Rated staying alive. Pradis takes him down to one shot again. Madzies is here though, pushing in. Pradis does not care. He's coming straight in for Rated. Rated gets the double melee though. Rated, oh my god, he's done perfect work for his team. He slowed the game down so much, put so much resources from NutriBullet just to kill Rated.
How did Rated manage to stay alive for as long as he did? Such good composure for him, and you could probably tell that on the other end he was yelling at his team, guys, I'm one shot, please, please, please. But he didn't even need it. He managed to get that reversal and take one down on the side of NutriBullet, which is massive for them. That's such good like momentum build. That's such a good stopper. Really fantastic performance we're seeing from Divine Mind. Honestly, Hoggy, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well, but this is where NutriBullet really shine. They've got the ball. They had him 3 dead. The fight comes in. Barcode goes down. Last week we saw Barcode win almost every single 1v1, but that is not the case. It's 3 dead again for NutriBullet. FlexRain's the last alive. He'll go down as well. So the fights are just not going in the side of NutriBullet's favor, and they're losing time to Divine Minds right now.
This could be, you know, one of those scenarios. Divine Mind did manage before to, in their first match, to play an objective mode on recharge. And, you know, from us speaking to Junior, we could tell that comms was something that he was really focusing in on. And comms in Oddball especially are so pivotal to be able to turn around the match. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Junior seems to have his finger on the dial of NutriBullet, and he's making the calls for his teams as necessary in order for them to perform in the manner that they are right now.
Yeah, swords up as well. NutriBullet have control outside this area where the sword is up, and they should be able to grab it. It's 2 dead now for Divine Minds. Player from his team is back down. Junior's going to try to put shots on him. They really are just scrapping time now, though. They haven't really had too much of a setup. They've moved the ball around the map. Players are going down sporadically for Divine Minds. So for NutriBullet, this is a perfect way for them to get back into the game as they decide to take the lead.
Bottom of blue is a really good place for them to hold right now, because even if they are scrapping time, they can scrap it right back, because they can chuck that ball right into the water, which we might see here as we do it. Yes, we do see a ball play from Pradis. That's really good, because that means now Divine Mind sort of has to reset their position, get a ball hold and take it where necessary. Whereas if NutriBullet didn't play that ball there and they got wiped, it means that Divine Mind would have been able to take that hold at bottom blue and scrap some time for themselves.
Yeah, NutriBullet scrapping time again. Barcode, he grabs it as soon as it respawns. He doesn't care what's going on across the map. They reset it. He grabs it. FlexRains goes down. Another player one shot. Junior's trying to find him. Pradis will not be able to die.
Oh.
Junior will get taken down by Madzi. It's 3 dead now for NutriBullet though. Pradis last one alive. He'll take down one. He's got 2 more chasing him. He doesn't manage to take down another, so the ball will be in the hands of Divine Minds. Nades coming across from NutriBullet. So NutriBullet and Divine Minds trading back and forth. Balls still down with no one holding it.
Yeah, look, that's a really good point that you just put across. They're trading kills, you know. We're not necessarily seeing one team outslay the other. It's a very trade game. What it becomes now is just how can we take those trades, use them effectively, and get a good setup, because both teams need ball time. Like, both teams really need ball time right now. You can't just hold the Slayer game for as long as possible. NutriBullet do have the lead at the moment, so maybe they can take that Slayer momentum and play more of a game of objective denial rather than going for those 100 points in the first round.
Yeah, Raided's on top of the camera though, so camera in the hands of Raided. He'll find one. Perfect beatdown. He is one shot though. He needs to stay alive. The camera is what they need to get back into this game. He doesn't care. He's going straight back in. His teammates have the ball though, so he's going to find Madzi, make him one shot. Still with this camo in hand. Berserk's doing work. Pips takes him down. Divine Minds have the ball. They have camo. He's going to find Barcode. He'll take him down. 4 dead for NutriBullet. Divine Minds are back in it and they're getting some time.
We are seeing 4 dead for NutriBullet so many times, which is so unusual, Hoggy, because I felt as though last week when we were watching NutriBullet, at no point were they ever 4 down, did they ever let that happen, but they are getting so stumped by the positions on the map that Divine Mind is taking here and just not winning any of the battles necessary. Berserk with a beautiful 4-shot right there for the perfect. Can he pick up Barcode right down at the bottom? And that's a key play that you need to take down, but he does get smacked with the backspack from FlexRains, but FlexRains goes down immediately. It's just this scrappy nature over and over again, Hoggy.
Yeah, ball gets played though. The game is Divine Minds to win.
Ooh.
What a repulsor from Junior to take down Barcode. That's how you get rid of Barcode. If you can't beat him with the BR, you knock him off the map with the repulsor. We're on board with Berserk, pushing through pipes with Pips. Two of the players from NutriBullet are trying to grab the ball. One of his teammates is down. He's just trying to lay down shots for his team. Pips does not know where they are. Berserk takes down one, 2 dead for each team. Berserk takes one, down 1. He takes down 2. He takes down 3. Here's the overkill in front of him. Can he get it though? Manzi takes him down. Manzi's one shot. He'll grab the ball, try to scrap some time, but no, he'll go down. The score is now 82 to 81 as Divine Minds take the lead. NutriBullet are in a bit of trouble with 3 down as well. It's a fight now for Pips and Barcode. Barcode wins that, so very, very scrappy. Bluey players just coming in left and right for this oddball.
We highlighted Berserk before, man, and I think it was justified. Look at the way that he played that whole engagement so well. Didn't manage to get the overkill there, but it didn't matter because he created so much time for his team to be able to push in by taking 3 down. Round 1 is won in the hands of NutriBullet. That's fantastic for them. How did they manage to get such a good control over the map just at the end? Really good plays. This is intense, Hoggy. I'm not sure how to keep track of what's going on right now.
Yeah, super, super close scoreline. The time runs out, so NutriBullet win the round, and it is all that scrap time that NutriBullet would manage to grab. And the scrapping of the slaying, it's just turned the game into a timer rather than the actual scoreline. It's 2 dead for NutriBullet, 3 down for Divine Minds. Last man alive is Junior. He'll go down. The ball should be in the hands of NutriBullet. They do not have the camo on the field, so they don't have to worry about that. NutriBullet's going to bring it over to Elevator and get themselves a setup.
Okay, so Divine Mind knows now where they messed up, right? They let the Slayer game get a two ahead of them, and they didn't rack up the scrap time that was necessary that they needed to catch back up. So all they need to do is make that adjustment in this round now, and they can come back. It's not a difficult adjustment for them to make because they have the slaying power. That's what we've been seeing. It just comes to taking a little bit more priority over the objective rather than just the kills.
Yeah, Barcode manages to trade out. The points are still racking up for NutriBullet, though. They moved the ball all the way from Elevator all the way over to top gold, and they're still racking up time. They're just slowly taking down the players of Divine Minds. It looks like there's always 1 dead from Divine Minds. NutriBullet had the setup, and Flex Reigns has the sword. Let's see if he can get a kill. He gets the stick off the wall. He will take that, even though he can't get the sword. The sword is down, though, so Madzi's going to come grab it for himself. He wants that. He wants the swords. NutriBullet still have control, even though they're not holding the ball. Last alive is Pips. Pips is running in behind Matzi. Matzi's just trying to run the ball back out to bottom middle. Beautiful play from him. He's got a player coming in front of him. He'll go down. Sword in the hands of the Divine Minds. 3 dead for NutriBullet, though.
Such a tricky play for NutriBullet to put off there because they also just wasted a ton of time on the hands of Divine Mind. At no point during that engagement could Divine Mind sneak one in and manage to get that ball and sort of get a bit of scrap time, right? They have it now, but just before they wasted so much time, and NutriBullet still have nearly 40 seconds on the board of just really tricky sort of ninja-esque play coming from that orange pipe section. So Divine Mind are going to have to match that right now. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way Oddball plays in this game. The way that you can just move the ball around wherever you want. Barcode will take down Junior. The sword is in the hands of Pips. He wants to try to use it. He can't whip it out at the right moment. He will reset the ball bottom middle. That's the best way to get a reset if he can't get it off the map. He'll find one with the sword. 2 down now for Divine Minds. Ball is in the hands of Madzi, though, trying to get a setup going at Elevator. They do have the ball again, and they're racking up more and more points, Bluey.
Yeah, they seem to be a little bit more dominating here in the second round. In the first, we were sort of viewing them, and our commentary probably led us to believe that, oh, okay, maybe they're a bit rusty, especially against this Divine Mind crew, but they seem to be just reorganized so dramatically in this second round. It's fantastic to see. This is the kind of play that we expect to see from NutriBullet and that we're probably going to continue to see from this point on.
Yeah, the score is only 10 points the difference. The ball is in the hands of Divine Minds. Players of NutriBullet are all spawning on the other side of the map, so Divine Minds will hold the elevator setup for the time being. Let's see if NutriBullet can work together to break the setup. They were the dominating team last week. Can they continue to dominate? Scores get tied up. Sword's still in the hands of Junior. Junior gets one. He's got to try to stay alive, though. He does not know where anyone is. He doesn't care, though. He'll take out the wall if he has to. His teammates all go down, though, and NutriBullet break the setup perfectly.
It's so wild to see, and I hope people at home are paying attention, how they're sort of just dropping the ball into really awkward spots. So even if they manage to get full wiped, it makes a really awkward position for the other team, you know, Divine Mind, to have to pick up that ball and reset it into a position. It feels like they're just playing right into the hands of NutriBullet here, because every time they throw the ball out into these weird positions, it's like they seem to get distracted, and that's where NutriBullet can come in and just play the Slay game, just clean up shop afterwards, and that's where they get all this scrap time from, Hoggy.
Yeah, they throw the ball bottom middle. They start scrapping it over at blue. The ball will get played. Pips is on the camo. He'll grab it. Madzy was trying to be sneaky, but he wasn't sneaky enough, so the camo goes into the hands of Divine Minds. Pips will find Barcode. Barcode's a beast, though, so Barcode does not care. He charges in. He uses the repulsor, but he doesn't kill him. Pips is still alive. He's still got the camo. He's trying to help his teammates take out Madzy. He uses the grapple. It doesn't take him up, though, but he still gets the kill. Pips still alive with camo. He's trying to put shots down for Rated. He does. He helps out Rated. He's still got the camo. They've still got the ball, and they're going to catch up to the points of NutriBullet.
They're making such good ball time here, and you could see that the shots being exchanged from Attic over to that top PC section there. They knew that the players of NutriBullet were spawning top elevator, and they've probably been now able to call out the rotate from Whirlpool over to Orange. So we're seeing good rotations from both teams. We're seeing good comms all over. It's getting down to the wire here for both these teams, because I don't imagine NutriBullet would want to go to a round 3 right now, especially after seeing that they're getting pushed in a little bit here from Divine Mind. You know, Divine Mind aren't playing easy.
Madzy with the fumble. He doesn't care. He's going to turn around and try to get some kills. He's getting shot in the back, though. He manages to stay alive. Exactly what he needs to do for his team, NutriBullet. They're all trapped inside pipes. See if he can do anything with the shock rifle. He does manage to take down one. His teammate takes down the other. It's 2 dead for Divine Minds. He's going to jump back up and head straight back in. He'll probably pick up the ball. He does. He's going to drop it to clean up Rated. He's going to call it out to Barcode. Barcode's going to come around. Barcode will take it out. Madzy's doing a beautiful job to stay alive. They don't have the ball, but they're scrapping time. They are still up by 9 seconds. He does not manage to take down one. He can. No, he does. He does. He goes down. Beautiful work from the sides of Madzy. He managed to get 4 kills in that one life. He was only on 2 kills before that. The game is in the balance at the moment, though. NutriBullet still have the ball. They have a little bit of a setup, so Divine Mind's in a little bit of trouble. They're going to have to start pressing soon.
Did you see the uptime from Madzy there? That was ridiculous. He was probably one shot absolute for about 2 or 3 times there, and he just managed to stay alive every time, resulting in a reversal trade just at the end there, which is really good for them. Divine Mind does have a really strong lead here right now. They've taken out 2 players from NutriBullet. All they need to do is make a good setup. They can catch up on the time needed. They can't break here. That's the main thing. They can't break this hold. They need to move unified as a team right now and take out players where need be.
Yeah, Flex Rain's going in. He doesn't care. He'll take down one. Junior will trade it out with the camo. This is the 3rd camo the Divine Minds had this game. 2 players dead on either team. This is where they just need to look for the slays. Perfect teamwork from him and Pips. The ball's still down. Time's 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. The game's only a 5-second game. Junior's trying to look for one. He'll find Flex Range. Flex Range just charge it in. He's going to throw the ball bottom middle towards his teammates. See if they can get another setup going. He's trying to stay alive. Praddy's finds him, though. 2 dead for Divine Minds. Praddy's will maybe be able to grab the ball. No, he leaves it for his teammate. His teammate grabs the ball. The time is racking up now, and this is the pointy end of the game now, Bluey. Divine Minds have to be able to stop this NutriBullet team.
They're playing so scrappy with the ball time here. You know, it's only a couple of seconds, then dropping it immediately to lay down shots on the comms that are being made. It's so interesting to see how in tune all these players are with each other, and Flex Rains gets taken down so easily by Rated there. Insane play. And we might see NutriBullet just take it. They've only got 5 seconds left on the board, and all it's going to take is for them to hold it for 2 more seconds right here. There's going to be no contest, and they do manage to take it 2 rounds in, but that was not by any shot a far-off game. Both teams performing really well. Man, oh man, what a good game 1.
Yeah, perfect game 1. This is exactly what we want to see. NutriBullet go up 1-0 in the series. Last week, they won 2-0, but the game showed that it was way closer than it was last week. And Divine Minds with Junior looking a lot better. Maybe you could say with Flex Rains in the team, NutriBullet isn't looking as good, but Divine Minds stepping up. They had a warm-up game before this, and they're ready to come and play.
I definitely think it was more of a case of NutriBullet in the beginning of that match sort of coming into it and being able to read how Divine Mind was playing. You know, they probably played some scrims against them before with this new roster, but it was more so in the in-game environment was the difference, you know. man, Divine Mind still played really well. Really good scores coming from them across the board. I mean, you can see Berserk right there, 9k damage. Insane numbers coming out from him, and he certainly was the highlight main slayer of that match. Really good performances overall.
Yeah, I just want to touch on the fact that we were looking at this, the kills and death screen, and it was actually Divine Minds that outslayed the side of NutriBullet. So the fact that they're outslaying them, going into a Slayer, that's a good sign for them. They've come into this series hot. A lot of the time we saw NutriBullet 3 and 4 dead, but they still managed to come through with the win. So going off that, how do you think we're going to go into the next game? Obviously the Slayer will be a little different and the kills will matter. So the fact that Divine Minds were able to slay NutriBullet out in this game shows that they're in with a big chance of being able to take the series and send it into game 3.
Maybe though, Hoggy, that's the game that NutriBullet was playing right here. Maybe that's what all the players were communicating. You know, kills don't matter as much right now. As long as we get more of a handle on the ball itself, then we're going to have this game, you know, clean cut. And I think that's where they succeeded. You know, they prioritized slaying less than what we might expect to see from NutriBullet, but in the end, that managed to be more beneficial for them.
Yeah, no, definitely. We saw the camo in the hands of Divine Minds multiple times, so that's always going to help you get more kills, right? You know, camo makes it way easier to get kills, so it helps the fact that they were managed to pick that up and use that to their advantage to get a kill lead. Even though they weren't able to take the game, they're proving that they are here and they're ready to play. We're going to go into Slayer live fire on the next map. There's a sniper on this map, Bluey, so maybe we can see a few domers coming out from Barcode and the players on the side of Divine Minds.
Read my mind, Hoggy, because that's exactly what I was about to bring up. You know, we've seen some insane clips come out from Barco just playing casually or in ranked with the sniper. So, you know, he knows that the pressure's on right now. He's playing to win. So if it means that they can, if NutriBullet can play more of a supporting role right now, especially in a Slayer match for Barcode, we might see some insane clips come out right now. I'm super keen for it. Fingers crossed we do. Man, oh man, Barcode, touch the sniper, man. We know it turns golden when you grab it.
Yeah, we could say on the side of Divine Minds that they're on fire right now. Comparatively to last week, they haven't been dominated in the first game, so you could say that they are on fire right now. Coming from the previous series, going into this one, they dominated R-rated. So they just need to keep moving through into this game with the same momentum, get themselves the win in this game and bring it to a game number 3, because that's what we want to see.
Oh, absolutely, you know, and I think with just how that match wound down at the end, not even wound down, it was still up, you know, and we're going into it straight away right now. Both teams are going to be feeling this pressure, feeling this hype. You know, we're building up to an explosion right now, and Live Fire Slayer is going to be our catalog for it, our platform for it. So let's get into it. We do have Flex Range already go down on the side of NutriBullet, and they're already 2 down, which is not what you want to see, not what you'd expect, Hoggy.
Yeah, Madzi with the flank, Barcodes to help him out. Snipe in the hands of Madzi, he's going to run away. Overshield is coming up in a second. He needs to overlook Flex Reigns to help him out, grab this overshield to get them a good chance at getting a solid lead. Flex Reigns grabs it basically for free. He's going to try charge in. The shots will ring out from the sides of Divine Minds. Flex Reigns takes out one. He'll take down another. So it's 2 dead, 3 down now for Divine Minds. Shots in the back of Barcode. He'll go down. So it's a scrap fest at the moment. 6 kills, all Bluey.
Yeah, jeez, like, this is the kind of pressure, again, this is what we expect from 2 teams at this level of talent. And we saw, you know, maybe the Slayer game looked a little bit more skewed in that last match, but we're seeing these shots come out from Madzi, and man, oh man, he's not to be messed with. But they are trading kills back and forth. Even right now, they have the sniper in hand, but they just can't manage to get any shots. We're still 6-6, we're still 7-7. Like, things aren't going necessarily in one snowball route or another. We're seeing a very trade-on, trade-off match.
Yeah, Madzi makes them weak across the map. He can't hit another shot, but it literally does not matter because it was 4 down for the Divine Minds. The sniper's now in the hands of Barcode. Let's see if he can hit the headshots. There it is. Oi! That's the first headshot. He's already better than Madzi. Oh! That's the second one. That's the double for him. He's trying to find the triple. He'll challenge it. He doesn't care. But Junior, he comes into the squad. He's saying, sit down, Barcode. You can't deal with us when I'm in the team. They're only up by 1 kill. The scores are tied now. So the sniper in the hands of Barcode is what they need, and Divine Minds are still keeping it a close game though, Bluey.
I told you when Barcode touches that sniper, it turns to gold, mate, but I could probably say when, you know, you or I touch that sniper, it turns to dust in our hands. So Barcode, we love to see him with that sniper. We love to see him performing, and all round, all players are performing right now, but we do see 3 go down on the hands of Divine Mind, which again is not what they want right now. It's going to be really tough once we get past that pivotal half, you know, 25 kill mark for be the team, that's when the game's really going to start to slow down, because those teams, you know, need to apply that pressure to get that 25 kills. From then on, it becomes more about, okay, players are making mistakes. We need to pick up on those mistakes here. So not really too many mistakes that I'm noticing coming out from the players. Scoreline might say differently, but both teams right now playing super strong.
As he's on the front lines, he's got Pips there to help him. Pips will get, sorry, not Pips, it was Praddies who gets a double, and he gets the triple to take down Berserk. It's 3 dead for Divine Minds. They had the overshield. They're up by 7 kills. The game's going great for NutriBullet, even though it was really scrappy at the start. Heat wave in hand for Praddies. Sniper will be up in 2 seconds. He's going to find one. He gets one. Can he get the other? It looks like he does. He probably does. It's 2 down now for Divine Minds. Snipe in the hands of Barcode again. So the momentum is moving in the direction of NutriBullet. They're up by 9 kills now, and the snipe is in the hands of Barcode again. Another Doma for him. Easy clap, he says. He finds a second. Barcode is a freak. It's 3 dead again for Divine Minds, and NutriBullet are running away.
Just as I wrapped up my point before, it seemed like the score differential just blew to the moon, right? Barcode got his hands on that snipe, picks up the kills where necessary. Man, oh man, are we getting treated today. We are eating good at Barcode's dinner table. It is so good to see a player like this perform. I hope everyone at home is paying attention, because this man is going to be on it for the long haul. We're seeing 30 kills already on the side of NutriBullet. Make that 32. And Divine Mind just seem to be losing it right now. Hoggy, what kind of position do you think Divine Mind are in right now, and where can they recover from?
Yeah, Divine Mind, I feel like they need to slow down the game and work together a bit more. The Repulsor tries to push him off the map. He doesn't do it though. Barcode with the sniper in hand. He's got 3 bullets to work with. He doesn't hit one. He'll back down, call out to his teammates. His teammates are going to help him out. He's got players pushing him from all angles. His teammates are always there to help him out, but he's on a killing spree. He'll drop down to find the double. He repulses another player to get the double. No, he doesn't. Rated stays alive. He'll jump straight back out. He'll chase him down. Still not able to get him rated to stay alive perfectly, but Barcode still finds him. 2 shots left in the sniper. Maybe he can put this to work. They're still up by 17 kills, though. He does. He finds another. This guy is a freak, Bluey.
37 to 20. Oh man, he was just about to hit that. He could feel it. It just escaped him. But man, oh man, like this score differential, again, it seems every time we're in the process of highlighting it, it just goes up more and more. And we see another kill go to the hands of NutriBullet. So again, Divine Mind really finding it hard to capture any momentum, steal any momentum away from NutriBullet at the moment. And it seems like it's falling into the nature of what I said before. You know, NutriBullet was playing the objective game before. They knew exactly what they needed to do for Oddball. They know exactly now what they need to do for Slayer, and that's just Slay. That's just let loose, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Junior, our seasoned player in Australia, we highlighted him before, he's managing to get some kills on the table, and this could be the start of the turnaround that Divine Mind need.
Yeah, flex trains go down. Barcode chases Junior down to take him down, so it's 2 dead now for the side of Divine Minds. Berserk. So let's see what he can do. He's trying to be sneaky bottom middle. He gets found out though. He'll get called out. Barcode's going to kill him every single time we're on a Divine Minds player. They get shot by 2 different people from 2 different angles, and NutriBullet are on top. But as I say it, they're 3 down. Madsy's last alive. He'll drop bottom middle to play his life. They're only up by 13. Divine Minds trying to bring it back.
Yeah, these players on NutriBullet play for life so well. Even when they're in a situation like this, they still manage to get good damage out. Unfortunately, Madsy does go down, but he would have been able to make a really good call for his team there, in the fact that he knew that, they spawned brutes and were on that sort of snipe tower side. So it didn't really matter that he went down there, especially with the score differential as is. NutriBullet have a lot of room to work with right now. They can make a couple of mistakes here and there, and ultimately, being the team that they are, and we see them perform how they do, they're going to be able to ring it in at any point they really want to. At the moment, it's such a treat to watch them, Hoggy.
Yeah, things not looking good for the side of Divine Minds. Sniper in the hands of Barcode again. We've said it multiple times this game. He's a freak with this thing. One of his teammates goes down. He'll help his teammate challenge this player. He backs down. They are 2 kills away now from the win. 34 kills on the side of Divine Minds, 35. They're way off the pace, so it's only 2 now. Doma for Barcode. 1 more kill to win it. Can he do it with the snipe? He's going to re-challenge bottom middle. Junior's there. Can he hit the no-scope? No, he can't. He goes down. Junior gets a double to keep them in the game. Only 1 kill left. Madsy's trying to find it. He'll go down. They cannot find it. 1 shot in front of him. There's the game for NutriBullet. 50 points to 38, and NutriBullet will head into the final after a 2-0 sweep.
Oh, just like that, again, I want to touch on that. they knew that the game was Slayer. They knew the job that they had to make, and they knew exactly, hey, Barcode, want to take this sniper for a little spin? And Barcode went, yeah, sure, okay. Let me just boom, boom, boom. All those headshots that we saw were absolutely crucial into them snowballing that game as hard as they did.
Straight into a future top 5. I'm sure we'll be seeing some of those plays. Guys, what a match that was. It was 2-0, but that does not tell the story of what unfolded. We'll have a look through some of the scoreboard just here. 50-38 was the Slayer game. It was a little bit hasty at the end there from the NutriBullet squad, but they were able. They had obviously the flex there to give up a couple of deaths. They hunted that final kill. But look, what are the couple of things that we need to highlight here, Hoggy? Because I think everyone put on a superstar performance. Great snipes were coming out. I saw some great accuracy there, 60% plus from Berserk. But what are the highlights from that for you?
Yeah, Barcode with the snipes. He's just a machine. And like, when you look at the side of NutriBullet working together as a team, he's only got 44% accuracy, by the way, but it doesn't matter because he's sniping, so you can't hit every bullet, even though it looked like he was.
When you go 20-7, that don't matter, son.
Yeah, it does not matter. It does not matter, does it? It does not matter. But yeah, the fact that Barcode always had this snipe, he always put it to work every single time. It felt like we jumped on a Divine Minds player. There was another player from NutriBullet that would come from their side, shoot him, kill him. And the teamwork from NutriBullet in this game showed through where it didn't show through in the previous game.
Bluey, what do you feel with the differences between these two squads in that Slayer? Because obviously both of them put up a great fight, but the scoreboard tells the tale of the tape, right? Like, it really was a NutriBullet's game all the way through.
It's really tough overall because, you know, at no point do I think Divine Mind really like flopped or anything like that. I think they still played super strong. It just came from momentum, and maybe that momentum came from the power weapon control because NutriBullet were able to take that to the 10th degree, right? I mean, we're seeing it right now. Barcode, like pretty much all those snipe shots that we got to view, he was hitting heads, he was making good work of it. It takes not only like one main star player on your team with the snipe to be able to perform those, but it takes the rest of your team around you to be able to enable that. And capturing power weapon control is so crucial, and NutriBullet was able to come together every time and do exactly just that.
I really think you hit the nail on the head there with the way that the snipe was controlled, because you're right, it's not just that one player that controls everything, but it's almost like the war cry. It's the horn that is kind of belted out and sounded for the squad to kind of rally behind, and that's what we saw there. The momentum just really was insane. So it was great work, awesome stuff from NutriBullet. They will be going through to the grand final. The series overview you saw there, 2 rounds to 0. Again, that one also doesn't tell the tale because Hoggy, from my perspective, when we first watched the beginning of the match, that first minute, 2 minutes at least, we obviously saw some great work from Divine Mind, and they actually got the early lead there. It may have just been NutriBullet waking up at the sticks, or Divine Mind were kind of letting what was an early lead slip. What did you think happened from your perspective?
Yeah, maybe you could say NutriBullet were waking up on the sticks, but probably not. You would say they were probably on. I would say it was Divine Minds just really stepping up to the task of NutriBullet. You know, they really showed that they can compete in that oddball, and the game was really close in both rounds. Even though they got off to a good start, they still held it through. They lost by small margins. They only lost the first round because the time ran out. In the second round, they only lost by a few points. It wasn't too bad in the end for them. You know, they didn't really get dominated in the first game. Second game, though, was very much more of a domination. So it was very much the first game. It was even, I would say, Josh, overall. Like, it was even, but it's just NutriBullet kind of crept, you know, on the side to win.
Keeping on that first game, I really feel like I agree with you. It looks relatively even across the board. NutriBullet obviously just that little bit ahead, especially with the team compositions as they are. Bluey, we saw some great highlights from that first oddball game, which I hope to see again in highlight reels in the future. I know I saw my man Ali Durand there, Berserk with the do-si-do while he had that oddball and able to stay alive. I saw a reversal in there as well. Some great movement from him and the rest of the team at one point there. I think from a perspective of an observer and from a spectator, someone watching that game, it was really entertaining to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I would also say that us as observers and even players ourselves, because all of us here play, there's a lot to learn from how players are adapting to sort of the new takes on these game types and the new maps that are involved in Infinite. You know, we've seen in the matter of only a week, about 7 days, how much these teams have developed, and bringing on, you know, these new members in pre-established teams as well didn't really change that much across the board. In fact, I would argue that a lot of things were improved from last time that we saw these players play. So overall, just really interesting. I said we were eating good before, and we are, as Halo players, we are eating so good.
I think we are as well. We're not full yet, though, because we've got to get through to the rest of the tournament. Before we do that, we better chat with our man, Flex Reigns, from the team here of NutriBullet. Flex, thank you for joining us. And first of all, congratulations on the win, mate. It was really, really entertaining to watch. But first question for you, obviously feeling it's for Seduce, coaching this squad. How do you feel actually playing on the squad? Have you had much experience with these guys, and was the result here what you expected?
The results were as I expected. I've been playing with these guys since the beginning of Infinite and kind of leading up to it. I was always contemplating if I should be playing or if I should be coaching for these guys, and I do want to be part of the dynasty, whether as a coach or as a substitute player. So I feel confident with these guys. I feel like extremely strong, and I mean, switching for Dan, nothing's changed. We're still dominant.
Flex, I would say overall NutriBullet is like probably the top Slayer squad that we see in ANZ all the time. You guys are putting so much into it. But I made a point to highlight that in that first oddball game, you seem to focus more on objective rather than the Slayers, which I think was the mistake that Divine Mind made overall. Would you agree? Did you change up that play style a lot, or...?
Well, I'm trying to play the role of what Seduce would do, and he plays very positional, like just a great overall player. And I've already got two amazing Slayers, Madzi and Barcode, to do all that work. So if me and Adam can just pick the pieces up and keep the team together and play the objective, we're just gonna win naturally.
Yeah, well, going into game one, we weren't sure how the game was going to go. Obviously, Divine Minds, they've been given like another whole week to practice sort of thing. And we obviously heard last week from you guys that you guys were playing basically from the start till the first tournament. And that was probably one of the reasons why you were so far ahead. Were you surprised going into game number one that it was that close? I would say the Slayer maybe wasn't as close. It was quite dominant. But were you surprised going into game number one? Do you think Divine Minds have really stepped up this week?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in hot, and I didn't expect them to play so strong and so solid. So yeah, they're really in it to win it, but we're putting it in their places, so it's fine, yeah.
Well said. And Flex, as a final question, you're obviously talking about your position coaching the squad, and they are very, very dominant. Not even arguably they're top three. The arguable part is whether they're top one or not for the region. And I think results are starting to speak for themselves. But with all that said, where does that position you in future, assuming the core roster was Seduced and that's how they'll participate in Raleigh, future majors, future events, and hopefully the World Championship? Are you yourself gunning for kind of that top three positioning in ANZ, or are you focusing more on coaching? A little bit specifically, what's happening with you, noting the core roster is as it is?
I'm really focusing on coaching for this team and being a substitute if anything does go wrong. I'm in there to fill in for just fill in with the gaps. So I'm definitely focusing on with this team to make history, in Raleigh. And I don't know, it depends. It depends how things go. I still want to play the game. I love the game. I'm a competitor at heart. So let's see what happens. Yeah.
Well, I know you spacked me around in ranked, so I look forward to that, Flex. But congratulations on the win, mate. And no matter what you do in your future, coaching or otherwise, we wish you all the best, mate, and good luck. Hopefully making it to the grand final.
I love you guys, man. Cheers. Thank you for all the work.
Cool. Thank you very much, Flex Reigns, and what a great start for them on broadcast here with NutriBullet. Flex, I think he's a bit humble. I think he could be doing more than coaching, surely, Bluey, obviously with the performance that he's putting on with his squad.
Yeah, he performed so well there. He said he wanted to be a part of the dynasty, and I think with game performances like that, even so early on, he's already cementing that fact and his role into a coach. I mean, we can see how these guys play. There's absolutely zero doubt that his coaching skills need to be doubted. Fantastic player overall. Great guy, too. I mean, look at him. Come on. How can you not love him?
Yeah, very, very humble. Hoggy, we're going to be getting into our next match very, very soon. Do you think we're going to be seeing a rematch of the Winners Bracket Finals we get into the grand final, or what other things do we kind of look for as we get into our final few games?
Yeah, I think we can say that we probably will, but like watching Divine Minds, you could say they really have stepped it up this week. And I think that might be one of the reasons why they're going to move forward back into the grand final. The fact that they can bring in Junior and seem to be better this week than they were last week, I don't think there's any reason why we can't say that they'll be back into the final against NutriBullet.
Yeah, all right. We've got your final thoughts, Hoggy, and we're going to be switching up the casters on the broadcast in our next series. So I'll go to you, Blue. Final thoughts and what we should be looking forward to as we wrap up the final few matches of today's broadcast.
To pay attention to any time Barcode gets the sniper, if he does, because it's going to be gold every time, and we're going to see 100, 10,000, 1 million highlight clips come out of that boy from here on to the future. So look out for him. Of course, look out for NutriBullet, but pay close attention to Divine Mind as well, because they're nothing to be stifled with. They're strong players, and I think we're going to see them more and more as we proceed into the future as well.
Wise words. We'll be keeping an eye out for them. Thank you very much, Hoggy and Bluey. I appreciate you joining me on the broadcast. We're going to be jumping into our next match right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you don't go anywhere. We're about halfway through our HCS ANZ Open number 2 broadcast. Things are just starting to get heated up as we're into the pointy end of the broadcast. We'll see you right after this break.
Halo Infinite does a great job at balancing both the mechanics of Halo 3 and Halo 5. Bringing those two worlds into one is like such a great thing for Halo Infinite and for the player base in general.
Infinite seems a lot more about exactly what they've tried to design it to be, which is, you know, you spawn in with a battle rifle and you've got to go around and pick up whatever grenades and other weapons you want. And then you're really just fighting for the best parts of the map and the power positions.
Definitely the movement aspect. I'm glad they stuck with sprinting and sliding. So I feel like if you've got that cracked movement, it's just, yeah, you can be an absolute menace on the map.
Seems a bit similar to Halo 3. Obviously, there's these new mechanics in there, but I'm really liking how it's a bit of a slower game. Your BR start seems a bit more strategy and sort of more of a calculated sort of team pushing. I'm really liking that aspect to it.
The Slayer game type is a staple of competitive, but I would like to see it just in the series once, like in a best of 5. I think it would be really awesome to see that as a game 5. I've never been a fan of Slayer as an objective just because of the way it plays, but I still think it belongs in Halo to a degree.
On the larger maps where you have a lot more space to kind of like hide. It doesn't really play well. It creates this weird, like, really slow and passive Halo dynamic.
I wouldn't say they're not skillful, but I wouldn't say they're as skillful as objective gamers. And I think they'd fit a perfect tiebreaker for a series. So putting them as the last map that's played, if the series reaches that point, would be a perfect spot for them.
I feel like it's essential for Halo. It's always been there. It should be there. You can't have a lot of Slayers in like the best of 5 or the best of 7s. You know, you're gonna have like a Slayer and objective, then a Slayer again.
I really enjoy Slayer. Like, you have to work as that, you know, the core 4. You have to really work together to get those 50 kills.
I think Slayers should honestly only be for Game 5. I don't think there should be 2 Slayers in a best of 5.
I guess the gripes with Slayers of all the time is that there can be an element of randomness to it. So, you know, if a team gets on a roll, gets some power weapons, they can sort of almost steal the game from you if you're a lesser team. In saying that, I do think it does belong. So far, though, it does seem to be a bit of a trade fest, and it has been hard to sort of get a bit of ascendancy and sort of set up. So it seems to be sort of going back and forth and just trading rather than, you know, getting it set up and, you know, focusing on power weapons.
I love Slayers because, I mean, I still think it takes skill. I mean, you have to spawn in, you have to collect things around the map, whether that be grenades or weapons. You need to earn kills. I think it's fun.
For the future competitive Infinite, I think they need some more maps, maybe 1 or 2 remixes from some old Halos.
I do hope there's going to be more partner teams, especially like for the ANZ scene. This will be huge to have partner teams, and then to have like an ANZ like team skin would be mind blowing. So that'll be freaking cool to see as well.
Welcome back, guys and girls, Halo fans around the world. This is the HCS ANZ Australia and New Zealand, by the way, Open number 2. I'm your host in Maniac, and now joined on the broadcast by Hoots and SSJ4. Gentlemen, we've had a fantastic start to the day. I hope you've caught some of the action, because what a start it has been. We just saw Nutribullet up against Divine Mind, 2 of the strongest teams in the region. Hoots, did it go the way you thought? Because, you know, I really feel it could have gone either way, but Nutribullet showing once again why they're called the God Squad.
Yeah, that oddball game was really close in that first game of the series. I thought it might have gone the other way, but Nutribullet managed to just pull it out in the end. But look, I've just been enjoying watching this, you know, watching the last couple of series we've had. I've just been hanging in the Twitch chat. The viewership looks great and everyone's really loving it. So it's just been a blast to watch as a viewer, but I'm happy to be here with you now. Josh, on the desk.
Always great to be with you as well, Hoots. And yes, there is some good vibes in the Twitch chat and as well as the YouTube chat. Shout out to all of you guys supporting the broadcast. I know we have a whole ton of North American and global viewers joining us for the ANZ region, so thank you all for joining. We appreciate the support. And look, we're all trying to put on a good show, and I'm sure to help us put on a good show is Justin as well. Justin, what about you? What did you see from those few matches, and was there any highlights from your perspective?
Well, Josh, the competition has been tougher than a $3 steak today, and I've been absolutely loving it. Been vibing with the Twitch chat, seeing who's been naughty and nice, and I couldn't be any more excited to get behind the mic today.
Yeah, we're excited to have you, Justin. Now, obviously, you're looking very good. I saw the touch-ups on Twitter there, mate, so it's really coming through. Great stuff. Look, let's just...
You don't just wake up like this, Josh. A lot of work goes into it.
Yeah, no work here, as you can see. So let's have a look at the bracket, Jensen, for everyone playing at home and see where we're up to in the broadcast, of obviously, for the tournament as well. I mean, let's just take it from the top. Yeah, NutriBullet, clean sweep the entire way. Not a single map dropped until we've got to the grand finals. We'll see if that's going to change. I think a couple of ones here to highlight is BBR taking down Direwolves where they got to the elimination bracket, and Divine Mind with their run up until they got to NutriBullet. No real surprises here, I'd say, Hoots.
No, not really. It has all gone to plan, although, as we just discussed before, that last series was a lot closer than we thought it would be, and if that is the grand final rematch we do end up getting, then, this is by no means over, and I think we can expect a really exciting series, but obviously we need to go through a few more matches to get to that point.
And after being top 8 last week, not getting to the broadcast, Justin, we see a great run from Direwolves here in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to. Direwolves, I mean, kind of underwhelming performance last week, and they're just such star players with so much experience on there, and then you have the young gun Vamps, and it's really nice to see that some of that rust is getting busted off and they're performing well, and, top 8 to top 3, not a bad effort.
Yeah, I think the boys at Direwolves, they got the WD-40 on the hinges and they're able to keep playing, and we will be seeing them up next. Direwolves versus Divine Mind. I think this is going to be a great one, as I believe all of our matches have been today. Even the blowout was fascinating to watch. Direwolves, of course, the squad, Bald, Dino, Zirkle, and Vamp. We highlighted Bald before. We had a chat to him. I think he's incredibly humble. This entire Direwolves squad, though, watch out for them because they are hungry. It wouldn't surprise me if we may even see an upset. Maybe I'm probably being a little bit overzealous and being a bit generous, but regardless, I'm really keen to see what Direwolves can do. And Hoots, of course, on this Direwolves squad, you've got the addition of Vamps, which I think adds a whole lot of spice from what was previously the old X5 squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw the control that team had in the really close Slayer on Streets from a few series ago. Down 45-40, so, time running out, and just that ability to reposition and level themselves out. When we spoke to Bald, he mentioned that they just really reset, slowed it down, and were able to come out and pretty much roll a 10-kill run and get the win. So that level-headedness that this team's got now is something that we can really expect to see coming out in this series, and just to be able to turn around and have that mental toughness is something that a lot of teams just simply don't have.
Yeah, and that really is what separates a lot of these better teams from the rest. And I totally agree with you, Hoots, that, that kind of mindset is really important. And Direwolves are going to need as much composure as they can muster. They've had an incredible elimination bracket run so far, but they are up against Divine Mind, who we just saw have a really good fight up against NutriBullet, Pip, Rated, Berserk, and Junior. Justin, this team have been performing really well, and unfortunately they did lose out in that winners bracket final, but up against Direwolves, I mean, arguably, would you say they're the favourite?
I would say yes, and I think over the next few months as we watch Halo Infinite kind of evolve and the meta shift and everyone has a chance to get some solid hours in scrims, we will see these two go back and forth. NutriBullet the clear favourite right now, but they're just got to get all the hinges oiled, as you say, and I think Divine Mind will be a real challenger.
And to really help Divine Mind, we've got Rated on the squad. I think he's been a really standout player in the ANZ region, young Jacob. He's been around for a little while now. He's the super sub for the squad. He doesn't know yet. Well, we don't know if he's playing for the team at HCS Raleigh just yet. Obviously, there's some shakeups, and as we've kind of highlighted through an interview earlier with Bald, there's not just the variables of these teams trying to shift schedules around to make sure they can make it. Obviously, the pandemic's still in effect. There are lockdowns in some areas of the world, and there are restrictions on people traveling. So just getting there is a huge task in itself. And by the way, I'll use that as a segue to really congratulate 343 Esports Engine and the rest of the team putting on that major in Raleigh, because that is a massive effort to put that on given where we are in the world. So no matter who's able to make it, that's going to be a fantastic event, and just to have a LAN of that scale this side of New Year is impressive, an impressive feat in itself. So shout out to all you guys. But look, Rated will do what he can to try and get the Divine Mind squad to represent at that event, and I can't wait to see it go down. Now, we talked about that major a little bit earlier. We've got the tournament this weekend. Hoots, but of course, we've got those qualifiers next weekend as well. 51 teams we called out have signed up today, and I'm hoping many, many more for that qualifier next week as well.
Yeah, I tweeted last night, ANZ's the little region that could really. You know, we have a small population, so we're always going to be up against it in terms of that. But the numbers of registrations we're getting through for teams is fantastic. And not just that, as I mentioned before, the viewers that we're getting watching as well. So I think you said at the start of the broadcast, Josh, when you look at from a percentage point of view of our population, the turnout and support is just phenomenal.
Have we peaked yet, Justin, or are we going to see more?
Oh, nothing but up, baby. We're going to hit that trip dig and we're going to get 100 teams.
100, that's a massive
100.
call, but
Easy.
I believe in the infinite stonks, boys. I'm sure it's going to go nowhere but up. It is going to be really interesting to see how it goes. Again, I think people forget that this was a surprise drop for the multiplayer. You know, it's still, I think they say that it's officially still in beta. It's not the full release yet. And yet we have this amazing roadmap. We've got this tournament. I think there's going to be a lot of players jumping over. And I can only speak for the ANZ region. I think when more is known about other esports activities within the region moving into 2022, I have a strong feeling that we're going to be seeing more organizations, more teams, and more players jumping the fence, coming back to Halo, and where it all started for some of us, myself included, and really bolster those numbers. I think it's going to be something very, very special. And Hoots, speaking of special, you know, special place in my heart with some memories with you, good sir, as we were kicking off ACL back in the day. For those of you playing at home, a little piece of trivia, it was Hoots and I who were casting Halo Reach, Halo 3 prior to that.
Yeah.
Halo 3 is where we started with the old HDMI, the physical switcher, that black screen for 2 seconds between the POVs. We've come a long way to where we are now.
John, I mean, I'm looking around me here. I've got spotlights, I've got everything, and it's compared to what we were doing back then.
Our main stage didn't even have spotlights.
Nah, we had nothing. Bare bones was probably, I think we had handheld microphones and everything. Bare bones was probably the best way to describe the setup there.
A SingStar mic. A SingStar mic was our first mic for commentary.
Shared between the two
region.
of us.
Shared between the two of us. It was
That's
fantastic.
a song, isn't it?
I think so. I think we could probably make a song with the history we've got. But guys, alas, we're ready to rock and roll. Let's have a look at the maps and see what these teams are going to be playing on as we get into it. Oddball on Livefire up next. Slayer Aquarius and Stronghold on Streets if we get to it. That Oddball Livefire, I think we've seen a couple of good Oddball matches so far today already, Justin. I think this one's going to be a great one as well.
Yeah, Oddball's really evolving into such a great game type in Halo Infinite. I'm glad that it's back, and you know, I'm having a lot of fun with it in matchmaking as well, and it's really fun to watch that dynamic, and the multi-round system has really revived it, I think, Josh.
I think so as well. I'm a big fan of Oddball. Love the game type. It plays really, really well in Infinite. Slayer, I think it's great. I really find that Slayer has its place in competitive, and that's actually a great point of, I guess, conjecture amongst the competitive Halo community. I'd be keen to know what you guys think in chat about Slayer's place in the competitive rule set. Nonetheless, it's going to be our second map and game type of the day, and then if we get to Strongholds at Streets at the end, a game 3, that's going to be great to see. Are we going to get that far, Hoots? What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a strong chance, and these 3 game types I think are going to be a perfect way to showcase what these teams have. Going back to that Oddball we spoke before, I think 343 have absolutely nailed the Oddball formula this time around with Infinite. It's not just a round base, but even now moving to a position where when holding the ball, the timer stops. And we saw, if anyone was watching the NA tournament Monday, our time at least, last week, some of the games we had in particular, I think in the final series with Optic, and Pistola doing that incredible play of clutching the ball and just holding on for dear life for those final 20 seconds, getting the time with only 2 seconds left on the clock, and then playing the ball, and you get a result. And I'd just love to see something like that here.
Yeah, they're the kind of clutch players you can hope to look out for. And I think now that we're at the really pointing end of the bracket, we may just see that. But Justin, what about you? Do we think that we're going to be seeing an upset here potentially? You already said in the preview that we're expecting Divine Mind to come through. Direwolves, do they have what it takes, or is this just a wash already?
I think Direwolves do have what it takes, and it's just a matter of whether or not they're warmed up enough, their communication's good, and their teamwork is good. I would probably still favor Divine Minds, but the thing is that it's all about who's playing better on the day and who's making good use of the opportunities that fall at their feet. So they can do it, but I would still say Divine Mind's the favorite in this one.
I'm probably leaning the same way as well, Justin, but Hoots, Direwolves, they're 3 or 4 series in a row in the elimination bracket, all 2-0s. momentum, we talk about it so much, but if you've ever been a competitor, or in my instance where it's, in the Stone Age when I was a competitor, I've seen a lot of competitive gameplay. I've seen momentum be a real key player in whether teams can take a win or not in a really important grand final such as this.
Yeah, I mean, when you were competing as a competitor, Josh, I don't even think the internet was around then, and so it's pretty incredible now that we can hold these tournaments completely online. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And then there's seasoned players on this Direwolves squad, so they've been here before. They're getting the hang of the game now. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how they go with that. But look, I think, Josh, we're getting ready to start this game now, obviously. Live fire, oddball, getting the teams loaded in. And Justin, we're going to have to look here for some real control of not only the power-ups, but the snipe as well, as teams look to hold position down on this map to lock in time on this for this oddball game.
Yeah, I haven't had much of a chance to cast some pretty hype sniper play. I was a little bit jealous of Bluey and Hoggy before, so hopefully we get a chance to wet our whistles on that one too. And we are launching it off, and I believe we're on board with Pips, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the sniper pops at the very start here, but the power-up is on a bit of a 30-second delay. So this mad rush for the snipe at the very start, Pip's pushing in hard, and by default typically opts to go for that drop once picking up the snipe. He's taken down, unfortunately. We're jumping on board with Berserk, and then we'll see a bit of a mad scramble for this oddball now down in bottom mid as teams start to feel each other out, and we're always a bit tentative to make a play going for that oddball. Unfortunately, manages to find Vamp pretty unawares there, misses the back smack, but follows up with the BR, picks up the snipe, looking up to sandbags now and just trying to get inside this garage with this snipe so he can hold a bit of cover. But it looks like the power up may actually have been dropped by Junior, I think, who managed to pick it up and was taken down. So we're going to see Berserk here just play a bit of protection here on this power up and managing somehow to stay alive with his shields dropped, quite unaware. So the Direwolves communication not looking too good at this early stage, Justin.
No, it seems everyone's very placid, really taking their time. Like, no one's grabbed that ball just yet. Everyone's a little bit shy, I think, and a lot of patience for the players, or a little bit of late tournament nerves. I'm not sure, but now we're on board with Junior. I'm glad Junior's back on Divine Mind. Pretty much bringing them up to full strength here. He does go down there now on board with Vamp, switching over to Dino, rocking that Croc gang emblem top left of your screen there. He's just hunting down bottom mid here, grabs that heat wave. Beautiful shot there on Rated trying to scrap some time here. Hoots really trying to stay alive. Look at that jump in between the pillars. Ali comes in for the backup. Look at that, fantastic stuff. Rated managing to stay alive there, Hoots.
Yeah, just perfect communication then of coordinating of, all right, cover for me now. I'm going to throw this ball out, run out from the pillars while you put shots in. It was just timed to perfection. You can see the comms on this Divine Mind squad is really working strongly. For an oddball game, we might want to remind these guys that there is an oddball on the map, only 6 seconds of time for Divine Mind, so that they certainly are taking their time in starting to rack this up. But I think what we are seeing is just that they are trying to feel each other out. As I said before, we're on board with Junior. He's got the camo just hanging down here around the brute field. And again, we're just finding that players running straight past. Obviously, he is camoed, but we have found, and we saw this in the North American comp last week, that these pro players, they can spot out the camo a fair bit easier in Infinite, it seems, than in other versions of Halo. So if you've got those keen eyes, you really can spot one of these camo players out. But Junior just hanging out. He's going to keep a guard on the snipe, which is up in 30 seconds, hanging in this tower while his team's racking up time. And we can see here the Direwolves squad pretty much completely locked in this garage, and Divine Mind's just racking up time on that B silo.
Yeah, Rated, ball in hand, doing his best Hamlet impression. Sniper rifle about to pop. Great shots from Junior, putting in plenty of damage there. Waiting for his shields, but yeah, Raiders just chilling out here. He's got a bag of chips, he's got a drink, and he's just chilling, letting the rest of his boys keep the enemy at bay. He's not getting touched. He's standing still. This is unbelievable.
If we want to use another Shakespeare reference, oh, what a terrible night for a curse. It just seems
that's a deep cut there. I'm not sure that a lot of our young viewers are going to know that one. He does play the ball, though. I mean, he was probably sick of holding it, Hoots. He was holding it for so long. But now on board with balls, he's got that sniper rifle, sends off a shot, doesn't manage to connect. Another player challenges him, doesn't get the body shot with the follow-up beatdown, unfortunately. And we've got about 40 points the difference right now. Pips, my boy, grabbing that Mangler, a weapon that I'm absolutely loving. Gets one shot in, easy beat down there, picks up the sniper rifle, throws in his back pocket. Second kill there, only gets the assist. Now he's going up Snipe Tower, trying to find some heads for himself. We'll have to see if he can match Barcode's performance from the previous series, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the ball still just in the hands of Divine Mind. And when we saw before where they were holding it on that B silo, they didn't even, there was pretty much no movement. They were just standing completely still. Normally, I think when most of us are playing on ball and we're holding the ball, we are trying to just keep moving a little bit, but they were just so sure in their setup, they could just stand completely still while the rest of their team was running around and putting in shots. We see almost a collateral snipe there coming through from Pips. He's just hanging in this tower though, doing damage, and as you're dropping those shields, you know, you really are restricting the Direwolves players from actually being able to make a push. Again, no attention being paid to this snipe tower. You'd assume that Direwolves are aware someone is up there. It just seems like the communication isn't really working for them right now, and Divine Mind's just able to pretty much run around completely free with ball control, and as we're seeing now, 82-11 in this first round. No scopes being popped in by Pips as well.
Dirty.
So this is just a destruction in this opening round. This can't end sooner for Direwolves.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Direwolves, Hoots. Maybe they went to the vet and got neutered, because it doesn't seem like they've got much going on for them here. I mean, the scoreline is just really bloated out, and hopefully they're just thinking about the next round, because they're not out just yet. So we'll have to see. Double kill from Dino, warming up just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Only 10 more points to score, a win in this round here for Divine Minds. Beautiful shots from Bald there, just trying to suppress those players so his teammates can rotate through, getting a little bit of ball time. I mean, we're going to see a massive comeback here, Hoots. Can they do it?
Well, I mean, just take a look at the scoreboard. We're going to need to see them start to slay a little bit more as well, right? I mean, we're on board with Pips. He's just putting in damage with that heatwave, using it to perfection, going for the vertical shot rather than the horizontal, so we can really focus that shot. And if you're accurate, you can do a lot of damage even from a distance. But look at the slays. As I said, your Bald's only managed to rack up 2 kills, Vamped only 4. Zirkel's doing as much work as he can with 12 kills and 10 deaths, but it just seems across the board here they're being outslayed and out-objected. And as we've seen here, round 1 going to Divine Mind in a pretty big statement, Justin.
Yeah, easy wins in the chats for the Divine Mind boys, but we're not out just yet. Direwolves, they have it in them. They just need a smack it in their belly and get warmed up. We'll have to see if they bounce back in this one. Got a bit of a little spinny wheel there, launching in. Beautiful skins there on the new Halo designs. Jumping on board with Pips, who dropped 16 kills in the previous round, if my eyes didn't deceive me. He's got a lot of sightlines on that sniper rifle. Ball is still just chilling down bottom mid, so players opting to be a little bit more patient before jumping on it. Maybe get a couple of kills so they can rotate away from the ball rather than just copping a few grenades to the face hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, some people who might not be super familiar with Halo would have seen just before with Pips going for that heat wave and not picking up the ball, and you'd say, you know, the aim of the game is to pick up time. Why aren't you picking up the ball? But sometimes going for the objective at the wrong time can be completely detrimental to your team. You want to make sure that you're set up ready to take that objective, because obviously once you pick up the ball, you're showing up on the map for everyone to see. So smart move by him not to pick it up. But we've jumped on board with Raided now. He's just hanging out in this snipe tower, doing a bit of damage, and you can see the team shot there just working really well for Divine Mind as they're holding this back area. Again, we're seeing no one really going for the ball at the start, and I think what it just seems to be the plan for Divine Mind is to just let's outslay. I don't know, probably just trying to press some momentum and try and get the other team down a little bit, and then we can start to play the ball and really rack up while our slayers go to work. And I think that's what we're starting to see here as we get this ball set up here. We've got camo in the hands of Divine Mind as well, and ball up in the tower, so they look pretty set here, along with Snipe, to get a pretty good run of time.
Yeah, and I just noticed there, Junior, he's got the ball and he slapped that Mangler into his back pocket, and he can just quickly switch that one-shot beat down and really be able to hold down that tower all to himself. And they're really starting to rack up some points. Does opt to play the ball. Oh, and I say that, he does get the trade, unfortunate to him. And, you know, it's been a pretty slow start this game, only 25 points the difference, but I think what you were talking about before, the composure from Divine Mind, they got one round in the bag so that they can afford to play patiently and wait for the opportunities rather than scramble for the ball. Maybe kind of hoping the Direwolves get a little bit shaky and be able to capitalize on Direwolves' mistakes suits.
Yeah, but we are seeing Direwolves are starting to pick up the slaying a little bit in this round. I think Bald's already had the same amount of kills this round as he did last round with 3 or thereabouts. So Dino, you know, he's on 6, and the rest of the team getting a few kills and a couple assists as well. So they're at least matching them on the slaying now. And you know, they're keeping it respectable at least. They're down by about 15 seconds, so it's not a huge amount, it's not insurmountable. So maybe it was just taking them a bit of time to get their groove, but the key here is now to maintain this, keep the slays up, play objective when you can. But Divine Mind now looking like they're going for a setup in Garage, although on board with Junior, who we've actually seen Justin playing a fair bit of objective. Does this surprise you? I mean, he's such a strong slayer, but does it surprise you to see him holding ball quite a bit? I mean, he's the second highest objective player on the team right now.
My personal opinion of Junior, people can correct me if they disagree, this is the internet, that Junior's just an all-round player that just kind of acclimatizes to the environment. You know, he doesn't need to make flashy plays. He can, and we've seen him do it even on LAN. But it's, you know, if he's got the ball, that's the opportunity. He has no problem doing that dirty work, and it's really translating to a lot of points on the board for Divine Mind too. On board with Pips with that sniper rifle. 7 bullets to play with, hits the body shot, easy clean up there. Good patience for him to line up the headshot. Oh, the dirty Noe to the other player there, racking up a double kill. Third player's there. He does try and poo out a grenade there, but doesn't get the connection. Who's now on board with Balds, who is playing a little bit better than he did previous round, trying to help his teammate there. A bit of a teammate in there, maybe. Ball's there, right for the picking. Berserk's cutting in, misses the no-scope for Bald. He's no Pips, tries to get a kill there, doesn't win the trade. Junior grabbing that sniper rifle. He's been playing objective. Now it's time for him to pull off some flashy plays.
Yeah, let's see what he tries to do here. But that was just fantastic from Pips before, and even the angles he was taking, just holding, not dropping down completely to bottom mid, but just sitting in that little alcove, and he was lining it up. And I was waiting for a few of them, so it was great to see that fantastic no-scope before. But we've got Junior, he's moving in on the power-up, which he's picked up, so he's going to have camo and snipe in his hand. Unfortunately, shot straight away, so that's a positive. That's good for Direwolves to shut down that camo straight away, because that's him with sniper, Junior with sniper and camo, it gives him the ability to just run absolutely rampant. And we're now starting to see Direwolves rack up a little bit of time here. You know, Divine Mind did managed to put quite a bit of a gap between them on the scoreboard. So now that they've got this ball in hand, they've just dropped it for a little bit now. We're actually seeing a Divine Mind push very hard here on Vamp, taken down. So that's a really solid push. You can see the ball's actually down, along with no representation from Direwolves up there, and Divine Mind just waltzes straight back in and takes control. Pips holding the ball now. He's done enough slaying. I think it's maybe time for him to do a bit of objective work.
Yeah, Divine Minds, Miley Cyrus coming in like a wrecking ball and just destroying that setup. 99 points. I mean, someone only just needs to get a little pinky toe on that ball. As to say that stop. Dino comes in for the clutch play. Ball is played off the map. Oh, it'd be amazing to see a comeback from here, but, you know, only one more point to put this one in the bag, and it does look like Divine Mind able to get that 100-point scoreline, and it's a 2-0 in this first game in Oddball.
I think we might have just been delaying the inevitable there a bit, Justin. I think that was when you're at 99 seconds, it's pretty hard to fall off at that point. But yeah, look, that was a fantastic game, and we just saw the ability for Divine Mind to just completely control snipe power up across the board, and the communication as well. It just wasn't really flowing from Direwolves. You saw a lot of times players just should have been aware of enemies nearby with communication from their teammates, but just not really happening, particularly at the start. I think they did manage to bring it back in a little bit more as the game went on, but at that start, a lot of damage was done there, particularly in that first round.
Yeah, and just having a look at some of these stat lines, Pips, holy moly, 28 kills from him. Looking at the accuracy, you know, across the board, these guys are pros. They know what they're doing there. Damage dealt, 7,100 from Pips. No surprise when he's dropping 28 kills. So it's absolutely unbelievable. And Dino, pretty strong showing. You know, Direwolves struggling a little bit, but it does look like Dino's doing his best to put shots down on the map.
I mean, 7,100 damage is just massive in a game that didn't really go for a huge amount of time. I mean, you know, both of them were quite consistent wins, that we weren't really scrapping for a huge amount of time at any point. So to put in that kind of damage in such a short amount of time means he was just constantly putting fire out on the map and laying waste to all his enemies. So that's a fantastic effort. That's something that's going to need to be remedied of how do we shut Pips down in further games. But if he can keep running rampant like that, then Direwolves are going to have a lot of issues going forward.
Yeah, I think you're right with the, you know, shutting down those star plays. You got to kill that momentum. You know, when you're one game down in the series already, you can't afford for the other team to just be so comfortable and just run away with it. You know, they've got 2 thumbs on both NOS buttons destroying you. They've got to go in, they've got to shut down Pips, And Dino could be the person to do it. We saw he's performed very well for the Direwolf squad. And I keep saying it, I'm going to say it again, they've got it in them. They've just got to get the stars to align, get that communication flowing, and we could have a series on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Things can turn around really quickly, and we've spoken about before, you know, the Direwolf squad, they've been around for a long time. There's some seasoned players. They're used to these things when your back's against the wall and turning things around. Ball, to be honest, probably had a series he'd rather forget, but we saw in, you know, only 2 series prior where he was really able to turn it on. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them come out strong. Sometimes oddball just isn't your game. You know, for some teams they find that they're better at Slayers, or even certain objective types they're better at than others, and oddball just might not be one they're used to. You know, we haven't really seen oddball and live fire pop up too much. It might be a series that they're not super comfortable with or familiar with. So there's plenty of time to turn that around. It's a best of 3, so let's just reset, put this one to the side, and come back again for the next one.
Couldn't agree more. Sometimes you just got to forget about it. Maybe have a bad game. I mean, Bald's struggling a little bit, but I mean, some kills is better than 0, unlike some of our competitors today. And they just got to lean back on those, you know, those Halo fundamentals and the communication, rotating around the map correctly, getting their picks, you know, staying alive, not being wasteful with their own lives. It's important to lean back on those things when you're down and out, because you put a faith in those Halo fundamentals. The opportunities are going to come. You get a couple of picks and it's, boys, let's go, get the ball, rotate it through. And they've just got to get that going, and they've got it in them. I've seen them do it a million times in previous Halos, and they can do it in Infinite. It's a Halo game after all.
And now we move to Slayer Aquarius, and we're looking at a symmetrical map. So setups are a lot easier to hold, or I guess there's a lot more structure in a symmetrical map like Aquarius. So live fire, you know, it's completely asymmetrical. So you're running around. There's power positions in the map, and if you don't hold that, then you're in trouble. But on a symmetrical map, every power position has a counter power position. So you know, we'll see how that plays into the hands of this map. Slayer, again, we're getting rid of the focus on objective. So like I said before, if objective isn't your bag, then that's fine. You're just focusing purely on the kills. And if you are a team who are strong Slayers, then this can really work in your favor. I want to talk about Pips just for a second. That match then that he did, he was just running a clinic and wasn't being touched at all. And his control of the heat wave in particular is a gun that, I don't know, from my experience, it isn't something I tend to gravitate to. I've tended to find it a little bit random, and also, as I said before, when you put it on that vertical aiming mode, the accuracy you require is just something that my thumbs can't really operate that well. But they were just using it as almost like a rocket launcher. You know, it was one shot, drop the shields, follow up with the headshot, and it's done. And he was just laying waste to people, and that's something I don't think we have seen too much, is that heat wave being used so aggressively.
Yeah, I know when I pick up that heat wave, it shoots wet noodles. So I've definitely been cucked a few times with that. But I mean, I'm not Pips, you know, I'm just, you know, some trash Halo kid that decided to cast because he's not good enough to play. But it is interesting to see some of those new Infinite weapons and, you know, be utilized a little bit more because they're brand new. You can see that the players, you know, they lean more on, hey, the BR, you know, the old trusty BR is the gun that you want to have to put on, you know, damage down the map. And you see players aren't really diverting to pick up those weapons. But Pips, he went, hey, you know, if you boys don't want the heat wave, I'm going to take it and I'm going to rack up 28 kills. And it does look like we are launching into this next game. And Hoots, you're talking about the fact that this is a symmetrical map, and I touched on the fact that Direwolves needs to lean on the fundamentals of Halo, and when you got a symmetrical map, you know how the spawn system worked on a symmetrical map like this, and it's perfect for some old school Direwolves players to lean back on their experience and get things rolling and take a game from this monstrous Divine Mind squad. And we're jumping on board with Dino, Hoots. Take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Dino here moving top mid. He's going to look to try and lay down a bit of fire and move on this camo if he can. Unfortunately, a lot of fire going up there. This opening camo always is a very hot power up to pick up. And as we can see here, you know, in the game, it's still up there as players are trying to make a move and set up that they can down enough players and make a free run, because obviously when you're going for that camo, you are super exposed. So on the board here with Junior, just laying down a few grenades, he's taken down. So as we see, Direwolves a strong opening start here, and we spoke about Bald in those objectives games not picking up too many kills. He's the leading kill leader right now for this Direwolves team. So we take the objective distraction away, I guess if you could call it that, and he can just purely slay and focus on that. And it's starting off strong with Direwolves up to a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, and now we're looking at Zirkel's point of view here, putting in a lot of damage. Look at that, just racking up that damage stat. Goes down the challenge, Raider down there. He's one shot. Raider goes for the ballsy challenge, but he does go down. And one thing to note is that Camo just got scooped up. It was, sitting there. It was starting to get cold. But now it's in the hands of Dino, and he's got that heat wave. We were talking about it before. Won't shoot wet noodles for him. He's going to shoot out spicy ramen. He's trying to stay alive. Berserk there hasn't got eyes like a velociraptor. Just couldn't see that guy, Hoots. Second player's there. Little 360. He knows that he's on stream here, Hoots. Really performing so far, utilizing that camo to its fullest effect.
Yeah, and he can just run around here like a madman and not be seen for most of the time. And you saw he was just pretty much controlling top mid with that heat wave and using it up nice and close. So it's just one shot and then a melee, and you're dropping the other player. So this heat wave is really, I'm surprised that we're seeing it so much, to be honest. As I was saying before, I don't see it used too often when playing in the playlist, but Dino here using it perfectly, and we're seeing a really strong opening now from Direwolves, 17-8. So what a change in momentum. I expected it to maybe be a little bit closer than those objective games, but not like this. And we've got a camo popping up now, and it doesn't look like Direwolves are really in too much a position to get it. In fact, Divine Mind have 2 or 3 guys up top, and I think they've managed to lock this one down. So using this heat wave again, Dino, I think he's still got a fair bit of damage to be dealt with it, and he's finally taken down, but a great opening start from him across the board from Direwolves, really controlling that top area.
Yeah, Dino's so strong. And now Junior, he's like, hey, Dino, that camo heatwave combination seems pretty brutal. And he's already utilizing, he's flashing now. He's got to try and stay alive. Changes it to the vertical position there to really maximize the damage output. And the scoreline is starting to even up a little bit. But Direwolves, I'm not sure what they're doing for that extended break. Maybe getting some belly rubs and getting their mentality nice and straight. And we are going to see that player go down. Pips, the monster slayer from the game before. He's only got 3 kills so far, but he has got 3 assists, which is top scoring for his team right now. So still putting plenty of damage down on the map, 15-21. So, a bit of back and forth, and we probably won't see things heat up until later in the game, as always with Slayer. Pip's just poking out a couple of little cheeky shots in. Keep your head down, Balds. Keep your head down, Junior. And there we go. Pip's finding one. Zirkel, pretty ballsy challenge there, Hoots. Or almost gets the double on Balds as well. Trying to find Vamped and Dino. I love the way that he quickly changed targets there. He didn't get hungry for that other kill. He's like, nah, I'm just going to put damage down on the map for my teammates, Hoots.
Yeah, interesting to see Divine Mind being completely fine with taking the heat out of the game. Stopping. We saw a fair bit of a standoff there. But we saw the way they were able to re-arrest some of the momentum in this was the camo from Junior, the camo and the heat wave, and so that alone brought them right back into this game, and we're pretty close now, 22-24. So this game is right back. The swing back from Divine Mind's been incredible, to be honest. We have another camo up again, and I don't believe it's actually been picked up yet, but this is where now, if you're Direwolves, you do start to panic a little bit. They picked up this camo, unfortunately wasn't able to put it in. Raider doing a great job of dropping then, and the camo is actually going to be down, I believe, close to bottom mid, so this is going to need to be picked up by, I think we're seeing a bit of a mad dash for this camo right now, actually. In fact, I say that now, and Junior actually putting it in for a second time. So Junior now 2 camos in a row. He had the heat wave before and was doing a lot of damage with the camo. He's only got his BR now, but it's going to be interesting to see. He's going to try and get behind this Direwolves team, and the heat wave actually is in his back pocket. Sorry, I missed that. So he's going to start to run around a little bit and cause a bit of a mischief with this heat wave and this camo combo.
Yeah, Junior, the slippery little otter, just slid in there and scooped up that camo and got away with it. And he's got that heat wave too. And scoreline is basically tied up. So we are looking at Junior here, who really needs to utilize this power up and power weapon to try and get a rotation going, get some picks. Oh, a lot of pressure there, and he's taken down. And Junior not able to do much with that camo, unfortunately. Look at that challenge from Pips there, just thrust-sliding in like it's Halo 5. Full challenge, 29-29, completely tied up right now, Hoots, and 1 tick on the board in favor of Divine Mind. They completely different team, Direwolves. They're really warmed up and here to play. They must know that their tournament lives are on the line. Dino going down, doesn't get the trade, unfortunately. Shots coming out of the BR for Zirkle. Haven't seen much from him. Trying to put some shots down on the Rated. Rated using his cover very well. And look at this, Zirkle just trying to get as many sight lines as possible. And getting his shields back here. Fresh mag into that butter rifle, rotating back into blue, sniffing out a player. Junior, he's got a lot of players coming after him. The Direwolves have got his scent and they're hunting him down, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing a bit of a swing now as well as Divine Mind starting to take a lead. 5 kills up now. Just running around quite a bit here. We've got Zirkle dropped, unfortunately stuck. But
that's unfortunate.
That's not what you want. That's not what you want at all. But Junior back up top mid now, and we're seeing a pretty even contribution by most of this Divine Mind squad to get this lead, and some really strong assists coming across the board. This is a map that really does favour team BRing. There are a lot of open sight lines, but as well as that, a lot of areas to hide away. So it's about putting shots into a player. Chances are that player is probably going to run away, but calling it out on your teammates and them being able to, at a different angle, to pick up that kill as well. We're seeing several members of Direwolves swarming on Junior here, but he's actually able to drop both of them, which is, that's a 2-for-1. You take that every day of the week, especially when you're in front and Direwolves are the ones who are chasing.
Yeah, I just want to circle back to Junior for a second there. His positioning, he's under pressure from 2 players and he responds to the call out across map to help his teammate out, gets the cleanup on there, gets a second, and it takes 2 players to take Junior out. He was just such a turret then, Hoots, and it's amazing to see, but now we're on board with Pips. We've got to give him a little bit of love. Gets the wingman medal there, putting in heaps of damage for his team. Pips on 9 kills, 10 assists, the double digits, and just looking at the assist stat line right now, Direwolves, that seems to be the thing that's making them fall short right now. Only 2 more kills for Divine Mind to take this series, and it's all coming down to those team shots, boy. Oh, triple kill there. I'm going to pay it. It didn't come up in the stat screen, but I'm paying that.
I think it was there. You took the words right out of my mouth. That game though, it was the assists the whole way through. I think it was about 15 team assists to 25 or 30. So that is a massive difference maker on a map like that in particular. Look, Direwolves at the start, they looked like they were in it. They had a really strong lead, but Josh, it just didn't work out, and Divine Mind ended up steamrolling them by the end.
Yeah, I mean, they were probably the favourites with the bookies. Divine Mind did end up coming out with the W, but I think it was still a fantastic series nonetheless. Divine Mind will be strong looking forward, but I mean, Justin, walk us through some of these stats and if there are any particular highlights for you.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Slayers, and it does look like Direwolves, they had it there, and I think it all comes down to those assists. They just weren't helping out their teammates in the same way the Divine Mind was. Like, I touched on it towards the end of the game. Junior using those long sight lines that Hoots was talking about, putting damage across map to help his teammate, who would have had no idea where those shots are coming from while he was fighting 2 players himself. That's the difference maker. They were very even till about that 30 kill mark, and I blinked and all of a sudden Divine Minds is like 10 kills up. It's just unbelievable. And are we surprised? Not really, but Direwolves, I was feeling it. They were doing so well, and they just fell short at the halfway point. Yeah, really sad to see.
It was a great series. There was even a 360 in there with the heat wave as well. But tell me, from your perspective, as you cast some of the action, what was it that set these 2 teams apart?
I think it was the camo control, particularly from Junior. He had back-to-back camos, and that really seemed to swing it. It was when they got Divine Mind had that first camo that they were able to get their hands on, and Junior, with that and the heat wave, the combo of that, he just was able to take control and really start to swing momentum in favour of Divine Mind, and then he got it a second time, and it was much of the same script, really. So that inability of Direwolves to get their hands on that power up at 2 really crucial points, and I think we'll pay that triple, to be honest. But their inability to get that power up just really meant they couldn't arrest any momentum and start to set up and control the map, unfortunately.
Divine Mind seemed to have had it from the oddball that we had back on Live Fire, and then of course the Slayer there on Aquarius, 50-37, walking away with it in the end after what was a relatively close start for both of the teams. So unfortunately we weren't able to see that game 3, and we will be saying goodbye to Direwolves. But as we called out earlier, Justin, after finishing top 8 last week, not even getting on the broadcast, this is still a very good performance from the guys, and they should be happy, I think, with where they've ended up.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, top 8 to top 3, it's a pretty good effort. So I don't think they're off to the pound just yet. You know, they're in a happy home right now, and I hope we see this lineup stick together, just get some scrims in, because, you know, the game hasn't been out all that long. You get a few weeks of scrims into them, and the dynamic and these brackets just play out completely differently. And some of those older guys like Bald and Zirkle and Dino, you know, they had a little bit of a hiatus towards the end of Halo 5, and I think that we'll see once those guys really start racking up the hours that they're going to surprise people, so the other teams better watch out.
Top 8, top 3, top 1 next week? Is that how that works, Hoots?
Ooh, could be.
Yeah.
I set you up there.
Easy
maths.
Come on.
Easy maths.
I'll try and spin a narrative for you if you want. You know, you can only improve. And look, what Justin said before, this is something, Josh, I remember you and I used to hammer on about even 10 years ago. And it's just, when you watch these teams play and you see them do quite well and perform and improve, the one thing you're thinking is, God, please just stick together. You know, because teams like to make quick moves and jump around, but it's always, from what we've always seen, it's the teams with continuity in their lists that always perform and outperform. And so, you know, look, they should be really happy with the way they've done. Top 8 to top 3 is fantastic. And yeah, who knows how we'll go next week.
You're too nice to me, Hoots. I was expecting you on crack. That is not how that works. But maybe we'll see them a little bit, you know, keep climbing the rankings, or maybe maintain the top 3 placing at least. And Justin, no more wet noodles, which I don't think we'll be seeing any more of for the rest of the tournament anyway. Or at least I'm not expecting them in the grand final.
Nah, not with NutriBullets coming up. Nothing but smooth smoothies all round, I'm predicting.
Oh, nice one. Look, I'm really excited to see where this tournament's going to be heading, where we're going to be finishing up in this grand final. But look, where we are right now, Direwolves being eliminated, I'm very, very happy and stoked for them that they're able to get this far. And like we had a chat with Bald earlier, I think that he's kind of happy just to get this far. And he didn't really want to say much about last week's performance, Hoots. I'm not too sure what happened there, but whatever they've done, they seem to have brought the secret sauce this week.
Yeah, it looks like it. You know, apart from a few little iffy performances at the start in that oddball game, I think they have really done super well. And we saw, spoken about it before, sound like a broken record, but you know, the previous series when they were on broadcast, a really solid performance. So, you know, as they get more time with the game, and as Justin said before, they took a fair bit of time off between Halo 5 and this. So, as they're on the sticks more and putting in practice, and that starts to, just like riding a bike, you start to feel it again, then who knows what they could become.
And Justin, you know, you were actually at our last Halo LAN event, which was quite a little, well, feels like forever ago now, HCS Sydney 2018.
Feels like yesterday,
where
Josh.
we saw X-File 5 were there. Obviously, they did not have Vamped on the squad at the time. Now they do. Tell us, is there anything that you can kind of, you know, any insight you can share with us of the X5 that we saw at that LAN event versus this new squad that we've got now with the young blood of Vamp being added to the squad?
I'm glad you brought up Exile 5, because I think that's just a perfect example of where these guys can perform. They can perform at the top level, and I'm not just talking top 3, I'm talking about winning events. They've got it in them, and honestly, if they're placing top 3 and you can tell that they're a little bit disconnected, they're not getting those stars to align just yet, then watch out when they do. That's the difference. And you know, we're going on about Direwolves right now, and is Direwolves losing the game for themselves, or is Divine Mind just so dominant? That's kind of a question we need answered, and I think after a few more weeks of competition, we'll get our answer.
Well, let's get someone else's opinion who might be able to shed some light on the topic. From the Divine Mind squad, we do have Rated on the line. We've been talking a bit about Divine Mind and Direwolves and what it's like to go up against them, but now we hear from Rated himself. Well, first of all, congratulations on the win. You've made it through to the grand final. Congratulations.
Thanks, boys.
Tell us, first of all, how you're feeling. You went from the winners bracket now into the elimination final, but you've clinched your spot. How's the feeling in the team, Rated?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, I wasn't even supposed to be on this squad. A few unfortunate events happened, but yeah, I'm keen to play. Like, it's always been my dream, and I'm finally here, you know, so feeling good.
Rated, you started that second Slayer game quite behind. They got the jump on you pretty early. What were you able to do to re-arrest that momentum and bring you back in the game? From our point of view, it looked like Junior getting the camo in his hands twice in a row, but I'd be interested to hear from your point of view what you thought it was that managed to turn that game around for you.
Yeah, for sure. So we start off very scrappy. One thing we've been working on is teamwork, and coming into that game, we had a way we wanted to play it off the start. It just didn't work out, but just during the game, we just played off game sense and just our knowledge and individual skill. And, you know, our teamwork just shined there. Like, it's something we've really been working on. Yeah, we just brought it really well together and just outslayed them, so.
Yeah, I'm glad that you touched on working on your teamwork. And I would say you were a very underrated player during Halo 5 and, you know, maybe not finding the right team. And you're such a passionate bloke, and it's good to see that, you know, things are starting to line up for you. What's been your approach to practicing? You didn't have a lot of time to scrim and, you know, learn the maps. You know, what were you doing to get yourselves ready for these tournaments?
In all honesty, like, I've sort of been focusing on myself rather than the team itself. I mean, coming from Halo 5 into this, a bit of a change of game for me. I played Halo 3 back in the day. This is a little bit slower, but it's still very fast-paced. So, yeah, honestly, just been working on myself, trying to gel together with the boys. Like, me, Berserk, and Ali are really good mates sort of outside the game as well, which helped a lot. And yeah, pretty much it.
So Raiden, as a final question, if you're not going to be on this squad permanently, can you give us a little bit of insight? What's the future for yourself competitively, and what are you going to be doing heading into you know, future tournaments and next year with Halo Infinite?
So, honestly, I wasn't going to play off the start competitively. I was just going to play the game, see how it felt, you know, work out whether I was actually good or not, and go from there. So I haven't really spoken to anybody else in the scene, like, really. I did speak to a few players before this happened with Divine Mind. Shout out to those guys too. Awesome job, you know, getting me on board and as a sub player. So yeah, really good opportunity for me, but I haven't really thought about the future. I'm just focusing on the now and doing well if we do go overseas. So yeah.
Well, game face is on. That's what we'd love to hear. So thanks for the chat, Rated. Really appreciate the insight, mate. Congratulations on that win, and hopefully we can see you bounce back against NutriBullet in the grand final. Good luck with it, mate.
Awesome, guys. Thank you. Cheers.
Wonderful lad there, Rated. Fantastic to chat with him. And look, you know, the wonder sub, you know, even though he's not on the core roster, able to take it back to the grand final, run it back, and hopefully we'll be seeing a real series on our hand. We saw our North American friends; they were able to get the double best of 5 in their first weekend. Hoots, are we lining ourselves up for a second one, or do we think it's a foregone conclusion with NutriBullet?
No, man, I think that series, the earlier series, was a lot closer than. Well, I mean, we saw it was close, right? And there were only just small pivotal moments that swung the game in NutriBullet's favor. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion at all. And, you know, after watching the NA finals earlier this week and they had a bracket reset, you know, I want a bracket reset. I think Justin and I have only casted straight 2-0 sweeps the whole last 2 days, last 2 shows we've done. So I actually really want to see a bracket reset. I'm sure everyone at home wants to see a bracket reset as well.
Well, we won't have to guess for very much longer. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting started up for this matchup very, very soon. It's not far away. This is the HCS ANZ Open number 2, where we had 51 teams duking it out. We're at the pointy end now. We're heading into the grand final shortly. We're going to be back right after this.
Our expectations would be to be the best team in Australia and obviously try and compete in America. I think the boys would love to break top 8 in America.
So as a team, we'd like to get back to being the number 1 team in the country, really. That's probably our main goal, and probably take it from there. It would obviously be great to place well at Worlds, but yeah, our main goal is to be the number 1 in Australia.
Obviously, our biggest focus is Worlds, but also any overseas event. That is our end goal. We want to place well overseas, just put ANZ on the map. I want to prove to everyone that we can compete with the best, and we are one of the best. That's what I want to do. I feel like that's our goal as a team.
So our expectations are pretty much win pretty much every single thing in Australia, and we also want to break top 8 at an international event because it's never been done.
Our expectations for this team are very high, honestly, very high. We want to dominate this region, and when I say it, I really do mean it. We really do just want to take this scene over by storm.
Our expectations are to win everything. Every competition, every tournament that's in ANZ at least, we want to come out first. In North America as well, we want to give our absolute best.
Honestly, I believe ANZ is a very strong region. They have quite a lot of potential to upset a lot of teams, especially in the EU scene. I feel like we have a lot of talent in our scene, but obviously we're behind in the infrastructure.
The ANZ talent that we have here is really starting to really show its fate here. We're really got to put in the time and prove to the rest of the world that we are here to play.
I've always thought, being the team that's gone over there a lot of the time, I've always thought that Australia, we've always had a really good chance at competing at the highest level. This game does actually present a really good opportunity for a team to do really well.
I think the way Australian teams, particularly the top 2 or 3 teams, stack up to North America and Europe is that we are still a long way from where we need to be able to perform consistently over there and to even be a major threat. Now, does that mean we can't do it? No. I think we've got heaps of up-and-coming talent and some, strong rosters.
In Australia, our top players are just as good as the best players in Europe and America and Mexico. It's just we don't get the opportunities that those guys get. But with this roadmap that just came out, I think it's a really good opportunity for us.
Halo's been a pretty big part of my life for legit since I've ever been a kid. Halo's also brought me to all these awesome people that I literally would have never met otherwise. Our community is honestly pretty cool, man. There's a lot of awesome people in it involved.
So Halo is pretty much my life. I've been playing it 18 years now, going to be 19 years, even though I've only been competing for 5 years. But it means a lot to me, and to do well, it means a lot. I appreciate the opportunities that HCS have given us, ESL have given us.
Halo probably means a lot to me. Halo has been a very big part of my life. It has given me endless opportunities to travel over the world, to hang out with friends all over the world, and it's actually taught me a lot of skills in and out of the game. Halo is a very special place in my heart.
Welcome back, guys and girls. It is time for the HCS ANZ Open number 2 Grand Final. We've made it after what has been a stellar day of competition. If you're just tuning in, I'm your host, Maniac, and joined on the desk by Hoots and Justin, and we've just seen an amazing series to get to our Grand Final. We did see Divine Minds come through, and we're going to be seeing a rematch of that Winners Final. Justin, the Winners Final was already good enough, and now we're into the Grand Final. I think now with Divine Minds getting wind under the belt after that previous match, we might just see a shake-up here.
Yeah, I mean, a little while ago you were talking about how important momentum is, and Divine Minds, they've got the momentum. NutriBullet, they've just been sitting on the sidelines, you know, the thumbs are, you know, starting to get a little bit cold. They're not as warmed up as Divine Mind, and those guys are stretched in limbo, ready to go. So if it's a time for Divine Minds to take down NutriBullet, I think there's a possibility here.
But NutriBullet Hoots there, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and I'm sure there were more prior to that. They are yet to drop a map here in this tournament. It was the same story last week. Now, the difference, of course, being Flex in for Seduce. Is that going to be enough here of a difference for them to potentially drop a map or even drop a series here against Divine Mind?
Yeah, has it changed something? It's no slide on Flex at all, but you change the makeup of a team and things do change. So they definitely seemed gettable in that last series against Divine Mind, and so that's why I'm really interested to see this series. I'll go out on a limb and say a prediction of I think they will drop a game in this series. Whether they'll drop 2, I'm not sure, but I think from what we saw, particularly in that oddball game on Recharge, I think that they are on track to drop a game. I'll go out and say that now.
Well, there we see. We'll see if that limb collapses that you're going out on there, Hoots. Divine Mind up against NutriBullet. So far, after our very, very short and young Halo Infinite history here in ANZ and around the world, our reigning champs, you would call them, Flex, Madzi, Prades, and Barcode. This squad really, really looking unstoppable. I mean, the stats say it all. They haven't dropped a map now for 2 weeks of competition in a row. They're absolutely dominating. And so far, our winningest team. We all know very, very early days of this game, and particularly in a competitive setting, but I'm excited to see what they can do. NutriBullet, the entire squad has been a standout, but of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Barcode. There's not really too much that we can say here, he's been really, as we've said, the one-man highlight reel. We got that awesome triple kill that we saw with that grapple as well. It was part of our highlights package. And look, we've got to hear even our TV team. There's not really anything we can say. Try to put something interesting here, but look, the man is just cracked. And Justin, I think that really says it all.
Yeah, and what's interesting with Halo Infinite being so minty fresh is that we're already seeing players just be so dominant and comfortable in it. You see the way that Barcode has been moving around the map, and something that's been talked about quite a lot is this new sniper rifle is quite difficult to use. There's quite a high skill gap. I know that I've been struggling with it big time, but Barcode just seems to be taking it in his stride, and he's just racking up kills so quickly, just challenging everyone. It's like he's playing on a different level, and he's just been so dominant, and it's hard to find, as you say, other words to describe him other than cracked.
They are, of course, up against the one and only Divine Mind. Will the crack player of Barcode be able to lead NutriBullet to victory against them is yet to be seen. Divine Mind, Pip, Rated, Berserk, and Junior. We spoke to the ever humble and ever most awesome Phil for this squad, Rated just before. And, again, calm, composed, and just ready to get their game face on. He said he hasn't even been thinking about what's ahead of him or what's next year. He just wants to tackle what's in front of him. So that was great to hear from him. They've got their game face on and ready to see what they can do up against NutriBullet. Now, as a reminder, they are down a series, so they'll have to do the bracket reset if they can get there, and hopefully helping them will be the one and only Pip. Now, I started the Pip fan club back in 2017 or 18 here at a HCS Sydney event. At the last LAN that we did have back in 2018, Pip did place 3rd along with the Authority squad. He's been a competitor for 5 years and now trying to make a name for himself in Halo Infinite, and I'm sure that he will. He can do it on LAN, he can do it online. And Hoots, so far today, we saw a little bit earlier, Pip was actually one of the highest slayers on the squad as well, so he's really doing work for the squad.
Yeah, Josh, break me off for tickets to that fan club if you can. I wouldn't mind joining as well. I was loving watching him on that oddball live fire game in that last series before. He was just doing some incredible things, and even little things, right? Like he picks up the sniper, and instead of dropping immediately down the chute, he fakes out, but actually stays up on the top, lines up an angle for a snipe, turns around, no scopes back up to the top snipe tower. He's just a one-man highlight reel. I love watching him play, and I'm looking forward to seeing him up against Barcode in particular, both vying for snipes, seeing how they go against each other.
I adore the fact that you notice that little quirk, because that is exactly the kind of little plays that really make a great player, and I love the timing, and patience is key. And Justin, I think that that's one of the things also that separates some of these higher tier teams and players against some of the ones that don't make it so far in the bracket, is just their timing and use of power weapons and power-ups and equipment on the map. Obviously, it makes a huge difference, and Pip just has incredible timing with those things.
Yeah, and his timing and his slayability has just been massive. So looking to him to perform with his squad, maybe the person to shut down Barco, because he's certainly performing in that previous series. And you're talking about the patience, and I mean, I just went on about it before the Halo fundamentals, and when you've got a new game, you really just got to, rely on that stuff. And, I can't wait to see how they go, but we're talking about patience, but I don't think these guys are going to have patience. I reckon that they're just going to full grudge match go in, and it's going to be super scrappy off the start. I reckon it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, well, they're ready to rock and roll, so let's check out the maps that they're going to be playing on here in our grand final. Because it is a grand final, we're up to a best of 5. CTF on Bazaar, Slayer Aquarius, and Oddball Recharge are going to be your guaranteed maps. If we can go the distance, we're going to be up to Strongholds Live Fire and Slayer on Streets. Now, remember, guys and girls, with our double elimination bracket, Divine Mind, not only do they need to win this best of 5, if they do win, coming from that bracket, they will need to win a second best of 5. NutriBullet, of course, only need to ensure they secure 3 maps right here, right now. Now, Hoots, you called a 3-1, I believe, or a 3-2? Or are you saying that they're going to be dropping a map here? Justin, what do you think the prediction's going to be?
I think we're going to see that no dropping maps run end. I mean, you look at the roulette wheel, that 0-0 0-0-0's got to come up eventually, right? And Divine Mind, they're nice and warmed up. They've got the momentum behind them. The opportunity's there. They're just got to make it happen. And I think that we're going to see resurgence from Divine Mind, and that momentum's going to carry them into a bracket reset. Just my humble opinion.
Well, let's hope we can see a reset. I would love to see it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand final of HCS ANZ Open number 2. I am incredibly excited. We've got the rematch of the winners bracket final. We do have Divine Mind trying to do what they can up against NutriBullet. Both teams playing with subs. We've got a relatively even playing field. NutriBullet were able to take the victory in the winners bracket final. Let's see what we can do here in the grand final. Hoots, I'll leave it to you to take it away.
Thanks, Josh, and we're jumping straight on with Barcode. Why would you go anyone else? He's making a move in that OS. Unfortunately, runs into 2 Divine Mind players, but manages to get the perfect on Pip. So we spoke about early, Justin, that one-on-one between Barcode and Pip, who's going to come out on top. Dropping a perfection on him straight away is not a bad way to start. Keep in mind, we've also got the Rockets here, which are currently in the hands of Divine Mind, I believe. So they've managed to hold down those power weapons to use to try and get a few downs on NutriBullet before making a move into the base. We're already seeing, actually, Justin, Berserk pushing into the palm here very quickly and getting right up in the NutriBullet base. So a lot of offense at the start coming in from Divine Mind.
Yeah, and I love the patience from Berserk there. I mean, I thought they'd go straight for blood, but he had the overshield and he had Barcode one shot, but he didn't go down for the challenge. He just held his position and took his time and managed to get that kill and create some pressure from his teammates on the map. You know, no flag movement just yet. They're all just trying to get comfortable, get some control on the map. Now on board with Flex Range, the sub for Seduce, but you could be forgiven to thinking that it's actually Seduce playing, because Flex Range has really been performing. He's hanging out in the bar here, grabbing himself a drink and some angles at the same time. And look at that, he's just teamed up with a player to hunt down one. Junior putting in some very nice shots, but him going down himself. Nice to get a trade in a 2v1 situation for Junior there, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. Divine Mind are down 3 now, though, so NutriBullet are going to look to start to gain some momentum on the map here. We're jumping on board with Rated, so he's coming out of his base, and he's just going to try and at least use this middle part of the base as a neutral point to try and keep the NutriBullet guys from passing across into their bar, onto their side and onto their flag. We've got this overshield popping in about 15 seconds, so still not worth probably worrying about it yet. But we are seeing here Flex starting to push in a little bit on Pips, really bringing the fight to him. And unfortunately, a trade there, Pips managing to neutralize that encounter, which is a great result for him. This overshield is popping in a few seconds, and now we're on board with Prades, who has managed to drop. So briefly then, almost we had NutriBullet all 4 down. So they're going to be coming off the reset on the respawn, and Divine Mind are going to start to get back in front a little bit more as we see Rated starting to push into this NutriBullet bar now, dealing with Flex Range, pushing him back. He's going to try and chase the kill down, but actually no, chooses to maintain top control, which is the smart move there, Justin, because sometimes if you have that top control, just pushing someone off and down below is just as good as a win.
Yeah, and Rady, he had that overshield, and you could see that NutriBullet was just like, let's burn him, just whittle him down. We can't let him come in and steamroll us with it. And, you know, Rated wasn't able to utilize that overshield at all. He held good position, but it didn't create any opportunities for his team, and no flags pulled just yet. Now on board with Ali Duran himself. Mr. Light Aim trying to get some angles. He's got that grapple, trying to escape there with his life. Now covering his teammate as his flag is on the move. Hoots, we've got the first flag pull, and Berserk really looking for those spawners, trying to help out Junior. Madzi comes in to stop the flag. Junior's shields are flashing, and there he goes. I love that bait and switch, just classic Halo gameplay. And now Berserk's got the flag on the move, cleaning up players, finds Flex Range. Flex trying to use that thruster to get away, and Berserk's hungry. He's hunting him down. Will he be able to get that kill? He does, and he's got full shields as well. He could find a double if he wants it. Double kill on Madzi, and look at this, grappling into the spanker. Get ready, boys, it's paddling time.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, that was a fantastic run, and they put the flag into him. Look, take a look at the scoreboard here. They are outslaying them quite considerably. They've got the rockets here as well. Berserk clearing out down in this river. He picks up a double kill, and he's moving back in. They're going to go for a second push here. So dealing with Flex Range, backing up a little bit. I think he still might have one rocket left in the chamber there, if I'm not mistaken. So he's going to push back. Raided's going to duck in underneath, go in for the flag pull, and they're going to work here, taking down Prades. And so they're 3 down now, NutriBullet again. They could start to go for another flag pull.
Yeah, NutriBullet has got to get Berserk out of their bar area here. I say that, I may have just jinxed Berserk there a little bit. Junior, he seems to be the camo man, you know, the resonant sneaky, the overshield. He's just grabbing all of those customs on every map, getting those timings down pat. And look at this patience here. He wants to really utilize it, trying to get some shots down. Finds one, but that overshield's all gone, and he's trying to push over to the base here. Shields are really flashing, and Junior not able to do much with that overshield, just like Rated couldn't before. A little bit of a fumble. That's not the Junior we're used to seeing. What is going on here? A little bit lost, but he sees those players, he sniffs them out, gets the prediction nades in, putting so much damage. A Hail Mary comes through, and now it's time to get this flag moving, getting that slide down. Another little fumble, up the stairs, and here we go. A flag on the move for Divine Mind. This is fantastic stuff to see. Awesome shots there. Junior just pausing for a moment, finds himself Barcode. Barcode winning that 1v1 is just so strong, such a difficult kill, and both flags are out by the looks of it, Hoots.
Yeah, that was really big from Barcode there, because that flag was going to get capped if he didn't put a stop to it there. So that was a massive move. Berserk, he's managing to get dropped, unfortunately. So we're starting to see a bit of a change in momentum here. Maybe earlier on it was just NutriBullet was so focused on getting Divine Mind out of their base that they couldn't even begin to focus on power-ups and rockets. So now they're actually able to get back into this middle area where these power-ups and weapons are spawning. They can start to put them as a part of focus rather than worrying about just clearing out the base. I think when they did go for a pull before NutriBullet, I think it was more just a case of we need to just try and cause a distraction and at least get Divine Mind focused on something not in our base. But just look at these slays across the board. Pips has put up 8 assists, only 3 kills, but 8 assists there, make that 4 kills now. But they're just completely outslaying NutriBullet Divine Mind. They're only up 1-0, so they do need to try and convert this into some kind of score. Great work using the thruster there by Pips, though, dropping Madzi. So using those power-ups that we're finding, those abilities, I guess, to his advantage there, which was fantastic work. But yeah, as I was saying, Justin, it's the slaying that really needs to start turning for NutriBullet if they're going to want to be in a position to actually start capping, because right now they're just not slaying enough.
Yeah, you absolutely read my mind. Look at that scoreline. Divine Mind, they're just steamrolling on the kills department right now. And Junior, a little twitchy turret, he's just looking at absolutely everything. He probably had a 6-pack of Red Bulls before this series, and he's just looking at every angle. And here we go, 2 rockets in the spanker for Berserk here, and they're setting up for a pull. Shoots down at Madzi's feet, doesn't connect. Does manage to find one, and look at this pressure he's getting on the treehouse area here. Oh, Madzi getting some nice shots on Berserk, and Madzi, that's a very critical kill for NutriBullet there, and that might be the key to stopping that flag. But it does look like it's still on the move. Now on board with Madzi, trying to find some angles here. He's just looking for those spawners running through, trying to catch him off guard. And he's like, boys, run that flag. I've got you back here. Madzi, he's, looking at the scoreline right now, he's on 11 kills, so he has cracked that double digit. So it does look like NutriBullet's starting to warm up in the kills department, and flags are going out left and right. Hoots, we've got ourselves a game.
Yeah, here we go. This is where we can see a stalemate sometimes where both flags are out and neither team can score. But it looks like we've got Madzi here running the flag, going through the double doors, taking a few shots, but he should be able to get through safely. As he does, yeah, just gets through. So might be in a position here to cap. You can see he just needs to get that flag return there before he puts it in. You'd hope that one of his teammates actually comes to do that. He's trying to do both, which ends up doing and puts the flag in. So a 1-all result here now, and that's great work from NutriBullet to be able to convert the lack of slays into actual flag caps. That's impressive, and that's got to be frustrating if you're a Divine Mind player. You're out slaying clearly here, but you're not able to put the conversion on the board, and that's what they need to start doing. And you know, we're back tied 1-all. The game started all over again. We've only got 4 minutes left as well.
Yeah, Madzi really starting to warm up with killing spree medal coming up for him. Junior struggling to stay alive here. Shields are flashing, trying to stay get out of the angles. Flex Rain sniffing him out. Double kill for Raided there. Great stuff from him. And the Killjoy to shut down that player. Yeah, all dead. Lots of X's in the kill feed. Flex Rains, I love that little peek onto Berserk there. Gets a couple of shots on and just very cautious play. Barcode sniffing out Pips there. Double kill for him, and he's pulling the flag. This one's on the move. Will we get to see this one put on the board because too weak? Easy shutdown on that. So we'll see that flag just sit there at the moment. Put it on ice. Moved another day. Berserk playing out of his mind this game with 16 kills. Just going massive for his team, and he sniffed out Praties going, nah, we can't let Ali run rampant. Flex Rain running that flag. Another little fumble. A lot of fumbles this game, but there's a lot on the line. We're in the grand finals, folks. They got Butterfingers.
Yeah, you would have saw before, you would have thought, you know, Berserk stopped the flag, surely they'd get a return there, but he was actually the only player left for Divine Mind. So whilst he could do that, he still had another 3 members from NutriBullet around that flag, able to run it, and that's what we're seeing. Barcode's got it in his hands now. He's actually about to put it in, it looks like. So now we're going to have a 2-1 lead here for NutriBullet. So they're starting to gel now, and take a look at the slays as well that we're seeing here, Justin. They're starting to pick up the slays. I'm not going to try and do the maths quickly on the top of my head, but just from having a quick look there, I think we're about even on the slays now. So it's not just that, it's also the assists. So we've got Pips racking up big assists for Divine Mind, but apart from that, not a huge amount of assists coming out where everyone... oh, sorry, I was actually looking at the Descon. That's completely incorrect. But no, what I am saying is that the kill's really picking up for NutriBullet here, and they're starting to convert that into caps, which is something that Divine Mind weren't able to do.
Yeah, and we see that Junior here with a Bulldog sniffing out his prey, putting in loads of bullets on the flag, getting the return done. That dirty work that I was touching on before. Junior just so reliable for it and stops the player challenging him as well. And he goes down. You know, Junior so important during that run, and it allowed them to capitalize and get another point onto the board. Raided watching that push there. Pips just lurking in the shadows, being a very sneaky little beaver. Raided already on 21 kills, going absolutely massive. I mean, he was talking pre-game, no, post-game of the previous series that he wasn't sure what his Halo future is, and it looks like a lot of kills was in his future, and he's just going massive for his squad. A kill there for Praties, he goes down, and it's just a slugfest right now. So many kills, but we've got 2 flags down. We're at a stalemate, 1 minute, 30 seconds to go, and we're at 2-2, Hoots.
Yeah, but we are seeing a flag pull here. I think it's Flex starting to run it. He's gone for the aggressive pull. Excuse me. He's gone for the aggressive pull straight down bottom mid, and you can see he's got the cover above him at Rockets as well. So if he can win this duel, and he uses these pillars really well, unfortunately he isn't able to stay alive. But you see his teammate comes in, picks him up, picks up the kill, and they're just going to run this straight through. So this is at a crucial time here with a minute left. If they can get this in, they're just putting it through the neutral, but it looks like they're going to put it in. So Barcode running objective. That's 2 caps for him now. So you know, we think of him as a slayer, but he's happy to run the objective as well for his team when required. He's put in 18 kills, 10 assists, so he's really putting in a lot of work, a lot of team shot through for his team, and he's going into the bar here to clean up Berserk, which he does pretty easily. So at this point, I think, Justin, what do you do? Do you keep going for the back smack as well? But at this point, if you're neutral, what do you do? Do you play pure defense now? Do you say, let's just hold out for 40 seconds, or do you go for another cap to try and keep this lead growing?
No, you've got to keep that pressure going. You can't take your foot off the gas. We've seen it so many times before. It's like, hey boys, we've got a lead. Let's just, you know, calm it down a bit. But all you're doing is giving the other team an opportunity to reset and come back. So NutriBullet, they've got to keep that pressure up. Only 20 seconds to go. You know, they're really starting to run away with this one. You know, Flex Rains is just chilling out on the barrier here, keeping all the other team at bay at the moment. 10 seconds. You know, these players are fast, but I don't think they're going to juggle it across the map in that time. And this looks like it's going to be a win for NutriBullet.
Yeah, you saw, and that will be the win. So well done to NutriBullet to actually come back there, and after that, getting smacked at the beginning, they were able to really turn that around. But you saw a really smart play towards the end there of Barcode, where he just grabbed that grapple shot, and in his mind it was, I'm just going to get across into the other team's base as quickly as possible and cause a distraction, because as long as I'm there, it's going to stop more members of Divine Mind actually crossing over into our base. So he shot himself across there. He distracted 2 players. I think it was Pips and Berserk, I think it was. But that meant that was 2 players who couldn't head over to the NutriBullet base to get that pull. So smart little moves like that, it just go a massive way into determining whether or not you can win a game. So I love seeing that from him. We're taking a look at the stats here, and across the board, they started to really pick up the slaying there, NutriBullet, which was fantastic. But just look at some of these damage given. We've got Barcode, as you'd expect, top leader in the slays, only by 20 HP against Madzi. So Madzi's doing a lot of work there as well. And then in terms of this Divine Mind squad, we can see there was Berserk doing most of the damage for them. Not a huge amount of damage out of Junior, unfortunately. So he was racking up quite a few kills there. 17 kills. So by no means was he the lowest kill scorer, I guess you could call it, on the team, but not putting in as much damage as you tend to think of someone who's such an aggressive player like him.
Yeah, but we did see him do a lot of the dirty work too, and sometimes I talked about it before, he kind of acclimatizes to how his teammates are playing, and you could see Rated and Berserk were just going ham. They were monster slayers, and Junior's like, all right boys, you do you can be in the highlight reel, and I'll get down there, I'll get my hands dirty, I'll dive on the live grenades, I'll dive on the flags to get the returns. And it didn't translate to a win this time, but it was very, very close, and was saying, is this going to be the time that NutriBullet drops a map? And I mean, they were close. I mean, we're talking that 1 flag cap there, and even if we see a 3-0 in this series, you're saying that Divine Mind is really starting to challenge that monstrous NutriBullet squad, Hoots.
Yeah, it's frustrating, right? Because, part of me wants to see a really even close series, and so I'm sitting there thinking, they're close, and I feel like Divine Mind's teasing us a little bit. They're showing what they can do for periods of time, but the thing that separates the great teams from the good teams are the teams who can maintain that level throughout an entire game, and it just seems like Divine Mind are able to get to that level and hold it for a while, but then when we get towards the halfway point or something like that, they just start to lose a bit of focus, they lose composure. NutriBullet's able to get a bit of a setup on them and just start to work them over a little bit. So, look, it's frustrating in one sense, but they still need to come away and say, look, we only lost that by a cap. We equaled them on the slaying point of view for most of it. So, yeah, I think you can still take a lot away from that. And I'm sticking with my prediction from what I said at the start of this series. I do think that we can still see them take a map off NutriBullet, and they've got 2 more games to try and do that at least.
Yeah, still plenty of time for that bracket reset, and Divine Mind's really showing signs of life. I mean, 3-2, that's a tight scoreline. It really came down to that last 30 seconds or so, and, Divine Minds, they're starting to put it together. Had so much momentum at the start of that game, and they're showing us that they can do it, and they just need to hold that consistency throughout a series so they can get to that bracket reset. And NutriBullet, they can't relax, that they can't give any opportunities to Divine Mind, because I think it's pretty evident that they can't afford to make mistakes against these guys anymore, Hoots. And we're jumping on board with Prades. Take it away.
Yeah, we are jumping on board with Prades, and we're going to see again, as we always do, this real time where teams feel each other out and try and figure out at what point they can go for a camo. But Junior, and this is what we saw in the last series with Junior, he just loves the camo on this map. So he just says, I'm just going to go straight for it. You can shoot me if you want. Unfortunately, there was only one NutriBullet player actually looking towards top mid at that point. So he was able to grab that getaway. He's got the camo, and now he's starting to get a bit of a flank on coming up behind them. But we do see here that there's actually no one really super close to him apart from Madzi, and great jump there by Junior. He's going to come up and should get the back smacking on Madzi. Unfortunately, isn't close enough, so goes for the shots and will pick up a really nice double. That's great. Turns around, shots on Prades, but he'll back down, keep that camo. He's still got a bit of time with it, so you're better off keeping it active, although it does now start to wear off, and he's going to be copping fire from a fair few angles. Barcode shuts him down, but that's great from Junior. That should be his role here, is to try and maintain this camo control for his team and use it to get flanks and break setups from NutriBullet.
Now on board with Madzi with that hashtag CrocGang emblem up on the left of your screen there. Nice shots onto Junior there. Finds himself a second. Rated using a little bit of cover there, going, Madzi, I'm not going to give you that kill just yet. Making it so difficult and kind of baiting a little bit for Berserk. And Berserk has set Madzi running, tail between his legs. He's out of there, Hoots. But scoreline 11-7 at the moment in favor of NutriBullet. I mean, Divine Mind, they got a bracket reset in mind. They can't afford to let that scoreline blow out anymore. Madzi being very patient here, checking all of his angles, trying to find a player. Rated putting in some suppressing fight, and look at that. Rated's going for the challenge here. He's trying to sniff him out, but there's a lot of players going to be putting pressure on Berserk. He responds to the call out and gets that nice kill on there, and it's 11-11. Hoots, we've got ourselves a game.
Yeah, they've taken the lead now, Divine Mind. What's going to be interesting to see is the last series we had Divine Mind against Direwolves. Divine Mind at several points were happy to really slow the pace down. I think we're seeing a little bit of it here. We've seen Flex Reigns, you know, he's obviously in a fight now, but there was a little while where he wasn't really able to see anyone. So a Divine Mind confident that if they take the sting out of it and play a bit more passively, they won't just get overrun by NutriBullet. NutriBullet has Barcode on their team, obviously, who's such an aggressive player. Will he just look at that and say, no, we're not slowing down here, we're going to keep going? As we see here, Pips managing to put a camo in, so that's 2 camos in a row for Divine Mind. NutriBullet haven't been able to get their hands on one yet, as Pips is starting to move into the base here, where we do have Madzi, so he's going to combine that thruster, but as a camo guy, probably won't choose to use it, so he's just hanging low here, and again, very passive play here, puts a few shots in, and he just knows, you know, once you get the 2-shot jump on an opponent, you're always going to get the kill there if you're close enough to hit him with a melee. So he's using this camo really well, flying around, Barcode top mid taken down, so this is really solid here, and we've seen Divine Mind manage to maintain this lead of 2 kills here, and that's been great control of camo from Pips. When you have camo, you're not just there to be sneaky and whack people in the back. You've also got that ability to call out for your team. You can be a bit of a scout almost and be getting into areas where you can see where their enemies are and call them out for your team so they can move in and finish those kills.
Yeah, and Pip's giving us a clinic on how to utilize that camo killing spree for him. Oh, he's under a lot of pressure there. Grabs Praties. Praties, you know, going for the challenge. One shot himself, thinking that he'd get Pips when he's on a hot streak. And look at that. Pips got his old baby, old Yeller, the Heat Wave, and he moves it into that vertical position here. We'll have to see if he can have a repeat of that 28 kill performance he had a couple of series ago. And a scoreline is completely even right now. Pips is fully loaded. He's just been to the car dealership and ticked all the option boxes because he's got that thrust, he's got the heat waves. There's Flex in a little bit of trouble, and easy clean up on that play. And, you know, Pips, he's just playing out of his mind this series, and we said we're looking to him to shut down players like Barcode, and he seems to be playing that role perfectly, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I'm going to try and give the Heat Wave another go once I get back on the game tonight. You know, seeing these guys do it and thinking they're making it look easy. But that was great work by Pips. Yeah, they want the Heat Wave in the hands of him whenever they can. I think he's been really great with it the last 2 series we've seen him play. But, you know, we're seeing again a very even game here. We're at that getting close to that 30 kill mark that we speak about, Justin. That's when you start paying attention to how this score might unfold. And Divine Mind are hanging in there, 28, 27. But across the board here, we are seeing Pips as the lead slayer. I think that's what we came to expect. Likewise, we're seeing Barcode on for NutriBullet, so both on 11 kills. So both of these two really slaying beasts are doing what they do best for their team. And it's going to be really interesting to see how this actually pans out if they can maintain this lead. Unfortunately, Barcode might want to make sure that he's not grenading himself to try and stay alive. But you know, this lead is still being maintained by Divine Mind, so this is good. Maybe they're able to finally, you know, brush a few of the cobwebs out and maintain this focus for a full game, which is what we want to see.
Yeah, and look at that. Divine Mind in the lead. I mean, it's only 2 kills, but, you know, scoreboard's a scoreboard. 3 kills the difference now on board with Junior. He's back on the Divine Mind squad, and he's hungry. Junior, he takes everything seriously. He's so laser focused in scrims, and it's starting to pay off right now for him, putting so much damage down on the map. And it looks like the collapse from Divine Mind's coming in. Flex Rain's the first one to fall. Junior pausing a moment, looking for the angles there, and I love that collapse there. Just a classic. Get your picks, move in, and overpower the remaining players and turn around for the spawners. Great stuff to see. Junior on 10 kills right now with 6 assists. Strong showing from him. And look at that. The scoreline's really starting to bloat out. Ooh. Junior with that killing spree, and they've got a 6-kill lead. You know, Divine Minds, they're starting to align the star suits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got another camo coming up very shortly, so it's going to be a case of who can just grab this final one. It's probably going to be the last one we'll see given the score, but Divine Mind now with this 6-kill lead. Camo is just popping now, and we are seeing Flex make a move for us. So this is the first camo I believe that Nutripol's got this game. So this is massive, and Flex, they're putting it in, and they've actually been able to bring this now back to a 3-kill gap. Flex taking shots with camo, but this could be huge. If he can get behind Junior up here and the rest of the squad, get a couple of back smacks or even just start to drop some shields, you can see Barco just come in and start to pick people off. So this is going to be massive. We've only got a 2-kill gap now. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. I'm sticking with my prediction, but we'll see how we go.
And look at that, dropping that heat wave for Flex with that camo there, loving that feature. And mate, this scoreline's a little bit close for comfort for me. My heart's starting to pound. Get the paramedics on standby with that defibrillator. And look at that, the eagle eyes from the other players to spot out Flex. He's stuck here. He had the camo, he had the heat wave, and he just hasn't been able to utilize it. And the game is slowed right down. And look at that first player to fall. Oh, it's even. Oh, finding Pips, easy kill onto him. There's so many red X's there, and only 1 point the difference at the moment. NutriBullet with that 1-kill lead. Are we going to see the upset from Divine Minds, or is NutriBullet going to hold on by the skin of their teeth?
Oh, I don't know. They've definitely got the momentum the last couple of kills because they were down by 6 not too long ago, and now they're up by 1. So, yeah, this has been massive. And that camo, he was able to at least get that and keep it out of the hands of Divine Mind, and they weren't able to do what they've done with it the last 2 times they've had it. So, unfortunately, misses that jump, but he's going to come in with the heat wave there on Junior, take him down. We've got a very close game now. Divine Mind's actually managed to take the lead back, up by 2 now. This is massive. There's 2 down for NutriBullet. They're pushed back. Divine Mind starting to push in a little bit here, and we're on board with Prades. He's just laying down nades. Are we going to see the pace taken out of this again? We didn't think we'd see another camo, but only 15 seconds left. 5 kills for NutriBullet, 3 for Divine Mind. I reckon we're going to see the pace taken out and 1 more camo come in, and this camo, Justin, is probably going to decide the result of this game.
Mate, I am too old for this. My pacemaker is malfunctioning. Only 2 kills. 1 kill the difference at the moment. It is really starting to heat up. Pip finding 1, 49 to 48. Divine Mind, they're only 1 kill away from stopping that no dropping mat streak for NutriBullet, and Pip's desperately trying to stay alive. Still 49-48. Divine Mind's, you know, forgive me if I sound biased, but I love an underdog story. Pip's going in, my boy, trying to find flex range. He's there. Will he get the back whack? Victory for Divine Minds. The streak is over for NutriBullet. We've got ourselves a series, Hoots. I am so stoked.
That's what we wanted. That is what we wanted. Yeah, that's the first game they've lost when you take last weekend and this weekend combined. So they've lost a game, and you know this is an unfamiliar feeling for them. So what does that actually mean for them now when they are sitting in the post-game lobby, sort of you know, critiquing what's happened, where things went wrong? How's your mindset now? Because when you only used to winning, when you start to lose, it can throw a few spanners in the works. But this is great. This is what we wanted to see. We're now 1-1 in the series, and we're just taking a look at the stats here. And look, it was barcode for NutriBullet putting in 18 kills, which is just absolutely massive, but some really even contributions across the board from Divine Mind, which was great. And look at the assists there. That's probably the big thing. Berserker with 11, rated with 12. No one going double digits in assists for NutriBullet. So it was the team shot that was the 1 kill difference there, which is just massive for Divine Mind. And so seeing that team shot's coming in, that bodes really well for the rest of the series. And then you look at the damage across the board. You know, Barcode, as you'd expect, putting in 5,500 damage, which is far and away the most on his team. But again, a pretty even contribution when we're looking at the Divine Mind squad. You know, most in the 4,000s and then just 1 in the 3,000s. So that was, I think, the antithesis of just a fantastic team performance from Divine Mind there. And you know, looking at the highlights here, it was that camo that made such a difference. You did see when NutriBullet were able to get one of the camos that they were able to bring that lead right in and tie it up almost. So that camo control has just been huge, and we saw it with Divine Mind in the last series. It was Junior who was controlling it, but Pips did a great job with his camo in hand as well when combined with that heat wave. And I think, yeah, if you went back and said, where did we lose it potentially here for NutriBullet, it was maybe if we just had 1 more camo, we could have eked out another 1 or 2 kills.
I couldn't agree more, but I think one thing that needs to be said, it wasn't necessarily NutriBullet playing poorly, it's just Divine Mind was playing to their full ability. We've seen glimpses of it, but now they're here to play. I mean, this is what we wanted. We know that the Divine Minds lineup had the potential to challenge NutriBullet, and they're finally ready to challenge. You know, it's like Star Wars, you know. Luke Skywalker wasn't ready to challenge Vader in episode 5, but come Return of the Jedi, he was ready to go, and that's what we're seeing from Divine Minds.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're 1-1 in the series now. It's exactly what we wanted. We've got a game on our hands. Obviously, Divine Mind have to go a lot further to win this this tournament. You know, they have to not only reset the bracket and win this best of 5, but then they have to go and win a second best of 5, given that they lost the first series against NutriBullet earlier in the day. So they've got a lot of work to do, and if they want to go all the distance, you know, you're looking at playing a minimum of eight games in this series. So there's a lot of work to go, but you know, they've tied it 1-1 and we're back on an even ledger, and we go again, which is fantastic for us. It's what we want to see.
And go again we shall, and it'll be interesting to see where that momentum carries, because a close scoreline like that, you can really see your motivation and your headspace crumble when you're like, boys, like, we just narrowly lost that. That's what's going on, and maybe there's a little bit of bickering there. And that could be key for Divine Mind going forward, because I can guarantee you that there was some pop-offs out of the chairs, and, you know, let's go's getting screamed, you know, crackling up on the mics and everything from those guys. So they're going to have all the momentum. And I think this next game going in, it's all going to be about how NutriBullet is going to respond. Are they going to crumble, or are they just going to keep playing the way they were playing? Because they only narrowly lost that, and it was just because Divine Mind was so strong that it slipped out of their fingers.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall in the Divine Mind, or one of the Divine Mind's rooms where they're playing right now, just to hear those comms and stuff after a game like that. I mean, they're the ones that you just love watching in tournaments, and when you can hear like live voices and things like that. So, you know, that's something we'll be able to get to back when we're finally on land, which we're all looking forward to. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The adrenaline rush that they'd be feeling now, saying, hey, come on, we can do this. Like, we almost got them in the last series in the 2 games we played. Yeah, the bizarre CTF at the start of this series was close. They got 1 cap and ended up beating us with a minute to go. But, you know, we can hang with them. And so do they look at it now to say, hey, we're actually on an even keel here, and every game's a flip of the coin. So if luck goes our way, then we can convert more of these games into wins and go out to a second series and then go to that series and win. It's just, you know, the door's now wide open, and it's great for them. And yeah, you know, absolutely, we have mentioned that both these teams are using subs, but from our point of view as the viewers, that's great, because we've seen a few wild cards be put in now where teams are having to make a few changes to address, you know, a difference in lineup. And yeah, we as the viewers, we end up being the winners, which is fantastic.
Yeah, just a little insight into the Divine Minds guys as well. A player like Ali, if you've ever watched his streams or been in a listen-in or things like that, he's a really passionate guy, and he really lifts up his other teammates. Like, if they're doing something well, he's almost more excited about it than the player that's performing. And we could be seeing that that's exactly what's happening. I mean, Rated coming in, I mean, he's technically a sub, but he's just performing so incredibly well that Ali, he's gassing up. He's just been to the petrol station, he's loaded up the jerry can, and he's just pumping his boys up.
Oh, I hope he's not paying too much with what petrol prices are costing right now. But we
moved
moved to
it's brutal. Brutal.
That's a conversation for another day. But
I'm gonna buy myself a Tesla.
Exactly. We moved now to Oddball Recharge, and this was a series that we did see, you know, in the last series, and it was a lot closer than you'd typically think. And what was interesting was it seemed like NutriBullet were happy to control the ball up in the gold, but when given the choice between the two, and whenever the ball was reset, they would by default take it to blue. So is blue where they do like to hold it when given when they have the choice of the two? That's what I'm going to be really interested to see in this. And then, you know, when they do get there in blue, how do Divine Mind come in and break that setup? That's what's going to be really interesting. So we're kicking off here, and I think we may have had a player who's dropped. So what we might have to do is just wait for this other player to come back in before we get started, but that's all good. But yeah, as I was saying before, Justin, it's the choice of where you set up and when you choose to rotate that ball and move. You know, obviously when you're in a setup and you're a man or two down, that's when in that blue area you have that advantage of being able to play ball, of tossing the ball off into the water, and we then wait a little bit of time and it resets and we can go and pick it up again. But holding it up in gold, the one risk you have there is if you do get overrun, then the other team who's come in and overrun you can set up there and start to hold and really get a big chunk of time. So it's that difficult period where you have to weigh up the two options. And I think it was just interesting to see that NutriBullet in the previous series, it was the blue area where they wanted to hold it and maintain there, because then it's on their terms of when the ball stays there or they toss it off.
And I have someone tapping on my shoulder, and word on the street is my boy Josh wants to jump in, which was fantastic because it's been such a just awesome series, and I want to hear, you know, the old fossil chime in with some of his wisdom. Gandalf, take it away.
Yeah, well, I'm just getting dusted off here, you know, rising from the ground. But I just wanted to chime in to actually say that, Hoots, I see that your prediction was correct there, and we thought that we might see a map loss, and of course it was just there in that Slayer. And I guess we would have picked it that if it was going to be a 1, that might have been it. But it seems to have been an interesting game so far. And look, did you expect that it was going to be that mapping game type particularly, Hoots? You know, you seem to have the... I was just called Gandalf. I think that might be you being able to make the prediction.
Yeah. Well, I think we saw the CTF game where they were getting outslayed, NutriBullet. So you'd think if you move to a Slayer, and we've spoken before that when that distraction of objectives goes away, then that can just lead to teams to completely change, and they could have been outslayed in an objective but can turn it around. But we just saw that at the very start in particular of that first CTF game that Divine Mind were outslaying so considerably. Like, it was actually, I was quite shocked to see it at a level that high. So look, I'm not going to talk myself up, but as a student of the game, I was very happy to see that prediction come true.
Yeah, well, I think it was really, really good as well. But look, we are going to be getting into this map now. We just had to remake the lobby. Justin, I'm keen on your thoughts as well, and where you see this series might be going now that we've finally got one under the belt for the Divine Mind squad.
Well, it's difficult because we had that little bit of a pause, and, you know, has that taken the wind out of the sails of the Divine Mind guys? They would have been riding a high, and we'll have to see if they can ride that momentum or if it's slowed down for him. On board with Pips right now, and he's been a very high-performing player for his squad, putting so much damage down onto Barcode, trying to get that camo. He slaps that onto his chest, and he's gone invisible ninja mode right now, and we've really seen Pips being able to utilize this camo, Hoots, and being able to get plenty of kills and really create opportunities for his team. He does go down, unfortunately, now on board with Barcode. He's got that Mangler, Hoots. What a wonderful gun that one is.
Yeah, that's one where you want to get right up close. It's effectively like, you know, arcing back to the Halo 2 days, it's like just having a BXR in your back pocket in reverse. So you just land that first shot and then a melee half a second later and they're done. So he's obviously expecting to get a little bit up close and personal. He's not going to pull it out. He'll just take out Rated with the BR. Rated just basically a sitting duck jumping off in the air there. But no one opting for the ball yet, as we've always spoken about, sounding like a broken record. They're just waiting for setups here, and then we see all of a sudden NutriBullet picking up that ball and bringing it up here. Flex he was dropped shields but managed to get straight up with the ball, and they're going to go for this gold setup initially off the bat, which is you know, I expected them to go blue, but they've opted for gold, obviously, although the ball has fallen back down. So I think Flex may have actually accidentally dropped that out, and it's gone out there. So the ball's now even for anyone to take. Pips with that sword, they're starting to push through this long haul, and they're going to look at making a play for this ball. And I'm going to be really interested to see, Justin, where they choose to take it. Junior picking up, where are they going to go? It looks like they're starting to hold the NutriBullet players off coming from blue, and maybe they're going to go for a hold in the gold room.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think that was a fumble from Flex. I think he was going, hey, we've got a couple of kills down in the kill feed. The Barcode's weak, I'm weak, I'm going to throw it out into the open. I can't play it. And he just didn't want to allow the other team to be able to set up. And it's worked. It looks like it's worked perfectly if that was his big brain play. Neither team racking up a lot of points off of that one. Now on board with Barcode, jumping down on that fresh camo. It's popped. Didn't pop it straight away, does use it now, making sure that he doesn't get burnt on that one. Now we'll have to see. This camo going to be critical for breaking this setup, and he's just going to be sneaking in. I can see the player outlines there. Berserk getting some time for his squad. All two there. Will Barcode back up. He's desperately trying to stay alive, and look at that.
That's
Berserk
big.
And Junior, just that teamwork. They go, you know, here's the camo play. We've got to get rid of him right now, and they just pounce on him, dropping that ball to take out the camo player, Hoots.
Yeah, that's smart. If you can hit them with a nade and push them back at that point, as you said, and we saw Junior, he just pushed in so hard because you've just got to get that camo guy out. You can't allow him to go back, get his shields back, and then go for another sneaky play in to try and disrupt your setup. So that's great to see from Junior there, and working together with, I'm not sure who it actually was that he was working with, but to just take Barcode out of the equation, because you know, a camo is dangerous enough in the hands of anyone, but a camo in the hands of Barcode is something that would probably be keeping a lot of players up at night. So to take that away from him is a great result. And look across the board here, Slay's relatively even, and ball time pretty even as well. So we are seeing, as all the games have been, some really even momentum swings throughout, and no team really has been able to get a large chunk of ball time here, as we see NutriBullet starting to take that up to that A stronghold area, and it's just going to be interesting to see, are they going to hang out there or are they going to try and move it to blue? It looks like they're going to start to try and make a push now through to this blue area. So this is what we were speaking about earlier, a slight fumble from Madzi, unfortunately, but is he going to pick up this ball and bring it to this blue? I think the fumble's actually going to cause him to not be able to even get close to it, and instead Divine Mind are going to have a bit of a position now to pick it up. We're jumping on board with Rated. He's just hanging out in this top 8, waiting for his teammates to come, but we're seeing, as you see, Barcode always seems to have a grapple hook on him, coming in, trying to shut him down, which he will. So unfortunately, it just wasn't on the cards for Divine Mind then to be able to get us set up with this ball, and NutriBullet instead continue on their merry way. They're going to pick up Camo now. Barcode's waiting with the grapple shot. He'll just grab that, yoink, pop it in, and they're looking like they're going to go for a blue setup, and Barcode with this Camo is going to go a long way in helping them try and maintain that.
Yeah, I love that utilization, and you could just see what he was setting up for. It was like, I know what you're doing, Barcode. And look at that, the swords over there as well. Style points, finds himself one. Will he be able to break this setup here? And he's taking his time here, trying to find a position. Doesn't want to run out and waste that. Double kills there if he wants it. Easy double for someone with camo and sword. And he's looking for that third. He's hungry, but it does look like the ball was played. You know, the momentum of getting sliced in half by that sword just threw the ball off the map. And look at this, Barcode find himself another back smack for the killing spree, putting some nades down into the turbine area, trying to find all of those angles. And he's opting to take that sword up into the top red area there, and you are just so deadly in here in the vents. Watch out. Yep. And it looks like he's out of charge. Unfortunate for him. Will he get the kill anyway? Berserk, and almost getting embarrassed there, but managing to hold on. That PP not connecting on Madzi, but does look like he's pretty weak. Pips responding to those callouts there and getting the cleanup nade. It's unbelievable teamwork from Divine Minds.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Barco choosing to go through the orange and the gold vents then made perfect sense with the sword, because there's no point running out straight through the turbine there. Even though it's the most direct route, that sword becomes pretty much useless. Players can see you from a mile away sprinting at them with it, and they can just keep running backwards and put shots in you. So really smart move there to actually choose the vents, and unfortunately just probably didn't realize he was running low on sword energy, but almost managed to get the double. But we're seeing now ball back in the hands of Divine Mind. So they're now keeping NutriBullet back closer towards this blue area, although we do see Madzi in the corner of our screen starting to push over through the gold. He's engaging Berserk, and Junior taken down here. So Madzi, I think, traded there, but it looks like Divine Mind are going to have a bit of time now to get a bit of ball. There's still 2 men down though, so as we see there, you spoke about it before, Justin, that instead of, it's effectively like a play ball when you are chucking it down into that open area. It's where the ball spawns, and it just makes it a lot harder for anyone to go and get a run at it. A few teammate nades coming in there for Prady's unfortunately having to eat one there. I think that was from Madzi being thrown at him. But this ball now is just going to sit for a while these teams get set up. And look, there's only 14 seconds in it. Divine Mind's got, you know, as good a chance as any to be able to pick up here and get a bit of ball time and really bring this back to a pretty neutral scoreline. But we already almost are at that, only being 14 seconds in between.
Yeah, both teams waiting for the opportunity to get a couple of picks before they're grabbing that ball. Neither one wanting to jump the gun and be, you know, baited by that ball. They've got to get the kills so they can get set up. And really, there's only one rotation of ball time between them right now. On board with Rated, he goes in, and look at that, premature. He gets taken out by Madzi. Opportunity for NutriBullet to get some time here, and look at that. The timer ran out, and that's first round going towards NutriBullet.
I always forget to look at the timer in oddball games. I'm just so focused on the actual timers on either side of the scoreboard.
Well, time flies when you're having fun, Hoots.
Exactly.
You know, can't do everything. We're only human.
And also, only playing these 5-minute rounds is different to, you know, the oddball we're used to playing, where, you know, we're going for a lot longer. So it's something we need to obviously keep our minds on. But yeah, that's one win for NutriBullet. It was a bit of a passive game there. We just didn't see either team get to the score limit. So clearly the ball was just in neutral territory for a long time. Players fighting over it, but we got Rated here, and he's going to look to bring it up gold. He's juggling it and managing to get a bit of a setup here. So all players are up on the map right now, and it looks like NutriBullet are actually starting to move towards the blue area as Rated decided to carry the ball that way. So it might have been a little bit of miscommunication there. I probably would have opted to hold gold there, but it looks like the ball's going to sit neutral again, and you know, they're able to get a bit of time at the start. Divine Mind, they've got a camo now in the hands of Junior as per normal. So this camo along with ball in hand for Divine Mind, this is a good combo here, and obviously Junior's going to make that call out of Madzi coming down the long hole. He's dropped. You see the assist pop up there. So a bit of time now building, but you see across the side of the map there, NutriBullet on that blue side where the ball's heading. It just seems like Divine Mind is bringing it over to them. Whether or not that's where they do want to hold the ball for themselves, I'm not sure. But you know, if you do have the NutriBullet squad there, I wouldn't be trying to forge my way ahead just to get a setup because it's what you want. If the team's over there, try and stay away from them and rack up ball time while you can, and then move over when you start to get a few of those NutriBullet players down.
And Divine Mind, look at this, Hoots, are just calming down just a little bit. They've got a 28 kill lead so far. I mean, they are down 1 in this game, but they're really starting to wake up here, and you can see each of their moves is a little bit more calculated. Look at both teams setting up for this camo that's going to be popping. That ball just getting rotated all the way through the open, and just so much pressure from each player is keep allowing that ball to be moved around the map. And look at that, they're just, you know, hanging out, you know, mid-map. Flex Reigns, he does get taken down perfect from Barcode, but I expect nothing less from a turret like himself. And look at that, Barcode looking over that camo. He's hungry for it, he wants it for himself. Berserk managing to sniff him out while he's putting down shots. Junior flashing shields. That camo, has someone managed to grab it? I'm not sure. Wouldn't be surprised if Junior ends up with that camo regardless. I reckon he's been in the store and just paid, got the credit card out, and that's his default skin, Hoots.
Yeah, it does look like it. Let's chat about Pips for a second. You know, we spoke about him at the start of this series. He's the leading kill scorer, but also leading ball timer for Divine Mind. So he's doing a bit of everything right now. You know, really, I'm not going to say putting the team on his back, but he's a man on a mission right now. And so we're now seeing NutriBullet set up in this blue again. We've got a sword in the hand of Madzi, so that's going to be able to keep from these 2 entry points here from both A and long haul. He's going to be able to, in close quarters, keep them away with that sword. So that's a really handy pickup to have right here. And then we're seeing a ball in the hand of Barcode. So Barcode's running a bit of objective now. So their main Slayer's hasn't got his gun out. He's sitting there holding ball, and we're just seeing Madzi being really smart here with this sword. He's got it out, he's ready, he's expecting players to potentially spawn from A and come through. It looks like they're actually spawning over on the gold, so they're pushing through long haul. He'll get the call out soon and make his way over there, as we see he does now as players start to get dropped. He's got that sword, he's going to try and have it got rated, but unfortunately he's double teamed, and I think he will probably be dropped here, although he doesn't even manage to get the trade, so that's big for Divine Mind there. That's really unlucky.
That's very unlucky for Madzi there. And you could see he was questioning. He had a good position. He was holding down that flank, and he's going back and forth, you know, do I move, do I rotate, my boys are in trouble there, and it's like, nah, they'll get the kills, and then he's like, nah, screw it, I'm going over there, and it was just too little too late, unfortunately. But they did rack up plenty of ball time, squeezing out a little bit more of a closer game, but still Divine Minds, they're in the lead here, Hoots, and we could see a little bit of a tiebreaker if Divine Minds can keep this momentum up. Pips now trying to find a player. He spots out Barcode, backs him off. Player there, Junior with that sword, and Pips now with that camo. We've seen him utilize it perfectly before, and look at this. Flex Reigns opting not to push him down there, or not Flex Reigns, another player from NutriBullet there.
I think it was Prades.
Yeah, Prades, he didn't go after him. I mean, I think that's such a critical kill, and will we see that come back and bite them, and Divine Minds get some ball time off that Hoot side? It could be.
Yeah, we'll see. It's, again, no one really wants to go for this. So we got Junior coming in with the sword here. That Flex is gone, and then he'll push up a little bit closer. Barcode's coming in, and can he get the sword? No, he wasn't really ready for it. So sword in the hand of Barcode, copying a few friendly nades. That's what's indicated by that blue hit marker there, is when you're copying damage from a teammate. But we do have ball now in the hands of NutriBullet. I think, was there a toss up there up to the top? I think there might have been. So Barcode's just going to hold this down here. He's got the commander, unfortunately, and no sword energy, so he's kind of stuck there, and tries to just run the ball as far away as possible. But they're still set up on this top gold area here, so NutriBullet can go and grab that ball and start to get a little bit more time here. As they are now. So they're starting to now bring it back. We've got a minute and a half left. They're 10 seconds down and counting. So ball dropped briefly, it looks like. Ball back in the hand now. So they're going to probably take the lead here, although Pips coming in with that Mangler double. Grabs the triple as well and the trade.
Pips, so, my boy.
Yeah, so that's massive here. So we should see now, hopefully, Divine Mind be in a position to get the ball. Although looking at the map here, it looks like NutriBullet's just going to storm back in and at least have a chance of grabbing it. Although Divine Mind here, 2-on-1, great use of the commando there from Madzi. He's dropped, but Junior picking up the ball. And at this point now, you sort of have to start to weigh up the whole thing of, when we pick up the ball, yes, we're getting time, but we're not letting the timer count down as well in the middle there. So when we hold ball, game clock actually pauses. So there's times where you have to consider, do we actually just try and keep other players off the ball and let the timer go down in the round end, or do we actually try and keep going to get to that score limit? It's a tricky thing that we haven't really had to worry about, but it's something that teams need to consider now in Infinite.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point that you brought up, and look at that. The scoreline is completely even pretty much, and less than a minute on the clock to go. Really, it's one, maybe two setups left, and look at that. Junior utilizing that camo perfectly, finds the double kill perfect on the flex range, stopping the other team from getting any ball time, and look at this. Berserk is just going to go, yoink, I'll take that, with 30 seconds to go, and Divine Minds racking up loads of points here. You know, is this going to be the setup that's going to give Divine Minds the win? We'll have to see. 30 seconds left. 30-second warning, boys. Pencils down soon. And look at this. Raiders find himself the sword. It's been so powerful so far in this game. And look at that. The NutriBullet boys, all three of them pouncing on that ball. They're getting really eager to make sure that they don't lose this game. They're like, boys, we can put this away now. But Divine Minds just playing so well. And I love the way that Raiders is playing right now. Wow. And only 20 points of a lead on Divine Mind, but there's not enough time. Like, NutriBullet, they've got one more opportunity, Hoots, and if they don't capitalize on it, then they're in trouble.
Yeah, but like we were saying before, if this is the real dilemma. If you're Divine Mind at this point, I think you're not trying to get ball at all. You're just trying to keep them off and let that timer get down. So what's going to happen now is that they are picking up the ball, they're irking that time forward, but right now I'd just say drop it as they have. So you see they're all around it, but they're not going for ball, and then they let the timer go down, and that's the round. So that's really smart play, and that's what you need to do in Oddball now. It's, again, like it's a completely new feature that's been a part of Oddball now in Infinite, and I think it actually is just so interesting, like the different dynamic it brings to these games. So yeah, that was perfectly played by them of getting to a point where they said, all right, we're good, let's just protect the ball, and now we're one all on the ledger, and the winner of this wins the game.
Or I think we have a series on our hands. Hoots and Pips with that camo again. What a ball hog, but he utilizes it, so just let him have it. Grabs himself the repulsor there, which is a great piece of equipment, a new addition to Halo Infinite. And look at this, he's just trying to move through the map, not putting in a lot of shots, finds himself Madsy. Really easy cleanup and just perfect use of camo. There's the second, and now it's an opportunity to grab the ball. They've got a couple of picks, and he may have camo, but you got to, you know, capitalize on those opportunities brought to you. And look at this, Divine Mind already putting points on the board. Are we going to see another map in their favor, Hoots? I think we might.
Yeah, it was interesting then that even though he only had a few seconds of camo left, he was probably aware, but opting to hold it and say, Junior, you keep slaying. At that point, I'd think just hand it to Junior, and if you're your camo, go back to work. But you know, it's worked out for them, and they've already put 20 seconds on the board. This is probably the longest and quickest time we've seen a team race out to a fair bit of a lead here. It looks like they're now quite focused on just holding the ball here, although it looks like Pips is going to now be met by both Prades and using the repulsor there. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, comes close. But now NutriBullet is set up in this gold area. They've got all four, I think, actually up in this gold, so it is quite close quarters, and a few grenades here can really disrupt the setup. But they're actually going to start to run it out there, and they're going down long, but just look how quickly Divine Mind are actually able to swarm up there and disrupt the setup and get NutriBullet on the run. That's one thing that they've done here is NutriBullet seem to be really, as soon as the first sign of danger, they're happy to say, all right, the setup's gone, let's start moving. They're not trying to fight and hold it, which is interesting. I would have thought that it would be a case of, no, let's stay here and fight. But no, they're getting that ball and running it out of there as quickly as possible.
Well, it could just be a matter of, you know, rather than holding that setup, they don't want to give it up, right? You know, they get collapsed on, and then suddenly they're trying to break up the setup themselves. Maybe that's what they're thinking, or maybe they're just like, boys, let's just get out of there. I'm scared. But the scoreline basically even at the moment. On board with Berserk, he's racked up 5 kills so far, but Slays seem to be pretty even. But you know what? Speaking of Slays, look at Barcode and Madsy. A breadstick each. I mean, they're prepared for brunch. Just need some avocado now, and they better watch out when Barcode and Madsy wake up, because they are just such monstrous slayers. And maybe that's what we're going to see. We're going to see those guys warm up, and it's going to be key to victory for NutriBullet. But look at this, Divine Mind on the scoreline. They're just starting to eke out a little bit of a lead here. And, you know, there's those points, they rack up so fast, Hoots. It's, you know, it's not like a traditional oddball where games can sometimes feel like they go forever. The points in the rounds just rack up so quickly that you've really got to be paying attention, and you can't let teams go on big runs because it just racks up so quickly.
No, not at all. But if I'm Divine Mind and they can't see really, well, they can see the score actually, but if you're looking at that and you're thinking, oh, hey, Barcode's the second highest objective earner for their team right now. If I'm Divine Mind, I'm happy with that. I'm happy for him to be holding the ball and not putting shots out. So if that's the situation they're in, I'd look at that as Divine Mind and say that's a win. Like Barcode's, we're outslaying them enough that Barcode's being forced to play objective occasionally and just rack up ball time when he can. And that's that's Barcode not putting shots in. So we are seeing now he's turning away from the objective and he's starting to roll around. And this is what he does. He just pretty much puts the helmet on and just starts sprinting around and just laying shots where, I think, Justin, if you or I ran at these angles, we'd end up getting dropped straight away. But he's just able to stay out pretty exposed most of the time and put shots in, knowing that his teammates have his back. And we've seen now NutriBullet have started to go out to a bit of a lead as Madsy's now racking up time. He's put a really big chunk in of ball time now, actually. A considerable amount. This has happened, as you said before, Justin, super fast. They've come out of nowhere.
Yeah, Divine Minds, they were in the lead just before, and NutriBullet, a nice tasty setup. Little back whack from Junior there. He's getting called out though, trying desperately to stay alive. He does fall. Now on board with Berserk, putting some nice shots on the flex reins. Well, flex reins fallen over his feet there a little bit, didn't have his shoelaces tied. And look at that, the ball is primed, ready to go. But all players are about to come off the spawn. Maybe not time to grab that ball just yet. Wait for another pick. But look at this Berserk. He's feeling hungry, going for those slays. He's getting a little bit of pressure himself, but no, a bit of ghost shots there. It's like, where did those shots come from? Now he's sniffing out Barcode, but he gets taken out by Madsy. That Mangler there putting some shots down. Pips utilizing weapons on the map. That's something he does so well, Hoots, is that you'll never see Pips just utilizing that default BR. He's always got something else in his back pocket, and that's why he's such an interesting player to watch and really shakes up the dynamic of how the game goes. And he's a star player for his squad, and look at that. One more kill for him, pulls out that Mangler, trying to, doesn't, a bit of a Casper melee there, a bit of a ghost melee, and now on board with Rated. 3 dead for NutriBullet. Madsy just coming off spawn, and the scoreline, it's starting to bloat out. Divine Minds, they need to do something soon, Hoots.
Yeah, but they're pretty set now, I think, to get a bit of a setup here. They've collapsed in on this ball really well, and if they can just hold off Madsy here, that should be a time now where they can grab this ball and get a bit of a setup. I think, was that camo down below on the ground there that maybe Rated didn't pick up? I'm not sure, although they are 2 down now, Divine Mind, but as were NutriBullet, that being said. So they're able to now rack up a bit of time. They're putting ball in there. They're coming up to about just 20 seconds down, and the ball here is in a pretty good control, and we're just seeing, Barcode running around, not really aware of where Divine Mind's dropping. And that's the beauty of this A area here, is that you can go from one level to another super quickly by dropping at this big open sort of bay here, as we're seeing now. It's perfectly executed. And this is huge. Again, another massive chunk of ball time. You've got here Rated, who's covering across from the turbine. He's dropped, unfortunately. So this is now a time where Pips who has the ball, should be trying to get out of there and make the move. And you can see here, that's exactly what he does. He's ready. He knows he's about to get dropped. He does, and it goes down into neutral territory. And Prades has to go and get pretty exposed to pick it up, and he's dropped. So that's perfectly executed from Divine Mind there.
Hoots, very well said. Now on board with Junior, he manages to find himself one. Scoreline is so tight now. A minute left on the clock, and that dynamic that you're talking about the last round, it's really a matter of, boys, do we run out the clock or do we try and scrap together some ball time? Junior shutting down that sword player, that is such an important kill. Like, you can't let that sword player get away, and Junior really putting in so much damage. Another assist racking up on his stat line. And look at that Divine Mind there, eking it out. 91 points, not far off 100. Has NutriBullet got enough time to break this setup? It doesn't look like they do. And look at that. Divine Minds takes another game off NutriBullet. They're here to play. Prediction coming true.
Wow, yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure I said they'd get 1 game. I didn't say 2. So
no, I was talking about me, not to be smug.
Sorry. Yeah. Wow, 2-1. Did we think that would happen? They're a game away from resetting the bracket. I don't know. Did they watch a bit of NA during the week and say, "How good's a bracket reset? Let's give it for the ANZ audience." This is fantastic. Yeah, I honestly don't know what to say. Let's just have a look at the stats here and look at Prades, man. 41 kills, just massive, putting up massive numbers. Pips as well, though, for his team, 40, and Junior actually 44. Huge slays across the board. In terms of slays, actually, it was quite an even performance, but it was just a case of just the time when they could get ball chunks. Divine Mind was just in really critical points of the game, and then damage dealt. I mean, again, it's Junior and Barcode for both sides. 12,000 damage. When you have these oddball games that are going down to almost full rounds every single time, you're going to get these big kills and damage numbers. But yeah, Junior was great then, and we saw again, and we say it a lot, but it was that camo control from Divine Mind. It was the same as in that Aquarius Slayer that just really helped them maintain control here. And you just couldn't say more about their communication and the way they moved the ball at the right times. And it seemed like that ace setup at the end there, which wasn't really used much throughout the game, that really worked wonders for them towards the end.
Yeah, and I'm tongue-tied at the moment, Hoots. It's like, it was my prediction that we'd see the bracket reset, but seeing it unfold in real life is just got me lost for words. We're seeing some of the highlights here, and Divine Minds, they're really showing up to play, and we knew that they had it in them. They had it in them. They just had to get things rolling, and look at this, NutriBullet. Maybe are they getting caught off guard? Are they not playing to their fullest ability? Or is it just Divine Mind firing on all 4 cylinders?
Yeah, I think that the Junior and Pips in particular, we're just seeing taking control of games in spurts, and when one is maybe cooling a little bit, the other steps up. Those two are complementing each other really, really well, and they were it was just fantastic across the board. And so, I don't know really what we can expect going into this next game. And NutriBullet, like we said at the end of the last game, were NutriBullet pretty shell-shocked from finally having a loss, and they're, mentally are they a bit fragile now, and are they maybe starting to bicker a little bit amongst themselves? I'm not sure. We don't have a line into them. But this has got to be a worry for them now. They're actually, for the first time, facing down the idea of losing a series and then doing a bracket reset and having to do another best of 5. Keep in mind, through all the rounds up to this point, they've been playing best of 3, so they can get these series done pretty quickly and move on. But a best of 5, that can be a slog, especially if you start splitting games here and there, and instead of needing just 3 to win, you're going to 4 or 5, like we're doing now, moving on to Stronghold's live fire. So just both of these games here have been, well, they've all been super close. That's the thing, and it's that flip of the coin we spoke about earlier. You really couldn't predict where this is going to go, but for both of them now, it's NutriBullet knows now this has to go to a 5-game series if they want to win, whereas Divine Mind now can say we can close this out here and now on Strongholds and avoid that Slayer Streets.
You're talking about some nerves there, and on the side of NutriBullets, but I'm going to have to go the other way, and the nerves on Divine Mind, like they're going, boys, we can get this reset, and are their knees are weak and arms are heavy? Are they going to be able to close it out? And I think we're going to be able to see it. This team's so composed in these games, Hoots, and keep going on about it. They've got it in them to take away the victory, and they are so close to this bracket reset. They're going to be, virtual fist bumps all around, and we're on Stronghold's live fire, a fantastic map, and they're going to have to rotate around the map and maintain as much control as they can. And we're on boards with a Berserk here. Hoots, take us away, mate.
I've jumped onto Barcode now, and this is a map that I think will really favour him in terms of Strongholds, where you have to move around a lot. You see great LPR there at the very start. He's going to make a move on this sniper, unfortunately dropped. But Barcode, this is a map where he can run around a lot, because in these Strongholds games, you need to have a lot of movement throughout the map as you're moving from point to point trying to capture. And so I think that's a style of play which really does suit him. I think he's the kind of beast who doesn't want to be shackled to a certain location for a setup, so when he can move around, that's when he can do his best work. But we see off the break here, it looks like NutriBullet maintaining 2 points now, so they're starting to get a bit of a score. And as we know in Strongholds, you need to maintain 2 points to start scoring. If you get that 3rd point, then you start to score a lot quicker. So we see here NutriBullet scoring quickly at the start, putting up a bit of a score, and Barcode, we're actually on board with Madzi, 2 kills at the start, which is good, taking down Pips, and then he's just going to push through very aggressively actually with this thruster pack, pushing through with no shields and chasing Divine Mind, trying to get another pick here. Unfortunately can't, but starting now to get a capture on this B point and get the score back in their favour.
Yeah, NutriBullet with an early lead there. 2 points captured right now. Divine Minds finishing off that C point. Madzi putting so much damage across the map here, sniffing out the 3rd player. Berserk's lurking down below, or gets a little surprise on there, only getting the assist, so the call-outs coming through and the team shots getting the clean-up. And NutriBullets, they're off to a very strong start so far. Raider goes in, challenging Madzi, shutting him down. But look at this. See Stronghold's gone over in the favor of NutriBullet, and we've got ourselves a triple cap. Could be premature, could be very short-lived. And look at that. Divine Minds, they're responding. You can see that B Stronghold down the bottom. It's kind of third of the way capped so far. Flex Rain's trying to find himself some players, and there's that camo. It's popped. Whoever wins this fight, and it's a trade. I was going to say whoever wins the fight gets the camo, but they've traded. And look at this. Madzi is just going to cherry pick that one, pop it in his mouth, and now he's the sneakiest man alive. He's in the A hill and very aggressive. Oh, sorry, the overshield, not the camo. That's why he's being aggressive. Finds himself one. sorry about that one, folks, but he does get sniffed out. And Madzi just so aggressive on that A stronghold. And, you know, when you've got a pretty healthy lead, you can afford to be aggressive and keep that pressure up, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. And Divine Mind now starting to score, so get a bit of score on the board again, and they're going to start to move into this B point to try and secure, because Flex is in there starting to cap. And that B one's a tricky one because it's very covered in a lot of areas. And so you can hide down in that little, I don't know what you call it, that little alleyway. But they're able to actually hold them off you. So Divine Mind keeping the score ticking over, which is good. Although that being said, yeah, they actually are. Every time it looks like NutriBullet are trying to get a bit of a cap on a stronghold, they're able to hold them off. So they're doing a good job of finding the areas they need to move to and focus on clearing out the players and then just holding those 2 points. I don't know, Justin, I'm interested in your thoughts, but do you commit pre-strongholds to an idea of, okay, we're just going to completely ignore C, for example, and only focus on A and B? Or is it a game where you just have to be constantly changing your setups and where your points of focus are?
Yeah, with strongholds, sometimes you've just got to give them up. You know, you can throw bodies at a stronghold one after another and never get anything. And sometimes it's just like, hey, boys, leave that one. Let them have it. Let us get a head start on the rotation and reposition ourselves on the map, and we'll be ready for them when they have it. It's almost like baiting that stronghold. Let them have it, and then we're going to take map control while you're busy capping that off. And we have Barcode here with that sniper rifle using the repulsor, the jumper. Flashy plays from him. Love to see a highlight reel. Look at that. 3 NutriBullet players there, capitalizing on that push and not able to connect with the headshots there. But, you know, Barcode, he's obviously gone for clips. I mean, I hope they're going up on TikTok because he's going to go viral at some point.
Hey to the TikTok going out there. We've actually got full control now in the hands of Divine Mind, so watch that scorer there start to really rack up, as we are seeing. They've managed to really to start to bridge the gap a little bit that was between them. But look, just as quickly as that happens, you can spread yourself really thin and get that 3-point cap for a little bit, but then look at the flip straight away. NutriBullet have 2 caps back, and they're almost at a position where they're going for 3. But we actually have a bit of a standoff on a few sites now. And that can happen in this game type occasionally, where there is just all-out chaos and points are half captured and other points are, but NutriBullet now back scoring, holding down the B and C, and we're seeing on board now with Barcode. He is just perfecting everyone he looks at, it seems, whenever we turn to him. But look at the slays again across the board at NutriBullet. We've got 3 guys in double digits now, and some strong assists coming through as well. Even with Prady, who's only on 5, he's got 6. So we got some meleeing of the ground by Barcode. Not sure what the point of that is exactly, but I think he was probably going for the teabag at some point. But they are starting to bring this lead out a little bit more again. So Divine Mind were coming in a little bit, but now NutriBullet have locked these 2 points down, and as long as they're locking 2 points down, they're scoring.
Yeah, I think Barcode just asserting his dominance a little bit. And you're just like, this is my map, don't you forget it. And they're really starting to rack up some points here. NutriBullet, they've just hopped on 2 points and doubling the scoreline. Killing spree for Barcode, so he's really racking up quite a lot of kills and holding down all those objective points as well. On board with Junior right now, very intelligent and experienced player, being very patient here. They're not jumping on anything just yet. Maybe trying to make sure that next sniper rifle that's popping up, that communicating, going, boys, this new snipe's coming up, 10 seconds, we can't afford to let them have it, let's get set up. But as I say, that Divine Mind's opting to get 2 caps here. Yeah, they can't let NutriBullet get any more points onto the board. It's a fragile situation from them, and Junior using that repulsor to move around the map, finds himself flex range, can't get the finish. And I say that just as he's diving for cover there, he gets the headshot, and Junior able to utilize that C point and start racking up some points for his team. Finds himself prayed. He's putting some shots down on him. Flex Reigns wants some too. Fresh Mag in the BR. He's putting so many shots down on the map. And look at this Junior repositioning, deciding to take a different route because he was sniffed out. And look at that. Flex Reigns didn't predict it at all. He had no idea where he was going. But Junior doing a little bit of a spring jump with that repulsor there, making himself a sitting duck there, Hoots.
I love the use of the repulsor of how you can just get from one area to another area super quickly. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for Junior there, but he definitely had the right idea of trying to just make a quick escape of, just launching himself out of there. But look, we're jumping on now with Prades and NutriBullet 3 cap, so they're holding everything down. They're scoring quickly. We've got a heat wave in the hands of Prades. Haven't seen the heat wave much on this map so far in this game. But it's going to be interesting to see what he can do with it. But look, Divine might need to start capping points because look at this score just ticking up super quick by NutriBullet. If they don't do something soon, this can be all over. Even then, they do get 1 cap to stop the 3-point cap. But as long as they've still got 2 NutriBullet, they're scoring. And you can see here, looks like Divine Mind is starting to put a push onto this A side to try and get the scoring back on their terms, and with Junior pushing in here strongly, it looks like they'll be able to do that. And that being said, they flip it, so that's a good move by them. Start scoring again. Unfortunately, only 50 points needed by NutriBullet, but we have seen some pretty crazy turnarounds in this, where if you can just continuously hold these 2 points, your score keeps racking up. It doesn't matter if you're killing or not, as long as you're keeping them away from those 2 points, then you will keep scoring. So look, it's going to be hard for them to maintain the momentum here and keep these points and try and bring back a lead and rearrest some of the momentum, but they're doing a good job so far of keeping them out. They've had a pretty good run.
Yeah, Junior utilizing that heat wave there to stop the A hill. He was so patient. He was like, I'm not going to rush over there. I'm going to take my time and I'm going to catch the player by surprise. And it did work out for them. And Divine Mind's really starting to rack up some points. The temporary triple cap there. And it's 100 points the difference. But I mean, as you were saying, that scoreline just stops for NutriBullet, and Divine Minds, they're starting to wake up a little bit here. On board with Rated, he finds himself 1, gets him cleared out, gets a reset on the C hill, or it does look like NutriBullet is responding a little bit, putting a lot of pressure on that B hill. Rated sniffing out a play. Can't seem to connect on that final bullet. That's got to be frustrating. Shields flashing. He's now having the duck dive and cover for himself. He does get naded out, unfortunately. And Junior, fresh mag into his BR, trying to really hugging those corners and those walls to sneak around the map as much as he can, looking for those players. Look at that, switching targets. Junior just trying to do everything at once, and he's really in trouble there, trying to stay alive and milk as much time as he can. And NutriBullet, they're starting to rack up points again. Divine Mind in a little bit of trouble here, Hoots.
Yeah, they've gone pretty much 25 seconds uncontested now, and it looks like just almost got repulsed off the map there, but it looks like they're starting to close this out. Unfortunately, one of the things you got to remember is when you do start capping a point here, you're just telling the enemy team that, hey, there's someone here, and they know to go and hunt you down. So that's one of the struggles as well of this game, is that choosing the right time to cap can be very hard, but obviously, disgusting.
Oh, baby! Flex Reigns flexing on us there.
For the triple. No, thank you, and almost connects there for the third, but he's doing a great job here of just holding this B side down, and they were able to just put a really big amount of score then on NutriBullet. Only 13 points off now, and it's starting to seem inevitable that we're going to see a result here, I think, Justin.
Yeah, NutriBullet, they can just scrap together a few points. They don't really need to set up. They do need to be cautious, not to be careless about their pushes and utilizing their lives. But the thing is that they can just scrap and work down that timer. The Divine Minds, they're hanging on by a thread right now, skin of their teeth. They are racking up points right now. And look at this, Barcode going in for blood, finds himself 1 seconds there if he wants it, putting so much pressure on Rated. Rated just like, I've got to stay alive, but Barcode capping that hill, manages to get C, and look at that. NutriBullet could be a triple cap. This could be all she wrote for Divine Mind triple cap. I'm going to call this is it. We're going to a game 5 by the looks of it, Hoots. Unbelievable.
Are we?
Oh! No. Oh.
Yes, we are.
All right.
I thought it was over as well.
I hate being wrong, so I was like, please just tick over.
Yeah, no, I'm the same as you. I was looking then and I was thinking, yep, surely that's done. And then no, just that last second change you can get. Yeah. But yeah, look, they needed that, right? They've now brought it back to 2-all on the ledger, and we go into this deciding game where NutriBullet can take the whole thing and walk away as champs, or can Divine Mind actually force a reset? And we move on to Slayer on Streets, and Slayer, the last time we had Slayer on Aquarius, we had that ultra tight, I think it was 49-50 result going to Divine Mind. So who knows what we'll see here, but yeah, the fantastic work to bring back some of that momentum. And man, just Barcode, just look at that, like 29 kills, 15 deaths, so positive 14, just going crazy. And you know, when someone's popping off like that, there's not much you can do if you're on the other team.
Yeah, Barcode there just racking up so many kills. He almost doubled the majority of the players on the Divine Mind roster. He's just playing a different game, mate. Like, what's going on? He's got 7 thumbs and 12 fingers with the way he's handling that controller. Looking at that, plenty of multi-kills, 2 perfect kills for Barcode, just doing so much work for his team. I mean, he, you know, almost a 2 KD there, and 12 captures as well. So not afraid to get his hands dirty and get in and do that objective work also. And, you know, I don't think we're hype enough, Hoots. I mean, we're going to a Game 5. We've seen basically clean sweeps throughout the entire tournament, and now we've got the 2 top squads Game 5, and they're both hungry to win. And Divine Mind, you know, I reckon they're sick of losing to these guys, and they're just like, boys, we've got to keep the momentum going. We've got to keep hype. We've got to take these guys out, and, you know, I'll match their intensity because everyone loves a Game 5, Hoots.
Yeah, it's always darkest before the dawn, right? We've had clean sweeps the whole way through, and now we finally get a potential reset in the final, which is, you know, we're pretty spoiled, I think. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this Street Slayer game. That's, you know, it's a game type where we've got rockets on there, and some of the we've seen in previous games where you can come down to those final few kills, and it's the rockets that make all the difference. And if you can pick them up, you know, we saw it. I think it was on the Direwolves game a bit earlier of what a rocket can do at the end in a final push. And you know, Divine Mind like the slow pace, which can lend itself to Street because it is quite close quarters. There are lots of areas to hide, and it's just going to be interesting to see, do Divine Mind choose to slow the pace down at some point like we saw in that Aquarius Slayer. One thing we're not going to have is a camo to be able to use by Junior, who really put it to work in the previous Slayer game. So this is no power-ups, we're just 1 power weapon, and the rest is just pretty much your BR and anything else you want to pick up. So yeah, I can't wait to see this. I just want to get this next game started.
Yeah, Hoots, I think you've nailed it. I think that Divine Minds, a key to victory for them is to just play at their own pace. Don't let NutriBullet set the pace of the game. And those power weapons, you know, that rocket launcher, so strong. And Divine Minds just cannot allow NutriBullet to get those power weapons, because then it's going to be all over. And we're just launching into this final map. Game 5, everybody. Let's bring up the volume. Let's bring up the hype. You know, I want to be gasping for air by the end of this game, Hoots, and I'm going to throw it over to you to launch it off. I mean, unbelievable. First Game 5 casting together, mate. Let's go.
And let's spell it out for everyone just at home in case you are wondering. The result here is if NutriBullet win, they win the entire tournament for today. If they lose and Divine Mind win this game, then we have a bracket reset and we're going to go to another best of 5 series, and the winner of that wins all. So everything's on the line here for both of these teams. Divine Mind really want to keep this whole tournament alive and push another 5-game series, and NutriBullet want to close it out right here. We're starting off with Madzi, and we're going to see an initial pickup. Looks like rockets have actually been taken super quickly, so he's going to be taken down. Rockets are in the hands of Barcode, as you'd expect, who picks up that first kill, and he's just going to try and hang alive a little bit with these rockets while his shields recharge. He needs to be careful, though, obviously, with friendly fire on. Somehow survives that and picks up the double kill. I don't even know what actually happened there, but look at him just sticking his head out again. He's going to be dropped with those rockets. I think he actually might have used them both up at that point. So Barcode picking up 3 kills off his initial spawn with those rockets. You can't ask for much more than that, Justin.
No, and now we're on board with Rated. He's got that Bulldog woof woof, boys. He's trying to find some players, does get sniffed out, and he's going to rotate out. I like that he's not sticking around. That is just such a nade magnet, that little corner there, putting in some shots into flex range, backing him off, instantly switching over to Madzi, putting some shots down on him, and look at that easy kill. I mean, flex range pretty bold to challenge a little bulldog like that in that corner, close quarters. I wouldn't want to be doing it myself. And look at this, Rated opting to rotate around the map. Oh, narrowly missing the melee and the shot there. Unfortunate for him, trying to stay alive there, and he gets sniffed out and taken down. Scoreline completely even right now, Hoots. And we are going to see Barcode with that Sentinel beam in his back pocket. We'll have to see if he does anything with that. Fresh mag into the BR, trying to find some other players. 1 point the difference. I mean, it's still very early day, Hoots, but you know, I'm feeling this intensity. You can see the way that Barcode's looking around the map. He is fully wide and ready to go.
And what's interesting has been that NutriBullet, Barcode's consistently been the big slayer for NutriBullet in every game pretty much, but Divine Mind, the role seems to change almost every game. We've had Junior's been the lead slayer occasionally. We saw Pips go off in a few earlier games, but now we've got Rated, who's leading here with 4 kills, jumping on board back with Barcode. He's already at 6, so they're now starting to pull away. They've got rockets again, so that's 2 rockets in a row for Barcode. He's taking shots. He's going to get dropped down, but he at least got it over to his team, and I think Praties is going to have rockets in his hands now, and he's pushing now a little bit below, close towards this tram area where Rated is, so Rated's got to be careful that there's going to be rockets hanging around him somewhere, but we are seeing that NutriBullet holding this 4-kill lead, which has been pretty hard fought to get to, but they're starting to roll in packs here as we see going through the alleyway here. Rated just not being able to progress much. He's chasing Barcode, shots on, good finish kill there, having a go at Reigns. Reigns backs up, and now we're seeing Divine Mind start to push into this police department here.
Yeah, I love that collapse from Divine Mind. It's like, boys, we've got them weak. We've got one down, time to clean house, and such a fragile lead right now. Only 5 kills the difference, and you know, it's still very early game. You know, you can't really see the story play out. The narrative of a Slayer game doesn't really start to form until later on, and Prady's putting damage down on that sneaky little angle there. I'll have to utilize that myself. Great stuff from him, and it's slowed down considerably. It was very scrappy, and you know, we're kind of pausing the action a little bit, and I think that might be due to Divine Minds going, listen boys, we can't let this bloat out anymore. Let's just take our foot off the gas a little bit and set up and get a pick and then start collapsing on people, Hoots.
I love that you could look at Barcode right now and say, you know, everyone else on your team has assists, why don't you have any? It's when you pretty much 4-shotting everyone and just killing everyone single-handedly, it's kind of hard to rack up assists. But he's now on 9 and he's starting to give a few backwhacks and everything, and they are starting to play. I mean, look now, we're at a 10-kill gap. So NutriBullet, they're not messing around anymore, and I don't know, is it the fact that we don't have a camo or a power-up that we've just seen Divine Mind rely on so consistently in a lot of their games to build momentum, when it's just purely down to BRs and occasionally rockets? It looks like that's where NutriBullet have it done. Barcode using that drop ball, which people don't use that often, but super advantageous to be able to gain maybe just 1 or 2 shots up, and Barcode's going to start to have a play here. I was going to say for these 3rd rockets, but instead he's a good teammate. He lets Madzi have them, and Madzi's putting in a bit of work with them, racking up a double kill. That's massive, and this is starting to get pretty ugly now. 15-kill lead for NutriBullet. They're looking to close this whole tournament out, Justin.
Mate, Divine Minds have got 1 kill to NutriBullet's like 15, so things are really starting to blow out. You hate to see it, but Madzi being a star player now, he's utilizing both of those rockets to get a double kill, and you know, you just can't let these boys have the power weapons because they'll utilize them and they'll start taking the game away from you. And I like this little angle. I hope the Twitch chat's looking at that going, I'm going to utilize that. Barcode on a killing spree, but do we expect nothing less? Game 5 right now, and NutriBullet is starting to run away from it a little bit. I mean, once you get past that 40-point mark, things start looking pretty dire for Divine Mind, and it looks like they are trying to slow things down a little bit, trying to force those picks, get a pick so they can get things going. And look at that, I love that Barcode, he heard that player sneaking below him, gets the trade. Berserk doing well to shut down Barcode there, but it is starting to get dire straits. Some Divine Mind, some shots coming in from Rated. Prady's getting the better of him there. That's unfortunate for him. 38-18. 20 points to different, Hoots. Divine Minds, they're in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, look, I'm really optimistic this whole series, but this is starting to look hard. I mean, they're looking at getting staked almost. A 20-kill loss could be on the cards here. You know, but look at Matt. We've spoken about Barcode. Take a look at Madzi. 14 kills, 4 deaths, 3 assists. He's just gone crazy as well. He used those rockets before really effectively, we saw. But look, he's just holding all these angles here. dropping Berserk with, assisting at least with Berserk, pushing out no shields, peak shotting. They've got a level of confidence now where that cannon just pops out, takes out Rated, and he's now in a position to make a move for these rockets, which are popping up in about 10 seconds. And look, I'm going to say if they get rockets, this game's over. And just look at this. It's just all happening for them here. They've turned this on and they're going to take this win away pretty easily.
Yeah, only 2 kills to go. 1 kill to go. NutriBullet about to take out this tournament today. 1 kill to get them over the line. Do they find it? They do. And look at that, NutriBullet. Oh, I reckon they were just putting on a series for us. NutriBullet, it's like, hey boys, the entertainment's over. You know, we showed you a series that's entertaining to watch, but nah, NutriBullet's like, nah, sorry boys, this is our tournament to win, and they're our champions for the day.
We woke the sleeping dragon that was NutriBullet. You know, we thought we were catching them asleep at the 6, and they brought it back in a huge way. NutriBullet are going to be your victors here in the grand final of HCS ANZ Open number 2. What a series that was. It went to game 5. We didn't get the reset in the end, but NutriBullet putting on a clinic in the end. 50 to 2022. Geez, I'm looking forward to next year already. 50 to 22. And look, they really put on a show and really established why they are called the best in the region. No one from the opposing team of Divine Mind got into the double-digit kills. Meanwhile, you've got the show-offs of the squad. Barcode and Prady's really putting on a real show here. Barcode, I mean, what more can you say about the young gun? Over 4,000 damage here in a Slayer. That's really big numbers for those of you playing at home for a Slayer. Very impressive stuff. And you can see there when we go to the stats, 16 and 6. He even got the 4 assists. Accuracy off the chain. Everything off the chain. Medals across the board. And look, really showing why he's one of the region's best. Don't forget, you've also got Madzi as well there, who went 16 and 5. Absolute beasts on the squad. Hooters, we went through the series. Yourself and Justin took us through. What's your take on this? Because I really think there that I wasn't expecting 2 maps to drop, and when they did, I thought we might get the reset, but just showing how wrong we were in that Slayer. What did you think of it?
I think it's just great. Then what does it bode for the rest of the tournaments that we have? Because, you know, we've obviously got the roadmap with multiple events, both LAN and online, coming up. And I think this is just great to see that, you know, that it's not a foregone conclusion that NutriBullet is going to clean sweep everyone. You know, it was fantastic effort from them to come back and everything, obviously, but to see them push to a game 5, you know, and we've spoken before about, yes, you know, it's not their full roster, but likewise, it's not for Divine Mind either. So I think this just bodes really well for strong competition, which, you know, only makes it better for us casting and the viewers watching and people attending events when we can finally be running them. It's just great to have this level of competition.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm really looking forward to those events as well, Hoots. And Justin, from your side, same kind of question. Like, we got to the game 5. As soon as we got there, I'll be honest, when we hit game 5, I was like, okay, we're seeing a reset. I had it in my mind. This is happening. We know on the previous Slayer that it was taken out by Divine Mind, but then totally the opposite. In fact, it couldn't be further from the truth. 50-22 when we got to Streets. What did you think?
Well, the underdog story was real, but, you know, they were just sent off and, you know, sent to the farm a little bit there, unfortunately. And it was just so amazing to watch. And I think Hoots said it best. It's just bodes so well for future competition within our region. And it's just, you know, there's kinks in the armor of this NutriBullet squad, and you can take maps off them. You've just got to play good Halo, be well coordinated, and these guys can be taken down. And I don't think that the maps that NutriBullet dropped was them necessarily playing bad. It's just the other team playing to the best of their ability, and I think that that's such a bright future for competition here in ANZ.
What's really important to note is both squads also playing with subs as well. So it'd be interesting to see how that dynamic shifts when they've got their full squads or their dedicated squads for future events. But look, to get some thoughts on that and for initial reactions on the grand final win, we've got the one and only Barcode. Let's get him onto the broadcast. Barcode, thanks for joining us. Congratulations again. It's deja vu. But first things first, cab off the rank. How strong is your neck to keep that head holding up after how much gas you must be getting from us? Because I tell you what, if it's not us talking about you, it's Snipe Down sharing your point of view on his Twitch stream. The hype's around you, my friend. How are you handling it all?
Dude, I love it, man. It's so cool, man. I never thought like ANZ in general would get this amount of eyes, especially for like a online comp as well, you know. And the support is like very well appreciated. I see everyone in the chat. Everyone's awesome. And yeah, I can't thank everyone enough.
I love the enthusiasm, Barco. Let's talk about when you guys got to 2-2 in this series, or maybe even go back a little bit more when they took that first game off you. You know, you haven't lost a game for most of this weekend, and you didn't drop a game all last weekend. Do you guys just brush that off, or are you getting a bit, angsty with each other? How does that all go?
There's certainly stuff we can touch up on. Always is. But these guys also played pretty well today, so I gotta, give a hats off to them. Majority of it is honestly probably just us, stuffing up a lot of different plays. We just need to brush it off and just, well, not exactly brush it off. We're gonna definitely rewatch these and just plan ahead on how to improve it.
Now, Barcode, I think everything has been said about your gameplay, and it just speaks for itself, really. So I want to touch about a tweet that I saw earlier today that next week you're going to be going full time on the grind, 5 days a week streaming and really practicing. And what's your 2020 looking like? Your 2022? God, time flies. God, I'm an old man.
2 years later, Justin.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm, the dementia setting in already. But my point is that you're really going to be taking this seriously. I mean, your mindset, what's your plan? Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, on the streaming aspect, I might as well go hard, Like, I'm off of uni break. I'm grinding Halo anyway with the boys. I might as well just chuck the stream on, grow that, and just make sure I even have a backup if, like, competing, it doesn't ever go, well. But on competitive side of things, definitely trying to look to make a dent in NA. But as hard as that is, I believe, with enough practice and actual opportunities, we should be,
fantastic segue into my final question, actually, Barcode, which is, we see it a lot in the Twitch chat. We know that the ANZ region is still fledgling. Unlike other regions, most of them may not know that we've basically been on life support for the last few years. There's no really large competitive scene with respect to Halo Australia and Lunchy and the crew that have been keeping that going, but we haven't had much competition here. There's been no LANs, there's been no events. So for us, it's easy enough to use that as, well, call it what it is, an excuse or a reason as to why we aren't as established. But with all that said, what's your take on comments that Australia can't keep up, or people in the ANZ region can't compete with North America? What's your honest take? Where do you think you're going to be, and what are we going to see from NutriBullet in the future?
The honest take is, in the past, ANZ has historically, never been able to properly place top 8 or even those high placings, and it's just because the other regions are realistically, and we're not naive to it, better. They are better than us. We know they're better than us. But the problem lies is where it's they know, a lot of people don't truly understand where we come from this region, A lot of it has been misfortunate handling, especially during, I'd say, Halo 5, we got we didn't get many events, we didn't get to go overseas, we got no practice, and we just had to keep versing each other. We've got such a smaller sample size to every other region. But practice is different from talent. And I still think we've got some talented individuals in this region that can actually, if given those opportunities and, those certain moments, they can be great players.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, Barcode. I think that's absolutely the case, and I'm glad we get to showcase some of the talent in this region, including that talent that is yours. Congratulations again, my friend, to you and the rest of the NutriBullet squad. I am really hyped to see what you guys can do in future, and no doubt in Raleigh and future majors, and hopefully the Halo World Championship as well, mate. Congrats again, and good luck for the future.
Thank you guys for casting. You guys are doing an awesome job. Appreciate all the producers as well. HCS, you guys are all awesome. This has been really fun. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate the shout, mate.
Well done,
Thank
mate.
you. Thank you. All right, take care, Barcode. We'll see you in the next event for sure. And here we go into the bracket, guys, to check out what has taken place today. Obviously, NutriBullet going the distance all the way to that 3-2 grand final. It went to the 5th game. Divine Mind so close to coming to that bracket reset, but NutriBullet just holding out. Hoots, Justin, what an amazing squad, and you can hear it there from Barcode. You know, still so humble. We got to be careful not to gas this guy too much, right, Hoots? Because as I said, I think a little bit too much. He's going to be falling off his chair soon, but it's so well deserved.
Mate, it's hard, right? Like, he's dominating in the game. In the interviews, he just comes across as like the most genuine, nice bloke. He's humble. He's, you know, well spoken. He, you know, thanks all you guys for running everything. Like, yeah, it's hard.
It really is. Justin, obviously, we talked about the fact that there's talent here in ANZ that just hasn't had that practice. Now, I totally understand, and, you know, I'm reading the Twitch comments, and no one's naive. We understand that ANZ's not quite there yet when it comes to the world stage, but if there's any time for ANZ to shine, I really think it's through Halo Infinite. We've got this roadmap ahead of us. We've got this consistent competition. We've got the supers. We've got the LAN, and we've got the slots to international events to get the practice we need. So, Justin, do you think we've got a chance? Because I'll tell you what, I honestly think we do. We have a good shot of really rising in the ranks.
Listen, my opinion is that if someone else has managed to achieve things in anything, it can be personal achievements, it can be sport, business, whatever, then someone else can do it. There is no reason, given the proper opportunities, the guys in ANZ can't perform. And honestly, the guys in EU and NA, they've got to take notice of these players. You can't let your guard down, because it's who plays best on the day. And if they're not prepared for these hungry ANZ squads, then they're going to rise to the challenge. And if, you know, give them the opportunities, they're going to take games off you. And these players with a roadmap that's a year long, they know that they can dedicate time into it, because that future prospect of having a career as a pro Halo player is there. The opportunity is up for grabs. So the rest of the world better watch out, in my opinion, because there's absolutely no reason we can't perform just as well as them.
I think we've got a real underdog story on our hands, and I really am excited to see what NutriBullet and who knows. I would say Divine Minds. Are we going to see Direwolves on the world stage? I'm looking forward to these other teams seeing
Team
what they can do.
Josh?
It may not Team Immunity. Look, you're baiting me there. I could talk a lot about them, but I am very excited to see what they can do. No doubt they will be up there. But look, I'm really excited, guys, for the ANZ region, and indeed the entire Halo esports ecosystem for what we have ahead of us. But look, we're talking about ANZ for the moment. This is just the second competition. We still have some ahead of us. The HCS ANZ Kickoff Qualifier, December 1st and 2nd. You've got the link on your screen. Head there now. We had 51 teams. Now, for those of you who want some quick maths, that puts us on par with North America when you're making a ratio of total population. Not too shabby, if you ask me. Now, again, our record, we called it at the beginning of the broadcast, was 100 teams that we had for Halo 4. Surely with Halo Infinite, we can beat the record that we had for Halo 4. Your link's on your screen. You have the possibility of punching your ticket to Raleigh. The first major for Halo Infinite is going to be absolutely buck wild. I cannot wait for it. And everyone in ANZ still has an opportunity to play for their spot there. Insane stuff. And Justin, we have not seen opportunities like this for literally years.
I mean, I went about it before. There's an entire year, and that just can't be understated. You can plan your life around this. There's no, hey, there's a LAN or a tournament coming up in 2 months' time, but what after that? No, they can go, hey, listen, we can put our jobs on hold, just let the, you know, savings account, a little bit of a buffer, not work, and really just grind out and go for it. Just, you know, give 110% into this game, because the opportunity's there. And I just don't think that we can understate that enough. It is so fantastic, and shout out to everyone at 343 and the HCS team for creating this roadmap, because it's just so healthy for Halo. And I'm glad that, you know, maybe a bit premature, but Halo's king, and it's coming back for its crown.
And Hoots, you know, we just talked about the roadmap. If casting doesn't work out for us, mate, hey, there's enough opportunities for old wash blokes like us to maybe make it in one of these opens?
Yeah, sure.
Team Dinosaur boys, let's go.
I'm just thinking, Josh, like think back like 10 years when Immunity first went over to an MLG event. What that did for the community here, how excited everyone was knowing that Australia's going to be represented on the international stage. And, you know, obviously we've had, Halo World Championship before and we've had Australian representation there, but just feel like with Infinite, there's just this level of energy that Halo hasn't had for so long. And these tournaments and these big lands over in the US, and when we have our land here later on in 2022, they're just going to be massive. Like you are going to see Halo is back.
I'm feeling that energy in my veins, Hoots. I assure you, Halo is back. We've been waiting years. The ANZ region is hungry. I know you're sleeping on us, Twitch chat, over there on YouTube as well, but we are coming for you. Give us some time and we'll be there. But guys, this wraps up ANZ Open number 2. This has been a fantastic day of competition. Congratulations once again to our champions, NutriBullet, 2 weeks in a row. We cannot wait for the future of Halo Infinite, both in ANZ and around the world. We've got the Raleigh qualifier next week. Make sure you sign up. On behalf of my co-casters, Hoots and SSJ4 and the entire production team here at ESL Australia, I'm in Maniac. We'll see you guys next week. Bye.